Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thanks for joining us on the Aneke TV Business Desk. Nigeria's capital market enters today's session on the heels of a historic milestone, with the Nigerian All-Share Index finally breaching the 200,000 point threshold as the market capitalization hit 129.33 trillion. We track whether this double century rally can sustain its momentum, or if profit taking will definitely define this trade. In the global space, Brent crude has climbed back to around $103 per barrel, while the naira holds its resilient stance at 1,361 naira. We have the numbers, the drivers, and the outlook. This is Aneke TV Business Desk, and I am Uche Osai. Now let's quickly run to the Nigerian stock market. Yes, at the exchange, yesterday, Monday, March 16, 2026, the Nigerian stock market, reached a historic milestone as the Nigeria All-Share Index ASI crossed the 200,000 point mark for the first time. This is quite a significant milestone, being that for the first time we were able to reach this threshold. It has never happened before and is worth celebrating. Investors are indeed celebrating this huge milestone. Yes, the index rose by 1.55% to close at 201,474.89 points, up from Friday's close of 198,407.30 points. Yes, this rally pushed the market capitalization to around 129.33 trillion naira, supported by a broad-based gains in large cap and financial service stocks. Yes, trading activities was robust with over 948 million shares worth 49.15 billion, exchanged in 72,700 deals. Now let's quickly run and look at the top 5 gainers for yesterday, and starting with Boasmint, which closed trading yesterday at 297 naira, making a bullish adjustment of 10%. They are followed by Premier Paints. Premier Paints did, yes, they closed at 21 naira 30 kobo, making a bullish run of 9.79%. And looking at John Holt equally was bullish as he made a positive adjustment of 9.52% positive adjustment to close at 10 naira 35 kobo. And then when we juggle over, and then we'll see an insurance stock of Guinea Insurance equally bullish, making a positive adjustment of 9.38% to close at 1 naira 40 kobo. They are followed by FTN Coca Processor, which equally closed in the bullish, making the mark yesterday at 4 naira 10 kobo and on a positive adjustment of 9.33%. Now at the losers chart, we can tell you that the losers chart was led by VFD Group. Yes, VFD Group closed trading yesterday at 11 naira 25 kobo, making a dip of a 10% positive negative adjustment. And then looking at Royal Exchange, which closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 69 kobo in the dip of 9.63%. Omatek Ventures followed suit, closing at 2 naira 35 kobo on the dip of a negative 9.62%. Another insurance stock, Sovereign Trust Insurance, was equally in the dip as it closed at 1 naira 92 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9%. Yeah, another insurance stock market player, Regency Alliance Insurance, it was equally in the dip as it closed at 1 naira 12 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 8.94%. And then the financial sector, service sector remained the most active by volume, continuing the trend of local investor confidence driving the market performance. Now let's quickly run to the banking sector and give you heads up on how it happened yesterday. At the banking sector, saw missed activity as investors balance portfolio taken with the ongoing 2.5 trillion recapitalization drive. And then the top gainers here at the banking sector were led by Zenith Bank, which made a positive adjustment of 7.35%, and they are followed by UBA equally made a positive adjustment of a plus 5.49 gains, leading on the heavyweights, while Sterling Bank made a plus 1.27% adjustments on the positive as well, and Fidelity Bank is on a plus 0.52%. This is posting a modest gain for yesterday. And then when we look at the banking stocks that were on the loser side, we saw Access Holding at a minus 0.68%, and followed by FCMB, which is equally in the dip, making a minus 0.79%. Yes, these are the slight pullback as some investors locked in profit. Now let's quickly take a look at the oil and gas sector. The sector closed on a positive note, largely driven by gains in downstream and exploration stocks. Now let's look at top performers like Owando. Yes, Owando made a positive 2.45% profit, and Japan were equally followed to Japan Gold, followed by a plus 2.39% positive gain. And when we look at this sector, we'll see that the key drivers here was a steady major players like Seplat Energy and Total Energies, which on the playing field remain flat, maintaining their valuation and shifting global oil prices were the factors that characterize this performance. Now let's quickly run to the Naira. Yes, let's take a look at Naira performance as at Monday, March 16, 2026, where the Naira showed resilience in the official market, maintaining its recent trend of relative stability against the US dollar. Yes, at the official market, yes, we'll tell you that the Naira appreciated slightly at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, closing at approximately 1,361 Naira 50 kobo against the US dollars. Yes, and then closing was at around 1,363 Naira 50 kobo, which during the intraday high, the Naira rose as far as 1,372 Naira, and the lowest it traded for yesterday was 1,358 Naira. Yes, and then let's quickly look at the naira against other foreign currencies, and against the British pound, we saw that the naira, traded at an average of 1,375 naira, and against the euro, equally maintained an average of 1,480 naira. Now, taking us to take a look at the Brent crude performance for yesterday. Now, when we take a look at the Brent crude performance, we'll tell you that it experienced a highly volatile session, yes, ultimately retreating from its intraday high as market reacted to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and strategic intervention efforts. Yes, that's what characterized the Brent crude performance yesterday. And we'll look at the market drivers here. When we run to the market drivers, we'll tell you that yesterday March, the Nigerian business landscape was such that was defined by a historic double century milestone on the stock exchange, as resilient naira and heightened volatility in the global energy market defined the whole sectoral performance yesterday. And at the Nigerian exchange, for example, we did tell you that the Osha index crossed a 200,000 point mark for the first time in history, closing at 201,474.89 points. Now, looking at the institutional demand as a part of the key drivers yesterday, we tell you that sustained interest in large cap stocks and a move towards earning driven cycles, part of it was that the T+1 settlement, were part of the sentiments that, boosted by the announcement of the transition to another faster settlement cycle, which will start from May 29 to improve market liquidity, were part of the factors that push the market up. Then another issue here is recapitalization. Yes, continued momentum in the banking sector as tier 1 banks move towards the 2.5 trillion capital requirement. Then we look at the naira performance and see the key drivers here. We can tell you that the naira, appreciated slightly at the official window, closing around 1,361 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar. And looking at the key drivers, we'll tell you that one of it is the CBN intervention, the aggressive monetary tightening and direct forex sales to bring the changes helped curb speculative pressure. Another factor here is trade surplus. Reports of Nigeria's largest trade surplus on record provided a psychological cushion for the currency. Now, let's quickly take a look at the inflation outlook. Yes, inflation outlook, where investors' confidence was supported by February data showing inflation easing towards a 5-year low. Yes, and then looking at the Brent crude, that's energy, the part of the factors that drove the market as yesterday is what we told you: geopolitical tension, concern over potential closure of the Straits and the continued closure of Straits of Hormuz, which handles about 20% of global oil, drove prices higher. Let's quickly run to the international market. Yesterday, March 16, 2026, the international market experienced a significant relief rally, making it the best day for US stocks since the start of the regional conflict in Middle East. Yes, the rebound was primarily driven by a cooling in oil prices. Now let's look at the major indices, where we can tell you that S&P 500 closed at 6,699.38, making a plus 1% adjustment. Nasdaq Composite, yes, closed yesterday at 22,374.18, yes, and making a plus 1.2% adjustment. And then Dow Jones equally, yes, they closed at 46,946.41, making a plus 0.8% adjustment. And Nikkei 225, that's Japan, closed at 53,820, making a negative dip of 1.2%. And then on the loser side, we saw that's Germany equally, closing at 18,120, on the plus 0.5% adjustment. Now let's quickly look at the market drivers here. Part of it is that oil price reprieve, where Brent crude retrieved from its intraday high of $106.50, settled near a $100.21, easing immediate stagflation fears, providing a buy the dip opportunity for tech and growth stocks. Then another factor we look at here is the AI optimism, where the tech sector was boosted by strong earning and revenue guidance from, say, Oracle and Nvidia. Yes, with Nvidia projecting 1 trillion in AI chip revenue through 2027. Another issue here is the bond market stability, where we'll tell you that the US Treasury yields eased around the 10-year note fell to 4.22% as the dip in oil prices lowered inflation expectation, though yields remain elevated compared to pre-conflict levels. And then quickly running to the Asia-Europe market, where we see Asia-Europe have this mixed reaction. While US and European markets bounced back, Asian markets generally closed lower. Nikkei down by 1.2%, Hang Seng down by 1.0%, as they were the first to react to the high energy prices over the weekend before the afternoon cooling. And then when we look ahead, what are we expecting? Investors are now shifting focus to heavy week of central bank decision, including the US Federal Reserve and the Bank of England, to see how they navigate the dual challenge of high energy costs and slowing growth. Now, this is where we'll quickly give you our forecast. Yes, our forecast for today. Today's market forecast is centered on holding the line. Yes, you heard me correctly. We center our forecast today on holding the line as investors navigate a rare mix of historic milestones and geopolitical high wire acts. But the Nigerian market forecast is such that when we look at the equities, following yesterday's historic cross above 200,000 points, we expect a section of consolidation. While the double century milestone has boosted sentiment, short-term profit taking is likely in the banking and industrial stocks, notably BUA Cement and Zenith Bank. Now, looking at Naira for our forecast here, we can tell you that continued stability is anticipated. Yes, with the CBN's tightening measures in full swing and significant trade surplus on the book, the Naira is expected to hover around 1,360 against the US dollar range at the official window. And then what is our advice? Yes, you are waiting for it. Our advice in the market today, we already gave you what our forecast is. So our advice for today is for the Nigerian investors or new players in the market, or even international investors. Our position is that in a market defined by a record high and high interest rates, the priority is capital preservation and strategic liquidity. Listen correctly, I said the prioritization today is preservation and the word strategic liquidity. Yes, capital preservation and strategic liquidity should be the watchword for today as you play in the market today. You just need to have that at the back of your mind. Yes, capital preservation and strategic liquidity is the way to go in this very market. Do not be drawn by profit takers who already took position over the previous weeks and they are taking profit, and then you just want to jump in and order. That may be too risky at the moment. So our golden rule is for you to maintain the golden rule here. Don't chase the rally. Build a bubble portfolio, half in high growth equities, half in high yield fixed income. We are simply telling you that playing by this rule, you are not going to lose. You take defensive stocks, yes, and then a little bit of those high yields. Those will position you and help you mitigate any unforeseen circumstances that may want to push your portfolio around such a way. When you have a defensive stock in high growth equities and then those in high yields, you are balanced and you're good to go. That's taking a defensive position in a volatile market that can change in any minute, especially given the crisis in the Middle East where things change within a second. But taking this position with special priority on capital preservation and strategic liquidity, you are good to go. Yes, you're good to go. you do not stand to lose, in this market. So take that defensive position and play by the golden rule, which will say don't chase the rally. Build a bubble portfolio in a high growth equities, have in high yield fixed income. That way there will be no loss. Yes, and this is where we'll call it a day on the business desk. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power. Discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment, initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Federal government activates emergency evacuation for stranded Nigerians in the Middle East. President Bola Tinubu, accompanied by First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu, departs Abuja for 2-day state visit to the United Kingdom. On the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump signals tough stance on Cuba amid worsening power crisis. On business, Nigeria, United Arab Emirates seal $200 million defense and technology partnership. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu is scheduled to depart Abuja today for a state visit to the United Kingdom at the invitation of King Charles III, marking the first such visit by a Nigerian leader in nearly 4 decades. The president will be accompanied by First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu and a high-level delegation of ministers and security chiefs. The visit will feature a formal reception at Windsor Castle, including a private audience with the monarch. Both leaders are expected to hold discussions centered on interfaith engagement, national security, and in strengthening diplomatic ties between Nigeria and the United Kingdom. A key highlight of the trip is proposed €746 million financing agreement between UK Export Finance and the federal government. The deal is targeted at the comprehensive rehabilitation of the Lagos Port and Tinkan Island Port complexes, critical infrastructure for Nigeria's maritime and trade sectors. President Tinubu will also hold bilateral talks with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer at 10 Downing Street. The meeting is expected to yield multiple memoranda of understanding covering trade, investment, defense, cooperation, and migration, reinforcing the long-standing partnership between both countries. The federal government has activated emergency evacuation measures for Nigeria citizens affected by escalating hostilities in parts of the Middle East. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says arrangements are in advanced stages, including documentation and funding approvals for the safe return of affected nationals. Authorities confirmed that some Nigerians stranded in Qatar have been returning through resumed commercial flights. However, contingency plans are on the way to deploy Nigerian Air Force aircraft for evacuation operations in high-risk zones, particularly involving students in Iran who may require land transit through neighboring countries. In a diplomatic development, Iranian authorities have assured Nigeria of full cooperation. Iran's ambassador to Nigeria, Goma Reza Raja, confirmed that land borders remain open and accessible to facilitate the orderly exit of foreign nationals. Meanwhile, disruptions persist across the region's aviation sector. Emirates Airline has suspended operations in Dubai following directives from the Dubai Civil Aviation Authority, leaving many international travelers, including Nigerians, stranded amid ongoing uncertainty. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ebolo has approved the release of 1 billion naira for the payment of long-standing gratuities owed to retired teachers and local government workers. The beneficiaries include retirees whose retirements date back to 2012. Chairman of the Local Government Staff Pension Bureau, Adjokoto Kabiru, says the disbursement represents the first phase of a broader plan to offset outstanding liabilities. He noted that the initiative aligns with the administration's SHINE agenda aimed at institutionalizing a more consistent and transparent payment structure. The development has drawn cautious optimism from labor representatives in Benin City. Chairman of the Local Government Retirees Association, Mike Olekiale, commended the governor's intervention while urging sustained commitment to clearing the backlog. The Nigerian Union of Pensioners have also called for the establishment of a dedicated administrative framework to manage local government retirees' welfare. Government officials confirmed that verification process have been concluded, with payments expected to commence shortly. The Borno State Police Command says normalcy has been restored in Maiduguri following coordinated attacks by suspected suicide bombers at multiple locations across the city. The incidents targeted the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, Monday Market, and the Post Office flyover. Police Public Relations Officer ASP Nahum Dasso confirmed that explosive ordnance disposal units have been deployed to conduct clearance operations and secure affected areas. Security presence has since been reinforced to prevent further incidents. Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umaru Zulum condemned the attacks, describing them as cowardly and unacceptable. He linked the resurgence of urban violence to sustained military pressure on insurgents in their traditional strongholds. While casualty figures are yet to be officially confirmed, authorities have ordered heightened vigilance across public spaces in places of worship, particularly during the ongoing Ramadan period. Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umaru Zulum has strongly condemned the twin explosions in Maiduguri, describing the attacks as barbaric and inhuman. The governor spoke from Saudi Arabia, where he is currently observing the Lesser Hajj. The explosions occurred at the Monday Market and near the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital at about 7 p.m., targeting densely populated civilian areas. The incident resulted in multiple casualties, although official figures are yet to be released. Governor Zulum attributed the attacks to insurgents facing sustained military offensives in the Sambisa forest and surrounding enclaves. He noted that increased pressure on terrorist groups often lead to retaliatory attacks in urban centers. Emergency response teams alongside police EOD units have been deployed to manage the situation and secure affected zones. The governor has urged residents to remain calm while assuring that security agencies are taking necessary steps to prevent further breaches. The Yobe State government has directed a comprehensive security reinforcement across all 17 local government areas ahead of the Eid al-Fitr celebrations. Deputy Governor Alhaji Idi Barade Gubana issued the directive on behalf of Governor Mai Malabuni. Security agencies have been instructed to adopt proactive and intelligence-driven strategies in response to emerging threats posed by non-state actors. The government emphasized the need for sustained vigilance during the festive period. Particular attention is being given to border communities identified as vulnerable to infiltration. Authorities say surveillance and patrol operations will be intensified to prevent cross-border criminal activities. Residents have also been urged to collaborate with security agencies by providing timely and credible information. The directive follows recent security concerns in neighboring Borno State. The Abia State government has concluded a draft policy framework for the implementation of the Senior Citizens Law signed in 2025. Commissioner for Information, Prince Okekano, says the document is designed to translate legislative intent into practical social protection measures. The policy outlines structured interventions aimed at safeguarding the welfare, dignity, and mental well-being of elderly citizens. Officials clarified that the initiative is not a cash distribution scheme, but a comprehensive support system. Governor Dr. Alex Oti has constituted a 9-member committee to review and finalize the draft ahead of its planned public release in April. The administration says constitutional arrangements are also on the way to support effective implementation. Commissioner for Poverty Alleviation and Social Protection, Mrs. Ngozi Felice, disclosed that provisions include housing support, food security programs, and formal recognition of senior citizens through designated observances. Academic and non-academic staff unions at Taraba State University have accepted a 500 million naira intervention from the state government, signaling progress toward resolving the ongoing industrial dispute. The strike has disrupted academic activities for several weeks. Chairman of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Taraba State University Chapter, Joshua Garba Mbavi, confirmed that the offer has been conditionally accepted. He stated that the strike will only be suspended upon the signing of a formal agreement. The intervention fund is intended to address salary arrears and welfare concerns affecting both teaching and non-teaching staff. Union leaders emphasized that the package covers the entire workforce. With negotiations nearing conclusion, stakeholders expect optimism that academic activities will resume shortly. Students and staff are now awaiting the finalization of documentation to formally end the strike. The Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force has called for the urgent rehabilitation of the Postal Training Institute in Enugu local government area, citing rising cases of sexual exploitation and abuse involving minors. The task force says the absence of a functional rehabilitation facility continues to undermine efforts to provide structured care, protection, and reintegration for vulnerable adolescents across the state. Correspondent Gerald Odo tells us more.
The Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force has called for urgent rehabilitation of the Postal Training Institute in Ungo, Enugu North local government area, as part of efforts to protect vulnerable women and children. Speaking at a news conference in Enugu to commemorate International Women's Day 2026, the Executive Director of the Economic and Social Empowerment of Rural Communities, ESERC, the Reverend Ike Chukwunwogu, revealed that the state is facing an alarming surge in sexual exploitation and crimes involving minors, and highlighted the task force achievements since its launch in December 2025. Since inception, the task force has received over 1,000 GBV reports, made 218 arrests, and currently has 32 cases in court. Survivors have received medical care, legal support, and transportation assistance, while community awareness has led to increased reporting of cases.
The task force has made significant progress in strengthening the response to gender-based violence in Enugu State. Since its inauguration, a total of 1,800 GBV cases have been reported to the task force. 208 arrests have been made with the support of the Nigerian Police Enugu State Command. 32 cases are currently before the court, demonstrating progress towards justice and accountability.
Reverend Wogo stressed that the absence of a functional Postal Training Institute limits rehabilitation for rescued adolescents and juvenile offenders. He noted that the facility, established in 1932, has remained non-operational since the Nigerian Civil War.
Enugu State hosts one of the oldest bastard training institutions in Nigeria, located in Ngo, Enugu North Local Government Area of Enugu State. Established in 1932, the Enugu Bastard Training Institute has remained non-operational for a very long period of time now. Most of the buildings within the facility are now dilapidated and in urgent need for rehabilitation.
Reverend Wogo called on the Enugu State government, led by His Excellency Governor Barrister Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, to provide operational support, including a dedicated response vehicle, and urge private sector and community partners to collaborate in tackling gender-based violence.
We also appeal to the state government to provide a response vehicle to the task force, provide institutional support for its operations. But we therefore call on everyone, communities, religious leaders, traditional rulers, to support the work of the GBV task force.
Reverend Wogo emphasized that coordinated action, strong institutions, and community engagements are essential to breaking the cycle of gender-based violence in Enugu State.
Gender-based violence remains one of the most serious social challenges affecting our communities today. Addressing it requires strong institutions, coordinated systems, and collective actions. With the support of the government, communities, partners, and citizens, we can break the cycle of gender-based violence and build a safer and more just society for all.
I am Chukwebuka Odu, Aneke TV.
News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Federal government activates emergency evacuation for Nigerians stranded in the Middle East. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu embarks on a 2-day state visit to the United Kingdom. Coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump signals hardline position on Cuba amid power crisis. On business, Nigeria and United Arab Emirates finalized $200 million defense and technology agreement. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. United States President Donald Trump has sparked fresh diplomatic concern after declaring he has the authority to take sweeping action against Cuba, including potential intervention. Speaking at the White House event, the president suggested that asserting control over the island in some form could be considered. The remark comes amid a deepening economic and humanitarian crisis in Cuba, exacerbated by energy shortages and disruptions to oil supplies. The situation has significantly impacted economic activity and public utilities across the country. Despite ongoing diplomatic engagement between Washington and Havana, U.S. policy signals appear to be hardening. Reports indicate that American negotiators are prioritizing political conditions in discussions, including governance concerns under Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel. Cuban authorities have reiterated that any bilateral engagement must respect national sovereignty and self-determination. Chilean President Jose Antonio Cast has launched a major border security initiative aimed at curbing illegal migration along the country's northern frontier. The project, known as Border Shield, was formally unveiled in the city of Arica. The initiative involves the construction of extensive physical barriers, including deep trenches designed to restrict unauthorized crossings from neighboring Peru. Authorities say the measure is intended to channel all movement through designated entry points. President Cast described the project as a necessary step to protect national sovereignty and restore order in border communities facing sustained migration pressures. The administration maintains that the approach reflects a zero-tolerance policy towards irregular entry. However, the move has drawn criticism from monitoring organizations and regional stakeholders who warn of potential human rights implications. The government has indicated that the Arica deployment represents the first phase of a broader border enforcement strategy. The United States Embassy in Baghdad has come under a coordinated attack involving rockets and multiple drones, marking a significant escalation in regional tensions. The incident occurred within the heavily fortified Green Zone early Tuesday. Security sources confirmed that air defense systems intercepted at least 2 incoming drones, while other caused damage within diplomatic compound. Fires were reported, prompting an immediate emergency response. The attack follows recent retaliatory strikes in Iraq's western regions targeting armed groups allying with Iran. These developments are part of a broader cycle of hostilities linked to ongoing regional conflicts. Iraqi security forces have since intensified operations across Baghdad, sealing off access to the Green Zone and reinforcing key protection around key installations. Authorities say investigations are ongoing as concerns grow over the expanding scope of military activity. Still on the foreign scene, Afghan authorities have reported a deadly airstrike on a major medical facility in Kabul, resulting in significant casualties. The targeted structure, identified as a large rehabilitation hospital, sustained extensive damage during the overnight attack. Officials say hundreds of victims have been recorded, with emergency services continuing rescue operations at the site. The scale of destruction has heightened concerns over civilian safety amid ongoing hostilities in the region. Pakistan has rejected responsibility for the incident, stating that its military operations were directed at militant infrastructure. Authorities in Islamabad insist that all actions are conducted with precision to minimize civilian impact. The development marks a sharp escalation in tensions between both sides, drawing calls for restraint from the international community, including the United Nations. The situation along the border remains volatile, with continued exchanges of accusations. Nigeria has entered into a $200 million strategic partnership with UAE-based Almirate Investment LLC to strengthen its defense manufacturing and technology capacity. The agreement was formalized through a memorandum of understanding with Negus International. The initiative will establish Negus Tactical Systems Limited, a platform aimed at producing advanced military equipment, including drones and armored vehicles. The project is expected to reduce reliance on foreign defense imports. In addition to hardware development, the partnership includes investment in cybersecurity infrastructure, satellite intelligence systems, and secure communication network. These components are designed to enhance Nigeria's digital and strategic economy. Executive Chairman of Negus International, Prince Malik Ado Ibrahim, said the project aligns with the provisions of the DICON Act 2023. He noted that the initiative is expected to drive industrial growth while strengthening national security capabilities. President Bola Tinubu has sworn in Dr. Taiwo Oyedele as Minister of State for Finance, charging him to consolidate fiscal stability and accelerate economic growth. The ceremony took place at the presidential villa in Abuja. The president said the appointment reflects Oyedele's track record in tax reform and his role in restructuring Nigeria's fiscal policy framework. He described the new minister as well positioned to support ongoing economic reforms. Dr. Oyedele succeeds Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite, who has been redeployed as Minister of State for Budget and Economic Planning. The administration says the reshuffle is part of broader efforts to optimize economic governance. President Tinubu emphasized that while macroeconomic stability is gradually becoming achieved, the The priority now is translating those gains into sustained growth through effective policy implementation and revenue expansion. Now in sports, the federal government has fulfilled key pledges made to Nigeria's women's basketball team, the Tigers, following their victory at the 2025 FIBA Women's Afrobasket Championship. The presentation took place in Lyon, France. Officials of the National Sports Commission handed over title documents for houses in Abuja alongside national honors awarded to the players. The move signals a shift toward prompting recognition of athletes' achievements. Chairman of the Commission, Shehu Diko, said the gesture is intended to restore confidence in sports administration and encourage excellence among Nigerian athletes. Team captain Ami Okonkwo and head coach Rena Wakama expressed appreciation for the government's support, reaffirming their commitment to maintaining Nigeria's competitive standing in international basketball. Still in sports, head coach of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Sébastien Desabre, has expressed confidence in his team's readiness ahead of the decisive World Cup qualifying fixture. He cited the squad's resilience over a 3-year campaign as a key strength. Desabre noted that the team's defensive discipline and tactical organization have been central to recent performances, including a notable victory over Nigeria. He described the upcoming match as a defining moment. The coach also confirmed plans to intensify scouting and technical analysis ahead of fixtures against Jamaica and New Caledonia. Preparations are expected to be refined following further assessments in Mexico. He urged his players to remain composed under pressure and deliver a performance reflective of national expectations. Desabre maintained that qualification for the World Cup remains an achievable objective. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actor Kunle Remi has criticized the structure of the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, raising concerns about how winners are recognized. His comments follow the recent Oscar win by American actor Michael B. Jordan. Remy highlighted differences in award presentation standards, noting that Oscar recipients receive personalized trophies immediately, unlike local practices where winners may wait to receive theirs. The remark have added to ongoing industry conversations about professionalism and institutional reform within Hollywood. Several stakeholders have called for improved standards in protection and recognition systems. Prominent figures including Omotala Jalade, Kehinde, and Kanayo Okanayo have also voiced concerns over issues ranging from royalty payments to content quality, intensifying calls for structural improvements in the industry. And finally, before we go on the news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The federal government of Nigeria has activated an emergency evacuation plan for citizens stranded in parts of the Middle East following the escalation of hostilities in the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says necessary logistics, including documentation and funding arrangements, are being finalized to ensure the safe return of affected Nigerians, while coordination continues with relevant international authorities. President Bola Tinubu, accompanied by First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is departing Abuja for a 2-day state visit to the United Kingdom at the invitation of His Majesty King Charles III. During the visit, President Tinubu is expected to hold high-level engagements with the British monarch and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Mr. Keir Starmer, with discussions focused on trade, investment, security cooperation, and diplomatic relations. On the foreign scene, President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, has signaled a tougher policy direction towards Cuba amid a worsening energy crisis on the island. The situation has drawn international attention as Cuban President Mr. Miguel Diaz-Canel continues to call for respect for national sovereignty, while diplomatic engagements between both countries remain ongoing. On the business front, Nigeria has entered into a $200 million strategic partnership with the United Arab Emirates-based Emirate Investment LLC alongside Nigeria's Nagus International to boost defense manufacturing and technology capacity. The initiative, championed by Executive Chairman of Nagus International, Prince Malik Ado Ibrahim, is expected to strengthen Nigeria's industrial base and enhance its security infrastructure through local productions and innovation. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently, we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent herder-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, Facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanism within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance access, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Welcome to this edition of Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with a dose of happiness and joy. Well, bringing you today's edition of what it is and how it is going to be. My name is Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up. It must run faster than the fastest lion or be killed. And this morning, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure that you own the day. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Well, it's Tuesday, and it is the 17th day of March 2026. I hope you're ready for the latest news, where we're bringing you the weather update and all you need to know so that you can move on, even in the business and also in entertainment.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up to you shortly, we will kick off things with our quotes of today and bringing you, like I've said, the news update and also the weather, where we're going to keep you entertained and tell you how the environment is going to be.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, it will be debated.
All right, let's just go into what we have in the inspiration segment, where we'll be bringing you the quotes on how you can be inspired for today, which says, if someone's done it, you can do it too, and if no one has, you can be the best. If someone's done it, you can do it too. If no one has, you can be the first. If someone has done it before, it means it is possible. It shows that success is not reversed for special people alone. You too can learn, grow, and achieve it with effort, consistency, and belief in yourself. And if no one has ever done it, then it becomes an opportunity, not a limitation. It means you can rise above fear, think differently, and become the first to break that barrier and create a new path for others to follow. So never limit yourself by what others said or haven't said, or by what others have done or haven't done. Either you follow a proven path or you create one. Either way, you are capable. Yes, either way, you are capable. Mr. J, over to you.
All right, looking at this quote, if someone has done it, you too can do it. And if it's never been done, then be the first. You know, it's quite up and straight to the point that, yes, it is doable. If someone has done that, then that means it's achievable. There is no excuse. That's what we're simply being told this morning. And I speak to you wherever you are watching from. You do not need to continue to, give excuses to why it is not achievable. What you're making excuses for, has it been done before? And if it has been done before, then you too can do it. If you have to go about and then submit another proposal this morning, if people are getting the contract, we are telling you that you too can get the contract. If people are on a job and you think it's not doable, the question this morning is, has somebody else done that? And if the answer is in the affirmative, then you too can do it. There's never an excuse. No, procrastination, they say, is a thief of time. And we are telling you this morning that you should be positive. Look out and see that people have attained and they have achieved it. And if they've done so, you too can be the next person. And I hear you say that it's never been done before. Then why not be the first? There was a man who first contemplated about light, and today everywhere in darkness is illuminated because somebody was the first. There was no car. Someone thought about getting us a vehicle to convey us from point A to point C, and today there are various makes. Then if it is doable, then you can do that too. There was a people who contemplated going to the moon. Today, space travel is no longer a barrier. In fact, people travel to the space for fun, meaning that if the mind can conceive it, then it is achievable. What we are saying on Sunrise this morning is that there is no excuse to success, that you too can do what has not been done before. So, are you in a market segment for my brothers who are at Ariaria, or Bete in Enugu, or Kayeta Market, or Ogige Nosoka, or Main Market at Onisha? And I hear you this morning saying that people are not making progress in this line of business, and for that you have to lie in bed this morning, not going to open that shop. Let me tell you, there are people somewhere who have made it, and if nobody has made it in that line of business, be the first, so you become the reference point. And we are telling you that it is achievable. So rise, shine like the sunshine this morning, and on Sunrise we are telling you that you can be the pace setter. You can be the number one if no one else has done it. It is achievable. It is doable. Be the number one. Do it. Just like Nike said, just do it.
All right, just like Nike said, just do it. We're going on a short break. When we return, we'll come back to you with more updates on weather. Stay with us. Good morning, Oka. Roughly 25 degrees Celsius to 34 degrees Celsius. Skies stay partly cloudy to cloudy with heat building through the day. And you should expect a typical hot afternoon that could flirt with brief evening showers. Good morning, Coal City. Welcome to the city of Enugu. Between 25 degrees Celsius to 36 degrees Celsius is going to be mostly cloudy with some sunny breaks, and you can expect a hot afternoon followed by possible light showers later in the day. Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. It's going to be about 25 degrees Celsius to 35 degrees Celsius. Conditions lean cloudy with chances of thunderstorm popping in and out, so expect a steamy day where rain may interrupt but won't fully cool things down. Now you know where. Welcome to our favorite city in Imo State. Around 24 degrees Celsius to 33 degrees Celsius, we're expecting a warm and slightly humid day with cloud cover and a fair chance of late-day thunderstorms rolling in. Finally, in Umuahia, Abia State. Good morning, Umuahia, Abia State. It's going to be around 24 degrees Celsius to 32 degrees Celsius. It's warm with a mix of sun and clouds and a slight chance of scattered thunderstorms later. So expect a humid afternoon that might cool off briefly if rain shows up.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do keep an umbrella handy. Remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
Need ad replacements?
Coverage for events or the latest news stories, call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
We're still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV, and let's take a look at the major newspaper headlines making the news across today.
And joining us in this section is Gift Obodo. Mr. Gift, pleasure me to see you on the Sunrise this morning.
Yeah, good morning, the people of Enugu. I am glad and happy.
You took a long weekend. So, okay, if I may, how is Nigeria treating you this morning?
I think I am all, both up, and today I'm, gallant.
You're gallant.
For the people of Enugu.
All right, good to hear that. And I'm so grateful to our motherland, Nigeria, that this morning you're gallant.
Yes, I am.
We move over to the nation's headlines, which says, Tinubu, wife, begin historic state visit to United Kingdom. Then we go over to Punch headlines, which said, federal government activates evacuation plan as Middle East crisis worsens. Now on the Vanguard headlines, we have explosion rocks Maiduguri. Now on the Guardian headline, we have international travel squeeze. Tickets spike by 100% as airlines cancel flights. Then on the Sun newspaper, we have ADC alleges plot to make Tinubu sole candidate. ADC alleges plot to make Tinubu sole candidate. Then on the Daily Trust, we have many feared dead in Maiduguri explosions. Many feared dead in Maiduguri explosions. We're starting our newspaper commentary with The Nations, which says Tinubu, wife, begin historic state visit to United Kingdom. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, accompanied by the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, departed Abuja for his historic two-day state visit to the United Kingdom, March 18th to 19th, 2026. The visit marks a significant milestone in Nigeria-UK relations, as it is the first formal state visit by a Nigerian leader in 37 years. So looking at this headline where our president and the wife has, started their historic state visit to United Kingdom, seeing also how it has been a while that we had our leaders go to the UK or having such a visit. And from the news, we're having that this was an invitation from King Charles III for them to come. And in this visit, there will be key issues that will be discussed, issues on the economy, on security, and other issues that are pending or which are on the way. So I think Ms. Uche has more commentary to bring across to this.
All right, Ms. Obu, let me get your input on this issue.
This is a very significant thing for Nigeria relating to the trade agreement between Nigeria and UK. And one particular thing that has, when you look at it, people are making commentaries, and I'm like, the First Lady, occupying the seat of the First Lady, she was also addressed as a senator. People have, made arguments online about this particular headline. If actually she is supposed to, go on that visit, that the title of First Lady doesn't have any legal office. And, this has been a constant argument before even going deep into the visit. Now, people are trying to say that the First Lady allegedly is not supposed to, because her chair as the First Lady doesn't empower her, doesn't give her a statutory backup. So now, I think at that point, I am tackling there because there is no statutory backup to the seat of the First Lady. But given the privilege of, having the president as her husband, gives her a head up. So I think using that, and the senator, everybody, even because there is no statutory legal office for the seat of the First Lady. Now she has the privilege as a senator to go on that trade visit remark. So it doesn't stop her from going there. So it's a very big, significant, huge trademark for Nigeria as a whole.
Yeah, all right. The import of the visit, cannot be overemphasized. But let me start with the issue of the First Lady. Quite agree with you. There's no constitutional duties for the First Lady. But Mr. President is at liberty to travel with the First Lady. She is the wife of the president. Such, she can go with the president, irrespective of her status as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Once you're a senator for life. There's nothing like a one-time senator or a past senator. Or once you're a senator, you're a senator. Remember that even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, prior to occupying the exalted office, is addressed as Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So once you've been elected a senator, sworn in as a senator, you become a senator for life. Having said that, Nigeria is not exempt to other countries where we've seen even the president of the United States, the most powerful nation in the world, so to speak. In some instances, we've seen where he, travels in the company of the First Lady, right? But having said that, let's not let that overshadow the import of this very state visit. Being that this is the first time a Nigerian president or head of state, is being welcomed at Windsor Castle, and the first time in many years where a president of Nigeria is going and being welcomed on a state visit to the United Kingdom. Having said that, what makes this more significant is that it's not just, it will not be classified as a jamboree visit. There are, trade-laced benefits for the country. But the issue for me here is that beyond the treaties, the agreements that will be signed, how will it, improve economy in not so distant time? A number of times leaders go into treaties and agreements, Another thing is enforcing such treaties, and for whose benefit? These are the issues here. With this trade agreement, and over time, it's been estimated that Nigeria and the UK are in business, and as of September 2025, that has gotten as high as 11 point something US dollars. That's a huge trade that one shouldn't joke with, So, in this instance, is a welcome development that this trade union or partnership will be emboldened by the state visits of our president. And do remember where we are coming from. This is our colonial rulers, our colonial masters, before we got our independence in 1960. So it's expected that Nigeria and the United Kingdom should often have such rapport exemplified in such dignified state visits like we're seeing Mr. President do. Mr. President is the #1 image maker of the nation, and state visits like this go a long way in redefining how people see your nation. I tell you one thing, and that's been my experience. There are people who, when you talk about Africa, for instance, they think that Africa is a country, not to mention of Nigeria. So this visit, I tell you, stand to place Nigeria in the map, in some lips, in some hearts, that they will know that there is a country, like Nigeria. However, having stated these facts, one thing I would want Mr. President to do is to have a conversation with the government beyond the reception by King Charles and Queen Camilla. There should be a conversation around how Nigerian citizens are treated in the United Kingdom. This, for me, is of more essence than the royal reception at Windsor Castle. If after this visit, and Mr. President and the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, comes back, I will do not see a significant change on how Nigerian laborers are valued in the United Kingdom. Then to me, the state visit may not at the end of the day be of the greater significance. I want to see Mr. President engage his counterpart. I want to see the diplomatic exchange on how we are treated when we visit the United Kingdom. Yes, they are our colonial masters. And having said that, they are our economic partners. Their companies have operated and they've benefited from the entity called Nigeria. And that should count for something on how we are being treated in the United Kingdom. The issues making run from the United Kingdom. A lot of our nationals, are they treated with the dignity that they deserve? How and what are they subjected to when they have to renew their visa? These are the issues. So for me, this state visit, one thing that should define it and characterize it is the benefit it will bring to the dignity of the Nigerian person, especially those of us who are domiciled in the United Kingdom.
And this state visit also, from this side of what I'm seeing, is that there will be like a town hall meeting or something like that, where the president will get to meet Nigerians. Now, there's something else that I saw in the news about that in the UK we have a larger population of Nigerians more than any other country. So I think from the comments we've had, it is a way to strengthen our bilateral relationship and also make our people to relax and know that this is something that is official and it has to be what it says. All right, thank you very much. We go over to the Punch headlines, where we have federal government activates evacuation plan as Middle East crisis worsens. Federal government activates evacuation plan as Middle East crisis worsens. In response to the escalating conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran, the federal government of Nigeria has officially activated its emergency evacuation protocols to protect citizens across the Middle East. Yes, the federal government has started the process from the news. They have started looking into, bringing our people who are stranded in Iran. Like, last week we were talking about this whole thing, about how it's taking a while, about how there were other, they said there was no call, that kind of a thing. There was no call. So, but right now we're seeing that it's a progress, and it's turned to the right direction, that the federal government has started, setting up that process, so that in few days to come, we'll have the people who are trapped coming back home. And also, Iran has given their word to Nigeria as a nation that they will ensure that things, especially around the evacuation, will go well, and that the borders where students can travel into other countries, so that they can have the freedom, or they can move from there to take flights, something like that, that they will assist, they will do their best in these things. And what we are seeing here is a situation coming under control, and a situation being a situation where we are having to see ourselves, people who are out there, people who are in Iran, people who are around that Middle East place, who are trapped, seeing themselves, having a release of hope. And I don't know, I've not been in a place where such a thing has happened, but I can tell you from what we have seen and from how these things are happening, it is an ease in it's like a breath of fresh air, seeing that your country is coming to evacuate you, to take you away from that war zone into the place where you should be, into your country. And I can say federal government are really on the pace to get this done as soon as possible. And what this thing will do for us is that at the end of the day, we're going to have more of these national issues being tackled, so looking at the response that we've had from the federal government. And I can also say that we have to, as federal government, we should not wait this long for such a thing to happen. I mean, other countries are already evacuating. Last week we saw Germany, US, other countries being more timely with what they are doing, taking their people out of the tensioned zone. So Nigeria is coming now, and that is also a progress. But next time, we want it to be wrapped and very timely. Yes.
And I think I quite disagree with you, because at some point, last week you were saying something about them calling, need Nigerians out there to call for help, but at some point they are trying to say evacuation is ongoing. And if you look deep into these details, you see that the means and the method of this evacuation is through local means. There has not been a very strategic means in which evacuation can be done. Okay. Now, if you bring those people out of those countries, now where in particular would you safely land them into? They will be. I think the government should make preparation in the sense that there should be local settlement for those people, not bringing them back to the country unsettled, because I'm sure they have left so many things, so many properties, so many things out there. Now, this evacuation strategy they are bringing in, they have not been any settled dimension of settlement for these people. It's just that you want to pull them out. And the local means they are suggesting is, for me, it's imperatively wrong for me on my own level of understanding, because I don't think you bring people out from local means and corridor of escape and still want them to go to other countries, rigorous processes, and you go out there to tell people outside the world that you're actually evacuating your people, while in local dimensions people are still crying out. Some people have tweeted, some people have said so many countries that you have claimed to bring suggest and make plans for evacuation, but where are those people you are evacuating of? Is there any case of people you have evacuated? Is there any references? Have there been measures of settlement ready for those people, not evacuation?
There have actually been measures of settlement, because there's no evacuation without basic provision of where the people will be. Of course, when you talk about this, I want to also cite certain issues that we've had. Although that we are living in a society, or we can say a country, where things may not be as it should be, but it is a process. First of all, take you out of the region, and that is a progress to bring you out of the region. When you are out of the region, next thing is the plan. But in this case, we can say that there is no basic, issue, first of all, that we will have, except bringing them out. Then, from the news that we are having and from the things, the process they are taking is also for them to go and get them. Now, when they get them and they get them back, what will happen is next, they will settle, because now they will go through psychological, training and all that, trying to get them back to see what it's going to be.
All right. Looking at the whole crisis, the humanitarian crisis emanating from this conflict between Israeli-US-led alliance against Iran, speaking to the issue of Nigerians who may be stranded in Iran, first of all, I want to commend Nigerian government, especially via NIDCOM and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for their efforts so far, and, having equally told Nigerians, to remain safe and stay in safer areas, remain indoors where possible, to avoid, crisis-laden areas. Having said that, yes, it is the responsibility of government, and we've on several occasions, chastised the government for not, being proactive in evacuating people when they need, arose, as at the conflict started to escalate beyond the stipulated number of days. Our reaction as at that time is that government should have, made adequate preparation, even though no one knew that this escalation would be such, would take such speed reaction into the conflict that is evolved today. Having said that, one is meant to approach, this issue from the perspective of previous happenings in the past and government's reaction. But in this very instance, I commend the government that at least they are active and there are plans to evacuate people from this crisis-laden environment. Either, trying to let people to move away from the heat of crisis to a point where they could be evacuated. And having said all this, it now begins to look at the number of Nigerians who may be stranded. Beyond the Iran, which is the center of the conflict, we know that the whole of the Middle East is equally a crisis-laden environment. There has been strikes at the Saudi Arabian oil installations and other areas around Qatar. So there are Nigerians in these very places as well, and government should equally, beyond Iran, see to it that people are helped to return home. The focal point is not just Iran. There are people who are stranded in Israel as well, who are exposed to the areas where they will see barrage of missiles and all that. Having said all that, one, takes this defensive approach where we have this exchange because of government approach in the past. For example, in South Africa, due to the xenophobic attacks, we've seen where private citizens have gone out to help evacuate Nigerians, leading to questions around government responsibility on this issue. The emphasis at this point in time is that we'll call on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and NIDCOM to expedite action in this instance and see that Nigerians, if possible, are evacuated and brought back home. One stands to, see how this will be achievable. But our concern is that Nigerians who are in these trouble spots, they should do all they can to remain safe, find a safer place till they are able to, make their way out. Because as we speak, the airspace of Iran is a no-go area. In fact, the area is laden with fighter jets and drones. Is what you see. You can't see civilian aircraft moving in at this point in time to evacuate people. So it's only those who are able to make it safe out of the crisis spots to areas where they can be evacuated. But in all, we'll commend government efforts. At least in this instance, they seem to be doing something, and no longer where we rely on the likes of Allen Onyema of APIS to go bring Nigerians home. but there should be concerted effort, and in fact it should be a state policy for us to value the life of our citizens more, just like we are witnessing in Nigeria, where the United States government from time to time issue alerts to their nationals on where to go and where not to go, given to the threats. This whole escalation in the Middle East is trying to create in Nigeria, where we've seen the Islamic movement of Nigeria protesting and taking in a hostile approach to to the US and other positions due to the killing of Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran. Having said all that, one thing is certain here, that we should place more effort in embracing that the life of Nigerians matter, and government should be proactive, to see that when there are semblance of crisis like this, before things escalate, we should at that point in time cash in and be able to move our nationals out of these troubled spots. This is what other nations do.
All right, thank you very much. So we go back to the Vanguard headline, which says explosion rocks Maiduguri. Explosion rocks Maiduguri. On the night of Monday, March 16th, 2026, a series of coordinated explosions rocked Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State, ending a long period of relative calm in the city. The attacks have caused significant casualties and a state of emergency across metropolis. So, on Monday night, there was an explosion, and the time was 7 p.m. I don't know how this thing actually came to be, because they targeted a more crowded places like the markets and also the Bruno General Teaching Hospital. And we are still talking about insecurity and insurgency. From what we're also having, there are certain things that has been said about this, based on that they have been attacked in their zones, in the forests where they used to be. So at the end of the day, they will come out to where the people are. And looking at that, Ramadan is ongoing, and there's Eid al-Fitr event, the celebration coming up just a few days from now, and these things are happening. I think we are still not going. It looks like we are going back to the issues we used to have in the early insurgency days, where there is this suicide bombers coming out to do what they are doing, and we had it just a few years ago. Also, it's still in the news yesterday. I've just been, since I read this news, I've just been thinking about these bandits also were seen at the airport, at the Ondo airport, trying to hijack a plane. So all these things coming together, we're still seeing that this explosion that rocked Maiduguri is really heartbreaking, and I must say that government has to look into it. Of course, the Commissioner of Police, through the public relations officer of the state police, has come out to state that there's calmness and there's also the situation under control, that the professionals in the police sector who are meant to check and checkmate the environment and also ensure that calm is being restored are doing what they are doing. And so far, there are about 108 casualties so far, and some deaths too. So this is actually what we're having, and I don't know how this whole thing will be given.
I think this explosion was a practical example of retaliation. Now, these bandits are actually retaliating to the fact that the military has done their own. Now it's my time to do our own. Do you understand? Because before the bomb blast at Maiduguri, there has been like about the news. There have been so many captured bandits displayed. Like one I read about, the one called Yellow Seas, who displayed a lot of this. He was captured at that area. So it's a practical example of them trying to retaliate. And now the military have some. For me, I feel the military have a duty there. once you are able to tackle this bandit, don't expect that they will not come back to be like, hey, you did your own, let's, equal, let's checkmate this game very well. They should place some of their troops in vital places, because now it's now looking like the civilians are more at risk, because majorly they cannot go after this military so full funded like that. They always go to the low and less armed female civilians out there. So I feel like the government have a duty to mandate this military to make all those vital areas after a successful coverage of this bandits.
All right, thank you very much for the take on that. Our heart goes out to those who were confirmed dead by this incident around Maiduguri, and then to the injured as well. Speaking to security issues in Nigeria, takes front page every day and headlines every conversation on any major television network and radio stations across Nigeria. When you see people come together to discuss, it's always around issues around security, and then looking at this whole explosion around the university teaching hospital gate in Maiduguri and Monday Market and the near post office as well, it becomes worrisome, because given a trajectory over time, we've been speaking to this instance, and one expected that by the time we are coming into 2026, one of our expectations is that issues around insecurity will begin to, degenerate to the level where it becomes minimum. We'll be able to reduce it to the barest minimum. There's no nation on earth that doesn't have its own security issues. In fact, there are countries like Nigeria who are combating and fighting terrorism as well. Having said that, one now begins to question or interrogate our efforts. Why is it that all our efforts seem not to be yielding the expected results, and why are these insurgents emboldened to come out and attack Nigeria and Nigerians, in the manner they are doing? Given our collaboration with the United States government, especially coming out from the bombing in Sokoto on December 2025, one expected that at this juncture, the issue around insecurity will become less of a conversation in Nigeria. Having said that, we've seen effort from the federal government, where Mr. President has given order and signed the agreement to make more funds available to combat insurgency, and where we've seen a re-equipment of our security forces to engage the onslaught through kinetic engagement of these bandits and terrorists. But for me, when we interrogate what emboldens these insurgents, I still continue to call that beyond our kinetic approach and confrontation of this issue, that is high time our intelligence network go into what I may call an overdrive to unearth the backers of this whole insurgents in Nigeria. If we do not cripple the source of their financing, then you may continue to see that this whole issue around insecurity will continue to grow to a level where we may not be able to contend with it as a nation. When we are speaking to bandits or terrorists or kidnappers, by whatever nomenclature we so choose, who now have the capacity to bring down an aircraft where they brandish ground to air anti-aircraft missiles, then it becomes worrisome. It means that their financing is such that they can have access and acquire whatever equipment they need. So until we cut off the funding, then we may be able to begin to interrogate this issue in a better ways to achieve tremendous results on the issue. Having said that, if we cut the funding, then moving beyond that through our collaboration with the government of the United States government, it now reminds me of the position of the northern governors during the period before the bombing or the Sokoto bombing by the United States government, where they through their after their meeting and consultation, they came out and pleaded with the government that mining activity should be suspended at least for 6 months. What have we done about that? Have we studied and see how mining, enables or, correlates or collaborates the level of insurgency that we see in Nigeria today? These are the issues where Nigeria should expedite action. At least within our purview for the government to say that there will be no mining activities at least for the next 3 months. Should we sacrifice revenue at the altar of human life? We continue to lose our citizens daily, and all efforts, a collective effort, should be seen beyond rhetoric to advance the cause of curbing insurgency in Nigeria. Let us at least state that mining is suspended for at least 3 months. Let's see if we to go a long way in curbing their access to funding. Beyond that, then I keep calling over time that it's high time that Nigeria, the people of Nigeria, should sit around the table in what I call a security conference, where we can deliberate on this issue and interrogate the factors that are enabling insecurity in Nigeria.
All right. Still on this issue from my own end, when we're talking about the funding and how to cut off the funding from Boko Haram and all these things, how our security have been funded. Well, I think I saw something in Kwara State. There are people who were kidnapped. Of course, the 175 people are still in the hands of the bandits now, and they are demanding 1.2 billion naira. That's what they are demanding right now. So, looking at that, if the federal government or the state government pays them that 1.2 billion naira, that's not just the money they are going to. There are other key places where they are holding people at ransom. Those people are going to pay millions. Now, they are going to use all those things to fund and get the ammunition that they need. And that's just the problem. And that's the problem that we're having right now. But let's move on to...
it is the position of government that government do not engage or use money to secure the kidnapped victims. They've over time stated that they do that through dialogue. Government has not come out publicly to say that they use money in exchange to secure victims, and over time police keep telling people to report and not to pay bandits, and in that scale. So we cannot on a general note accuse government, which has not come out publicly, to admit to paying ransom to bandits despite those claims.
Okay, so let's go over to the Sun newspaper, where we have ADC alleges plot to make Tinubu sole candidate. ADC alleges plot to make Tinubu sole candidate. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, in collaboration with other opposition figures, raised an alarm over what they describe as a strategic plot by the All Progressives Congress, APC, to eliminate competition and make President Bola Ahmed Tinubu a sole candidate for the 2027 presidential election.
All right, looking at this issue around the ADC and the political parties, where the ADC is accusing the ruling APC parties to doing everything so that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu becomes a sole candidate in 2027 election. Over time there has been myriads of allegations against the ruling party, orchestrating the crisis that we are witnessing in the PDP and the Labour Party and other political parties. There's been myriads of accusation, and when depending on the divide where you sit, it may be credible to continue to point fingers across the board. But the question is, the parties that are in crisis, is it the ruling party that is at the helm of this crisis? These are individuals who, if the ruling party has approached them, have allowed themselves to be used. So at the end of the day, depending on where you stand, but for me, these political parties raising and laying these accusations are not exempt and should be tolerated. In fact, I should be able to engage them directly and tell them that they are part of the crisis that we are seeing in political parties as well. If you allow an outsider, into your home, then you did open the door for him. And in this instance, we've seen a crisis-laden PDP, for instance. Then if they are enabled, why can't you be able to challenge and stand with them? Politics, they say, is about interest. And if it is the interest of APC to continue to rule, then one should expect that they will devise means to continue to rule and see that oppositions are decimated in such a way that they will continue to have their way. So it now depends and beholds on the opposition to devise counter strategy. Because in as much as politics continue to be a game of interest, then you must continue to see where one party would want to orchestrate crisis in other political party. So the issue remains, what is your counter strategy? You know, looking at ADC, I do not want to say, oh yeah, that the APC, for instance, is not working to see that they do not succeed. But what are political parties meant for? Is a game of competition. And over time, when you interrogate the issue, the competition is never fair. The only thing we ask for is that the government in power should not use the apparatus of government or the state to, you know, go against opposition. No, we are saying that they should create an enabling environment for everybody to play. But the opposition has a role to play. The opposition themselves, have they offered Nigerians a viable alternative as an opposition political party? If there are crises in your political party, part of the what you should do as being politically aware is to devise means to counter such moves before they happen. That's it, what it takes to be politically sagacious, and not when then you come in front of the pages of newspaper or the media to cry that the ruling parties are doing this or that. The APC today in leadership, though I do not want to, you know, begin to speak to their achievement as an opposition political party that were able to clinch power in 2015 if they've delivered on those mandates. But the point is that the APC, while in opposition, played opposition politics quite well. What have the opposition political parties done? Have they been able to engage consistently with this ruling party? And what modus operandi have they engaged to keep the ruling party on the course? So each point in time, people may have different opinion on this issue, but coming out to cry in the media all the time that the ruling party this, that, engage them. Then the Nigerian people may be able to take you serious. Which of these political parties do we take serious, for instance? Is it the PDP that do not know where its left is a last meal, or a PDP that are fighting for crumbs on who gets the attention of Mr. President? So when you look at the issues, you see that the crises are within. They are always from within. If someone does not open the door for the thief, in this instance, the thief will not come in. Look at the issue in the Labour Party. Julius Abure was a former leader of the party. Was he of the APC extraction? No, he was in the party. The Nenadi Usman is equally of the party. Why can't party organs be able to reconcile their differences? Yes, they went to court. But be that as it may, you are telling me that there is a different hand, a hand of Esau in the whole issue, the hand of Jacob, or the way they say it. You see the hand is that of Jacob, but the voice of Esau. In this instance, whatever it is, you should have your A game on countering situations like that before they arise. What Nigerians need at this point in time is a proper representation. And what are you offering us as an alternative? When APC was in opposition, we were seeing press releases on a daily basis. Lai Mohammed kept the Nigerian people busy, informed the Nigerian people, gave them the alternative. For example, when we are in a crisis where Nigerians are paying from out of pocket, you would have seen a Lai Mohammed that would have released 101 press releases, you know, speaking to why government needs to now subsidize the situation. But how many press releases have you heard from the speakers of this party, their media team? Have you seen them speak to and engage the issues? These are the questions. Are they really prepared as an opposition political party to take over the helm of affairs? The ruling party are doing everything. They want to take over, they want to dominate. In fact, as we speak, is on record that the governor of Bauchi State is about leaving the PDP for APC. What are they doing in this instance? What are they using to woo people to join their foes? Why can't they? We're speaking of an ADC that is in coalition. What sort of coalition is that? Have they been able to approach other political parties, other big wigs, and win them over, and then unite and offer a common front against the opposition? And the answer is no. If we are not careful, they are not offering us the alternative, and the ruling APC may continue to hold sway as we continue to move forward towards 2027.
All right, Gift.
Mr. Oche, you said a lot of things, and at this point, I would say the point I am trying to lay here is the emphasis that this opposition party, are they giving the stand ground to grow? Now, if you see the dimension in which the APC ruling, the recent APC ruling party are growing with this surgence of one party ruling system. Now, take for instance in Ekiti, there have been a reoccurrence in Ekiti governor Ebaji, like the way he's trying to do a sole race of running this election. This has been a reoccurrence, and I think why the opposition party are crying out loud is because APC has gained the ground to not let them, surface or exercise their own rights. There have been a very strong hold on them not be able to.
You see, when you're talking about this, power is not given. Power is taken. Nobody dashes you power on a platter of gold. You need to work for it. You need to stand for it. A number of times people critique Mr. President when in 2023, when admonition is minions or his political handlers, he told them that nobody gives you power. You grab power and you run with it, and we critique them. No, power is not given. No one gives you power on bended knees. You need to work for it. What we've seen that the APC is doing, they are consolidating. I'm not holding forth for the APC. I don't know the modus operandi or the mechanism which they use to woo everyone into the APC. That should be the concern of the opposition. Then by now you have decoded the mechanism the APC is using and devise a counter strategy to hold that. Why is the likes of a two-time governor like Bala Muhammad of Bauchi State decamping to APC, not the ADC? How many overtures have they made to him? Have they offered him a viable alternative? We are speaking about ADC that had no showing in FCT election, off-cycle election in Anambra State. What was their showing? And how do you want people if you cannot win the simplest of positions like the councillor or local government chairman? Then how would you want people to come over to you? Let me tell you what politics is about. It's about interest. And a number of times we've seen that our politicians in Nigeria pursue their personal interest, and that personal interest will lead them to anywhere they feel they can win position. And today, APC offers that to a lot of them. When we make this argument, it now reminds you that Nigerian politics is not of ideology. When you speak to ideology, you can't differentiate between line. They are all same. So people are looking for vehicles to win the election, and that's why you're seeing everyone tilting towards the ruling party. Because, for example, let me come to Enugu State, for instance. Do you see a Peter Mba that would want to lose Enugu State, given everything that he has done? Every local government chairman are tilting towards the governor, because when you interact with the indigents of Enugu State, they tell you that the governor is performing. And every local government chairman, every councillor, House of Rep member, and even senators from Enugu State would want to lean towards that. That was what we witnessed in 2023, where a lot of individuals leveraged on the goodwill of Peter Obi to win tickets on that Labour Party. So I summarize by telling you that power is not given. It is the duty of the political parties, the opposition, to devise a counter strategy to check the APC. And if you ask the question, have they done that? I bet you the answer will be in the negative.
I quite disagree on that point, because if you say that power is not given, now there are stamps, there are chances in which people don't weaken the other party. Now I feel like the APC has weakened the system of these ruling procedures. That is why the opposition party. How do
you weaken the opposition? By being attractive to political office holders, by being attractive to people who want to win the next election. You see, if you are speaking to the ruling party, weakening the structures or the rule of law or the rule of engagement, I may begin to entertain, similitude of such thoughts. When you are speaking to electoral act, for example, being, in favor of the ruling party, I may begin to interrogate that issue. But if you speak to people migrating towards or tilting towards the APC, and I will continue to tell you that the opposition in Nigeria has not, at this instance, offered a variable alternative to APC from the perspective of politicians. A politician is always calculating winning the next election. And as we sit here, where is the opposition? Is it a PDP that Nigerians trusted for many years that in the slightest test in opposition chickened out and is a fragmentation of its own self? Is that the PDP that you talk about? The PDP that we do not know if they will be in the ballot, or there will be a coalition of the PD-APC in which the PDP part of it will be a dining table for APC to wine and dine on? Is it the Labour Party that the Julius Abure and the cohorts held hostage over the years until the court made a pronouncement? You see, when we begin to point hands and fingers, I am not of the APC extraction, and I don't know hold sympathy for any political party. For me, I'm just a keen observer, a Nigerian who is, historically taking into account what is happening in Nigeria. And I tell you, in as much as I want to point at the APC for a number of things, one of such things is not to exonerate the opposition. For me, the opposition at this instance has not lived up to the bidding. In fact, as we speak, there's no opposition. They've not given us that. Either they've chickened out. We used to know an opposition that will engage a leadership. That was what the sitting president through the APC gave us. Yes, when the then President Jonathan said he wants to remove subsidy, what did they do? They engaged Nigerians and everyone trooped out. They offered us venues at Ojota, in Kano State, in Abuja. They sponsored it. People had food because people were hungry. People came out in mass. When we are talking about the constitutional amendment, the electoral act amendment that was signed by the Mr. President, there was an opportunity for the ruling or the leading opposition political parties to rally Nigerians. What did we see? It was Nigerians rather rallying the political parties. There are moments when you have to offer leadership, and it was on that premise I continue to say that the opposition have not offered a better alternative. For me, the APC still stand as a yardstick for everyone to study in the kind of opposition they offered pre-2015. I'm not saying that APC has done well as a political party, no. But I'm saying when the opposition is concerned, then they need to be studied. You need to study their strategies to be able to have a counter strategy. What I may classify at this moment, yes, there may be issues where the APC are more favored because they hold the state power. But what I'm saying is that the opposition should by now have a counter strategy on how to counter these things and not whining on the front of newspapers. No. We want to see the countermeasure. Nigerians are waiting. Nigerians are yearning for leadership to be able, people who would stand courageously to engage the ruling APC government and tell them that this is where they are not doing well. They are not offering it to us at the moment.
So you are forgetting one thing, that the major problem which this opposition party has is the party defection issue.
Defection is allowed in every clime. It's within your right to defect. Nigerian constitution has given you the freedom of association, so you can at any point in time decide on the divide where you will be, and that is it. People will continue to defect. It will not end in this republic. In the next republic, people will continue to defect. And on that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue on these issues.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us. And up next is a remarkable event happening in Enugu today. The working governor of Enugu State, Governor Peter Ndubisimba, is today +1. Let us watch as the governor celebrates today. Indeed, tomorrow is here, and on behalf of all of us here at Aneke TV, we say happy birthday to the working governor of Enugu State. Tomorrow is indeed here.
And over to the entertainment segment, I have my hot dish, and you always know me as your popular social lawyer, and I have my very own big story today, and it's all about from the comedian Clinton. He shares his observation about a lot of American and Canadians, over 35 women are now freezing their eggs due to the fear of not finding a life partner, and speak to most of them. 3 minutes, he said that he will understand that men struggle to stay with them. This is where I see Nigerian women going into 3 to 5 years coming. As a woman looking forward to marriage and building a family, learn from your mother, be loyal, be practical, and be kind, and be respectful. That's the only way marriage could be, And over to you. What do you feel about this, ladies coming up now to freeze their eggs, and do you see this coming up in Nigeria, like the comedian said, in the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, it is already an issue over there, and from what he said, that's what he sees. I don't see that. What I see is that we are going to have a more sane society because people are going to learn. Are we now saying that because of what is happening in the other climes of the world that we're going to experience that? I would say that from his own perspective, that happens a lot of times. Of course, it's true that people freeze their egg because they don't know. That's not how it should actually be. It is what's happening there, and it can happen to anybody. But what I'm saying basically is that this is what it is. We're going to learn. Our society can learn. We are not the Western society. We can learn and we can get better.
Mr. Uche, I've seen over the years where Western culture has become a particular constant norm for Nigerians. Some of our celebrities have turned to, engage in so many activities they look forward from the Western culture. Don't you think that this fertilization, egg preservation can be, because I've seen the likes of Inido, practically telling Nigerians that she's, due to the failed occurrence of failed marriage, she has, gotten one of her frozen egg, had a woman, get this done, and fertilization occurred, this surrogacy, and she has her own first child, plus to the fact that she was able to, secure those eggs. Don't you think it's a thing that Nigerians will adopt in the next coming years for you?
Well, first of all, let me celebrate the technology that devised this new advancement in healthcare, and well-being. Is a very welcome development, and I quite, as much as I celebrate it, it's something to encourage, and I hope that in no distant time it becomes a thing even in Nigeria. This is a very good and welcome development, where you have the opportunity to preserve or freeze your eggs such that when you need it, you can, call it. And it should not be limited to single people, though I encourage single women, especially if you are approaching a certain age, one of the things you look out for is, if husband is not coming, then look for other ways, perhaps, where you can go and preserve your egg. If in later years a man comes your way, it will be that you're now in menopause and you can't have children, and that now becomes, an issue for you. You can't enjoy love or be with the one you so much love or cherish. Now, this advancement makes it and gives women advantage that childbearing can no longer be a factor in going into marriage in old age. So for me, every Nigerian should equally explore this new technology so that we can take advantage of it. And so it's worth celebrating, and I welcome it. In fact, I encourage our women, even young ones, if you have the means to freeze your egg, why not freeze it? If you advance in age, freeze it. Even if you have children, because you never can tell what may happen tomorrow, you freeze it and keep it. It may not be today, you may not need it again tomorrow. Then you can be a donor. You donate it to someone who doesn't have an egg. So it's a welcome development for me.
In as much as I have my own personal opinion, in as much as you said this is a welcome development, I think this has regulated our culture of marriages. Now women are prone to behave the way any way they want. They don't respect the term of marriage.
I beg to differ with you on this. For me, this will go a long way in helping our unions. It has nothing to do with it. It is not in any way telling women to misbehave in marriage. It's not in any way saying that people should be promiscuous. It's not in any way saying that people should be disrespectful to their partners. No. What this is that it has solved a lingering problem. We have a number of issues where women who can no longer bear children, because by the time they entered into union, they've gotten to their menopause. By the time they fall in love, they were already advanced in age. Are you saying that such individuals should not enjoy the benefit of a union? No. It's a technology that has given them the opportunity at any point in time to be able to have their own children. There are people who, out of their own decision, choose that they do not want to have babies at this time. Perhaps they can keep such an egg to such a time where they will have a counter decision and feel that they can have babies. I've seen a number of women who are so scared of childbearing that they don't want to go into it. So if one is such, he can freeze his egg, leading to such a time where he may be open or disposed to childbirth, or perhaps have a surrogate mother carry the child for you. Is a welcome development. And I tell you one thing, it's going to advance unions. It's going to help marriages. It will not be the other way around.
So I'm going over to my second issue is about the popular actor Abiodun Ayoyinka. the popularly known as Papa Ajasco. He has said, after all the years spent on Nollywood and how the mass production based on the Papa Ajasco series, he has no car, no house, nothing. He walks at the street as just a random normal Nigerian. Over to you, Mr. Goodhope. Do you think that being a celebrity in the previous era, when our to our father's area, would actually drive you off from poverty, a whole song? Or do you think there are some mistakes that can actually lead you as a popular actor?
Earlier then, it was a world that was not open to technologies and ways to aim. They only knew how to do what they know how to do. You act your movie, play your role, and you are paid. And second thing I want you to understand is looking at their age too. They are from that Papa Jasco story. Papa Jasco is already a papa. So what do you expect him to do? Talk more about this our age where social media can just expose you, and then you have royalties, you have deals and endorsements. Then it was a little bit tricky for you to have a lot of finance and other things. He's already a papa and the show is already running. So he's looking up to the next show, looking up to the next event. So I think now it's better because of the technological advancement, the exposure. Then there was no social media. Now there's social media. So it's not on the same climb, I would say.
Mr. Is there where we could resuscitate these our old and elderly actors and entertainers back in the days to be in the limelight now?
It all depends on a number of variables. Yes, they can be helped. If you're talking about charity, people can help. Being that these are the ones that entertained our childhood. Speaking to Papa Ajasco, all of us wanted to watch Papa Ajasco that time. When the movie or the television was, the Nollywood, was just becoming a thing in Nigeria, and he did, played his character very well, entertaining us. But speaking to managing of resources, one question, one may want to ask: in those times, was he paid for his role? If indeed he was paid for his role, what must have happened? Was he involved in some bad investments? Or was he a mismanagement or the other? But given the celebrity lifestyle, and if you begin to interrogate a lot of the celebrities of that, you see that they didn't make much. For them, then it was more about fame. It's more about the job rather than money. When you read a lot about these people, you see that they were given peanuts. Since we are not this advanced, when people were charging a whole lot, for them to appear in a movie role, that time it was just peanuts. For them, it was just the fun of it, to be able to practice perhaps their profession or calling. But hearing this from the mighty Papa Ajasco is heartbreaking, and I wish that charitable Nigerians will come to his rescue.
That's all for our entertainment segment. You can always follow us by 12:30 p.m. to have a detailed conversation on that.
All right, thank you very much. This is where we draw the curtain close here on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. I hope you had a good time. Thank you very much for waking up with us, and see you same time, same station. My name is Good Hope Chukuma.
All right, and Gift Obodo, thank you for joining us on the Sunrise this morning.
Thank you.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation. In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability.
Welcome to The Insight. This is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. They say the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. And across the Federation, from the hills of Enugu to the savannas of the north, a quiet but potent revolution is unfolding. It is a transition from the activism of anger to the leadership of impact. Today's Nigerian student is no longer just a protester. They are a policy maker, a community builder, a strategic negotiator. They are proving that leadership isn't a title you inherit at 60. It's a responsibility you shoulder at 20. On The Insight, we examine the pulse of this new generation. We look at the students who are moving beyond the campus gates to influence national discourse, tackle environmental crises, and redefine the very meaning of service. Joining me to navigate this shifting landscape is a man at the center of this movement, a leader tasked with representing the voices of thousands at one of Nigeria's most prestigious institutions. Please welcome to The Insight, the SUG president of University of Nigeria, Enugu campus, Aneke, Bethel Chinwe Ugo Okolo. Bethel, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We're talking, how has it been?
Well, this question actually has a lot of meaning, but then straight one, it hasn't been easy. I tell people that student unionism or student leadership is not just a privilege, it's a responsibility that comes with a lot of ups and downs and harsh decisions, and generally it hasn't been smooth, but we thank God.
It hasn't been smooth, but we thank God. Okay. Better. For decades now, student unionism in Nigeria, was synonymous with aluta. We always hear aluta, aluta continua, that of confrontation, protest and shutdowns. However, in this 2026, we see a shift towards intellectual aluta and the diplomatic engagement with management, which, some people have criticized this progress, others call it settling, settling out, selling out. Some say it's settling, some say it's selling out, but I ask, as the SUG president of Aneke, how do you balance being a partner with the university governance and then getting to be able to champion the cause of the students?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. As a president, your duty is not just to represent the students. Obviously, that's the primary duty, but then you are also there to protect the image of the university. Sorry to say, and most at times, you as a leader, you don't just work with the popular opinion. You work with the right opinion, and trying to balance both as a president requires critical thinking and consultations. And there's one language that students enjoy and love, which is protest. But as a union president, and in Nigeria today, protest doesn't yield much fruit. We have several cases. As a president, I follow up a lot of universities, mostly federal universities, to get insight on how things are being done there and how it can be done in my campus. And then I found out that majority of the universities that always use confrontational approach, that is protest, they don't get anything in return. I think there's this case that happened in Unilag when they protested, and then some angry students hijacked the protest and scattered a lot of things, school facilities, and then they went on strike. Where they had to come back and pay the percussion fee, and paying that percussion fee, they lost their voice. As regards to what they were fighting for, and they lose and win for the management. So since then, before I make decisions, I sit within myself, I talk to myself, I research, I consult most lecturers, because I believe that there's no lecturer that means bad for the students. These are parents, these are mothers and fathers that have children at home and grandchildren. So I believe that they always have our best interest at heart. But then it's just students want their problems to be solved in a haste. Students are not always patient, which I acknowledge. I'm a student. As a president, I stay in the hostels, and then I could tell you of it too that little problems that just that needed patience, that just needed 2 minutes, or let me say a day. So you want it solved that day, and if you don't solve it that day, you are the worst president. And then you see you find yourself in a tight condition where you have to please the student by getting this done today, and the management told you, okay, before the end of this week we are going to get this done, but still want it done today, and if you don't do it today, you are the worst president. In a situation like this, requires your critical thinking and your relationship with the student leaders, like the faculty president, the departmental president, class reps, where you get to call them for inner meetings, explain to them, listen, this is the management has given us their word, and these are what students want. So can we just give them, okay, let me say management said 1 week, student wants it done today, and if it's not done today, you obviously know what they're going to do, and then you have to maybe sometimes from your pockets try to solve that problem to an extent.
From your pocket,
you get to solve that problem to an extent. Probably, let's say for instance, lights issue or something, and then management said, okay, give us the end of this week, we're going to get it resolved. And students said they need it today so they can read their books or so they can charge their gadgets. And then if it stays till that end of the week, probably 2 days before the end of the week, they might go on protest. So what do? You use from your resources, consulting the class reps. You use from your resources. Probably you can, like what I normally do, fuel the generator in the hostels, give them light for that 2 days, intervals. Then we pause till that end of the week. It gets to calm them down. Okay, this guy said we should believe in the school. He has showed us that if the school doesn't even at the end of the day don't do that, he can still understand that kind of a thing. So leading students, let me say, is the hardest task to do. And then there's this quote, this advice my mom gives me, that once you're able to lead students and successfully hand over, that you will never find it difficult in marriage, you never find it difficult in the outside world. And then this is something that has been guiding me, because there's no kind of person you will see in the university. You lead both the good, the bad, and the ugly students. You see people who come from bitter homes. You see people who are not loved at home, and they want that love from their representatives. Students expect a lot from you, and then as a person, okay, look at me now. By God's grace, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the youngest SHG president in the history of my school, and then imagine my age, and then I have students who are 10 times older than me, depending on me, like hoping for you to do something, like do this for this, like see them calling you father, things like that. So then it's, how will I put it, it hasn't been easy, to be honest with you. It hasn't been easy, but then it really shapes us, and it helps us. It helps me think proactively. It helps me act proactively. Instead that I know that this problem is coming, I try to prevent it. I try to act before that problem, because I know when the problem comes, students don't have patience. This is one thing I have noticed. I have like lived into for my past 5 years now in student leadership. This is something I have found that students, they don't have patience. Any problem they want it solved now, and if you don't solve it now, you are the worst leader. And as a student union leader, you need patience. You need patience, and you need critical thinking. And then I believe that if you can be able to, just like my mom always say, if you can be able to lead students, you can lead Nigeria.
All right. Let me take you to the issue around the NEL fund, right? NEL fund, we've seen the rollout, and then simultaneously we've seen equally a spike in school fees as well, and these many students feel squeezed between the promise of a loan and the reality of a debt-burdened future. And we're asking, in your campus where you're the president, do you have in any occasion propose an alternative model that will help you carry along the indigent students and those who feel that the burden of loan may be too much, and the marrying you the incremental school fees that is being witnessed at this point in time?
Okay, I expected this, and even before I went for the office of the president, I knew we were going to have our school fees being reviewed. And I was speaking with a professor in my university, and he opened my eyes to the fact that, in as much as we're a federal university in Nigeria, that in Nigeria, outside Nigeria, let's use Africa, no school charges less than $100 for tuition fee. And then when he told me this, I argued it. I told him I still don't care, because we all know that the University of Nigeria houses one of the poorest families in Nigeria. As a youth looking for admission, you first of all check your pockets, check your parents' pockets, and then you look for schools that matches that pocket. And doing this in Nigeria, the first university that comes to your mind is the University of Nigeria. And then we are faced with that reality. But then we are still facing the reality of the economy, things skyrocketing, and the need for the management to still keep up with the economic reality, and still maintaining the standard, because we are the best university in Nigeria, and we are top 5 in Africa.
Anyway, that's opinion, and I want to celebrate that with you as well.
For me. So after the school fees increments, review, before then, like I told you, when I was going for president, I knew what was going to happen, so I prepared myself. After the increment, which we fought, you obviously saw what happened and how everything played out, and since then we haven't slept. We've been seeking for scholarship for our students. Earlier last month, that is February, I had a meeting with all association presidents in my campus. That is Ebonyi State students, Anambra students, Enugu State students, and Kano students, all these associations. I had a meeting with all the presidents and the executives, where we rubbed mind together on how to go in search of philanthropies from their states to come and support their people in our school who can't really afford this increased amount. So by God's grace, we've actually progressed to an extent whereby we've been able to, I think we've given scholarship to 30 students so far. We've been able to give 30 students scholarship, and then I don't brag about it, I don't post it, because I'm just the initiator of the movement. So it's not like I'm the one that paid their school fees, so I can't be posting about it or putting that as an achievement, but it's just something that is a responsibility I know I owe the students. So we've been able to go to help students in Anambra, students from Ebonyi State, through some philanthropies, even from Enugu through Okurora, where some persons who've reached out to that have helped us relieve this burden from our students. And then the issue of NEL fund, when we talk about the increment, NEL fund is the first source that comes to anybody's mind, and NEL fund. But then that NEL fund, sorry to say, it's not as easy as people see it. We've had several issues. As of last session, my student that applied for that NEL fund till now haven't gotten the money. Yeah, they haven't gotten the money, though they said it was meant to, it will be limited to the school. And then the issue about NEL fund, I'm sorry to say this, but then I don't know, but I don't think they structured it properly, to be honest with you, because to an extent, you know, and in my university, if you don't pay school fees, you won't write exams. And then when we apply for this NEL fund, the money is obviously not there, it doesn't come there. So you see students going ahead to pay that school fees, but they have applied for NEL fund. So I don't know if the money finally comes to school, but the students have already paid the school fees, and you know, this is a loan you pay after graduation. So this loan are accumulating, whereas the students are not using it. So for me as a president, you know, I promote NEL fund, I recommend NEL fund, but then to be honest with you,
it's not the best.
It's not the best alternative because it doesn't come fast, and then I think the structure should be reviewed because it doesn't come when it's being needed. So, but then we'll let that aside and we'll be working with indigenous philanthropists, getting scholarship for our students over here, and by God's grace, they've been working for us, and yeah. I think that's an alternative.
Before I move to other issues, I wanted to, the crisis in your campus, how were you able to manage that crisis when that increment issue occurred?
Okay, it was not easy. It was not easy, and I think I called for none less than 20 meetings.
20 meetings.
20 meetings, online and offline. As regards to that,
students,
student leaders and students. Yet, as SUG, we have our means. We have in each class we have influential students. We have class reps. We have assistant class reps, and then we have political, like students who are into politics, but like students who want to aspire for positions. So we have different groups in every class. So we and these are people that their voice matters in the class. So I had up to 20 meetings with them, online and physical meetings, talking about the school fees review and how the students felt it. That period wasn't easy, but then we approached it with let me say mature steps. The first 5 meetings we had were online, and then I found out that the agitation was much. The agitation was much, especially in the class groups. And I see some persons creating groups, protest groups. You get, so we had to call for a physical meeting. We called for a physical meeting with class stakeholders, and when they came around, we explained the situation on ground to them and what we've done. And how best we could go about this. So we got their points and their class agitations, what their classmates have been talking about in the class group. So we got these information. It helped us in the advocacy. You understand? I think the meeting was more than 20. It's more than 20, but then the bottom line is that we were strategic in our consultations, and we never left any stone untouched. Every single student that aired their view, their suggestion. We even created a Google form where students lay their concerns about the school fees increments, and you see students saying if it exceeds this amount, I'm dropping out. See students saying if it exceeds this amount, I'm not coming back to school. If it exceeds this amount, I can pay. So we use different means to understand our students' plight, and we got a lot of data, and then it helped us. That's why it's as if the situation was handled amicably between the management and the students, even though the students, some students are still not happy with how it went, but then I believe the majority, because we can't carry everybody along obviously, but we carry the majority along, and then we're able to come to a common ground. We even had meetings after we resumed. We had meetings after we resumed, explained every single thing. The main thing is that I carried the student along. At no point was I compromised. I heard a rumor early last month that they gave me I think 100 million naira for this increment.
Is that true? Because I was going to ask you that.
I was going to ask you that. I heard that they gave me 100 million naira to increase.
So how much were you giving?
No, when I heard the accusation, I told the student she should come close. He came. I took out my phone, and then I have 3 banks. I have my OPay, my Access Bank, and my First Bank. So he went through my transactions since I became president. To that very day. I told him, please, yes, I know you hear things, and you as a student, that is another thing I've learned about students. They like assumption. The last thing students would like to do, like they say, this cap, I'm the one that kept this cap here. They can't come to you and ask you, I don't want to keep this cap. It will keep spreading. I hear this one that kept that cap. So I was like, when you hear something, I'm very social, I'm very jovial. People felt once it becomes president, black pride, but I still kept it aside. I'm still in the hostel, university hostel. So I'm very accessible to students. No. I told them I'm going to stay in the hostel when I win the election, so that I could feel your pain, so that you could come to my door any day, knock, and and complain to me, and we see how we're going to go about it. So I told the students, he went through my phone and everything, and then I told him, please and please, because just little accusation goes viral and then it goes on to tint your image. So I told him, please and please, nobody gave me any money, and even if they gave me any money at any point, I rejected. Because there's no amount you will give me now.
Okay, so
there's no amount that will get me where I want to be in life.
Let's get it clear. Attempts were made to give you money and you said no.
No, not from the school management. Not from the school management.
You can't say?
Yeah, I can't say, but what was from school management.
So at the end of the day, what you're saying is that you didn't collect any money?
No, not at all.
Not at all. All right, let's run along to other issues. We'll still come back to your campus, but let's look at an issue that concerns the youth. And a lot of times when we talk about this issue, it has to do with when we talk about civic education and responsibility of students as nation builders. You see that a lot of youths are not interested when it comes to their civic responsibilities in terms of election. In fact, part of the data available is that your campus, for example, that the turnout of students who wants to either get their voters card or those who have their voters card is so low.
Okay.
They don't want to participate in election matters. They don't care about who gets elected and who gets to be their president or their governor. They really care.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Let me say there's a change, there's a sweep in the usual. Let me use my election for example. My election last year, 30th of July 2025, was the most contested election in the history of Aneke. We were 10 persons that went for position of the president. We were 10, and I was the youngest. We were 10 persons that went for a particular position, presidency. The normal has always been 2 persons, highest 3 people, but then we were 10. So ever since then, it boils down to the parliamentary elections. You see students having that urge, that willingness to participate, to change policies, to be involved in policy making. Because I don't need to tell students are obviously aware that every single policy affecting them on campus today involves student leaders. So any policy affecting you today, that water is sold for 200 naira on campus or 300 naira on campus, a student leader was involved in that decision. So when you elect people who don't care about you, who don't have your interests at heart, it must affect you. So ever since my election till now, I've seen students eager to participate in the elections. You see, even forming different associations. I think last month 3 new associations were formed in my campus. I think Cross River Students Association, Cross River Students Association, I think Cross River, and I think some of these states, 3 associations were formed, and they did their election and it was contested. So ever since the last presidential election in Nigeria, I've seen my students wanting to be part of leadership, wanting to get involved. So there was a Google link, because I'm a nursing student, we work with data, we care about our patients, and just like as a leader you should care about your people. So I work with data, so we created a Google link last month, starting of February. So we asked how many people, students who have their voters card and students who don't have, and those who are willing to get, and those who don't care about getting voters card on next year's election. And then I think through the data, I think those that had their voters card, we are up to 40%, and those willing to get their voters card, I think was on an increase, I think 45%. And then those who don't care about election, getting voters card, I think 20-something%. And then working with this now, it shows that 20-something% can still be influenced. With the way things are going in Nigeria, that 20-something% obviously will still be influenced. And this is not even a time to blame the government. This is a time, a call for action. Come to the election, go vote, protect your vote. And then, to be honest with you, that narrative about Aneke is no longer the modern day reality. That of the past. Because ever since 2023, the presidential election till date, I've seen that rise in political enthusiasm. I've seen that urge to get involved in politics, in leadership in my university as a whole.
All right. So what you're telling us in essence is that you've been mobilizing your students to get involved in issues around the election, register, get their PVCs and all that.
Yeah, and sorry, I forgot to say, some of the scholarship we funded, we funded it through voters card. We want to know those who have their voters card, and then you see anybody that got the scholarship had their voters card. So the only thing what I found out is that most of them, their voters card is at home, and then some of them don't know where these voters cards are. And some of them were not of age to get voters card during the last election, which now I just like I said earlier, that's before. If any voters card registration or anything comes up this anytime this year in my campus, I can guarantee you that at least we can get over 10,000 voters card active voters card, because I think the age range in my campus currently as of today is from 19 to 40. Yeah, 90 to 40 years. That's the range in my campus now. And unlike last election where we had 17 year students, we have 18, we have more on the age last year, last section during the last election, because I think that was when there was an increase in people jumping primary 6, people jumping SS2 to but now I think I don't know what the federal government did, but then it's on the minor now. It's on the minor because because my school are 18 years to 40 years now.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been speaking to Bethel Chimugo, who is the Student Union President of University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. And we've been looking at the next gen leaders, how students are shaping the future. Honorable Bethel, we've been talking about the happenings and apathy, and you've assured us that the awareness in your school now is on the increase. Now let's look at the issue around leadership. In fact, presently, Rep. Honorable Dasuki is asking for 17% inclusion of youths in leadership. Let me get your opinion on that. Youth participation in leadership in Nigeria.
70% is actually huge.
Okay.
It's very huge. I don't know about Nigeria, but then I feel that Nigeria can never inculcate youths into leadership. You get it? Because during my election, like I said, I'm the youngest SHG president. There's this how will I call it, stereotype that youths are not experienced, that they have to undergo mentorship. They need to learn from the elders before they could be able to lead. Then I have found out that these youths, when given opportunity, they always outdo the old men.
They always
outdo the experienced leaders or old men, whatever they call them. This youth, because a youth in leadership has this urge to go far. He or she knows that this is not his last position. He knows he has to aspire for that position, and he knows he has to prove a point now, so that he could, during the future, he could be able to get whatever he wants. And then, but you see, these old men, sometimes some of these positions are their last position, so they just want to pack that generational wealth, just do away and leave the office. Yes, because I have seen young leaders. I have seen when I say young leaders, people less than 40, because for me, once you're above 40, you're not a youth, you're no longer a youth. But in student leadership, like in NANS, you see persons who are 50-something years still calling themselves student leaders, and it's very pathetic.
Do you still attend NANS meetings?
Yeah, I'm actively involved in NANS because I feel we are the next generation. I feel.
So how do you cope with the old men in NANS?
It's very sad, to be honest with you. It's very sad because then they always feel this sense of entitlement. I must mentor you. You must go under me. You must consult me. All these archaic ways of leadership. You must go through me. You must consult me as a god, as a deity. Why you to be consulted? I can get advice from you. I can seek to be mentored by you, not you. Like it's a must. You must consult me as a deity. So going back to what you asked, getting youth involved in leadership, if it's possible, to be taken to 100%. taking it to 100%. The older ones can advise us from the sideline. Or leadership in Nigeria can be fashioned in a way that you must be like you must have a mentor before going into leadership. You must be mentor, because it's not always what you see from the outside. I must speak from experience. It's not always what you see from the outside. As an average student or as an average Nigerian, you always think that when I get there, I'll get everything done. These people are just there to eat money. They don't care. But then when you go in there, when you finally get the opportunity, you find out that it's not just that they want to eat money or that they are incompetent. They don't want to do anything. Their force is there. And it worries me, because leadership in Nigeria still has a long way for us to improve, for us to head to the global standard. We need a lot of reinforcement, and we need a lot of reforms, because you get to see that there are stakeholders, people they call stakeholders. This is something that bothers me, and it annoys me so much, that people who you've held this position for like 10 years and you are out. Can't you just go about your daily life and leave it alone? Why are you still hovering around calling yourself a stakeholder? You see, you are influencing decisions. Like, okay, let me sorry, I'm bringing this in. An SCG election, I won't call this school. An SCG election, the person that was made president, because he was elected by the student, that was made president, every single decision he makes, he isn't even the one making decisions. He's just a frontliner. They always tell him what he's going to do. So we see him when he was coming, very promising with his manifestos. I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do that. So when they finally give him that power, because he was the least person to be, so when they give him the power, he comes in, and then every policy he makes, you see, after bro, nobody see, they tell us that time, if you follow us, you'll be activists. Small thing, you tell us more this, why you need to do all these things now? He tells you, you won't understand. And then that you won't understand goes back to a lot of things happening at his back. And that same election, I was there because I knew I was going to come out for president, so I was trying to put myself in line to know what's going on. Yeah, position myself. So he told me that he was made to take an oath. For him to win that election, he was going to take an oath, and that they were going to produce him once he takes that oath, because out of all the aspirants, nobody refused to take the oath. So he took the oath to abide by their rules, because he was the least expected. So when he won, every single thing he was doing, he was just the front line, and they were telling him every single thing he would do.
So he didn't take an oath?
No. Just like I said, we are 10. So we were 7 that went to the pool. 2 were disqualified. 1 was disqualified. The other 2 stepped down for an opponent. So we were 7. So they didn't know. How would I put it? They didn't have a clue of who was going to win. If you throw your eggs on this, if you throw all your eggs in this basket, you don't know if this person is going to win. So we are 7. So my election was by God's grace. You get, because I was the least expected. I was the least popular. Let me not use the word poorest, but then I didn't have money as of them. But then I utilized.
But you had a godfather.
No, up till now I don't have a godfather. So when people normally stakeholders are angry with me. They're like, who advises you? Who you always run on to? But then I believe that if you want a mentor, you should have a mentor, not a godfather. Someone you look up to, someone you ask questions, not someone you are under. When you are under someone, your every action must be influenced by that person. Every action must be influenced. But when someone is mentoring you, you go for guidance, sir. Please, I want to do this. Do you think it's right? When you were in this shoe, how did you do it? Not Godfather. When somebody is your God, you know the meaning of God. When somebody is your God and somebody is your father, you don't even have a voice of your own. You don't even have the power to make decisions on your own. But when somebody is mentoring you, your mentor cannot enforce anything on you. He suggests, he tells you, see, when I was this, if it were me, this is how I approach this, and then you are your own, because I believe in when you gather information, you sit and dilute it. So I believe in mentorship than godfatherism. Godfatherism is something that needs to be eradicated from Nigeria. There's this I don't know, I've forgotten the book where I read this from in the olden days, how badly that we are persecuted. A pit filled with lions, where once you're a corrupt leader, you have been thrown inside there and you die with every of your bad character, everything dies with you there.
You feel we should replicate that in the Nigeria of today?
Yeah, I think it should be replicated. We need these godfathers to live. Right. We need these godfathers to live.
All right, let me get your opinion or your view on Nigeria of today. How do you see Nigeria?
Okay, if you ask me, I would love to reserve my statement, because every single Nigerian today all have the same thing in mind. You see the city boy movement going on, you see the village boy movement, you see everything. It's just as if Nigeria is a joke, to be honest with you. I think, was it in Zamfara State that I saw palliatives being shared to people, and you see them celebrating the government, forgetting what we've been through. I'm not, I shouldn't, let me be very clear. I am not I don't have any grudges or anything against the current leadership or the next leadership. I don't have, but then I just feel like Nigerians I think our hunger or rather the poverty in Nigeria is on a purpose. I personally feel that this poverty can be eradicated, but due to political reasons and political intentions and ambitions, this poverty in Nigeria is there for a purpose. Because you see Nigerians complaining about leadership, and then when election approaches, they share you palliative, they give you rice. All of a sudden, you've forgotten the suffering for the past 4 years, for the past 8 years, because of a bag of rice. Because of it goes on to show you that the average Nigerian, their stomach is their, like, let me say, their brain is in their stomach. So once you flow, when the stomach is dry, they rant. Once you feel the stomach, that which is their brain, they follow you. Yes, I no offense to any political party or any leadership, but then I feel that Nigerians actually know what they are doing, and for us to change the narrative in Nigeria, we need to get loose of our stomach. We need to get rid of our stomach. We need to start thinking from our head. But you see youths on social media, everything is content in Nigeria. Every single thing is content in Nigeria. Okay, see the city boy movement now. Everybody is turning into content. If it were you in that situation, you will collect. That's not meant to be debated on. It's not meant to be a debate. It's not meant to be something used for fun. You should hold these people accountable. You should. Where are your conscience?
Okay, better. Let me be a little bit direct. When the city boy movement gets to your doorstep at Aneke, what will be your position?
Okay, as a student leader, like I said, as a student leader, your primary goal is to protect the interests of your students, and then if any movement that protects the interest of my students, you come to me as a president. I want you to do this for us. I want you to do this for us. I present mine. I want you to help us renovate our hostels. I want you to give my students scholarship. I want you to help us renovate our classrooms. I want you to if you can do this for me, if you can do this, that is provided. This is my primary sector. If you can help me get things in place, why not? But then if you are just to give me money, join, and then I'm wealthy now, I deceive these people. No, I can't do that.
Okay,
I can't do that.
It has to be a trade by barter.
Thank you so much.
Give me this, and then you will join the city boy movement if they do all that for you.
Not like I will join if you help me make my work easier. If you because I believe that they're not there for the betterment. They're just there to show boast wealth and buy these votes for me. But then if I don't know how to put this, but then if this money, the money these people are spending can actually be used to carry out projects. Like in my school now, okay, water issue, these people can come do water issue. You don't even need to ask me to join any city boy movement. Student, this is the person that made us have access to free water. What is city boy? Anybody who answers city boy in the campus? Student, this is the person that renovated our hostel. Okay, and he says his name is city boy movement.
And if village boy movement comes and give you water, everybody answers village boys.
Once you solve our problem for us, we have problems.
Okay.
So once you solve the problem for us, students work with evidence. You don't need to buy them food. Like, okay, for my students, my campus, we have more professional courses here. So it's not everybody can be a president of Aneke, to be honest with you. I always tell people this. Not everybody. We have more of professional courses, people that think abstract. You see law students debating me over discussing about me. You see medical students discussing about me. You see different perspectives coming from different angles. You see these people talking about my presentation. You see these people talking about how I work. You see these people talking about how I interact with students. You see, they don't judge you from some perspective you think or where you are looking at. See them judging you from where you least expected, from your little actions. So leadership in Aneke and students in Aneke are critical students. These are professional students, and kudos to our lecturers here who are equipping us for the future. But then I just feel, I know and I feel that once there's an evidence, once you are really impacting this student's life.
All right, then better. Do you think that the youths of today will do better than the present leadership that we have in Nigeria if entrusted with leadership?
Yes, they can, if there's no Godfather.
They can if there's no
Godfather. If there's no oath before the person becomes president. If there's no cabal, there's no inner caucus that made him or her president. If he was elected by the majority, if he was elected by the Nigerian citizens, I tell you that any president that goes there, anybody that goes there that wins the election free and fairly through majority vote, the person must make an impact. But when you are being placed there, do you know what it means to be president of Nigeria? You know, stakeholders, people you need to consult, and then when you consult these people, you are not consulting them. They don't need your money. They only need, when you get there, that's access, that's influence you give them. Just, they don't need your money. How much do you want to give stakeholders? So I believe that the youth can do better in leadership if they have been elected by majority. There's no oath taking, there's no godfatherism, there's no, the person just goes there, wins, which is not possible. But then I believe that this is the only way. Even these old men, they can actually do better if there's no, all these terms and conditions are not there. Because I have been there. I have witnessed these things. You must align yourself. They call it alignment. You must align yourself, and then they deliver you.
Okay, you align yourself and they deliver you. Let's track back a bit. When we look at the past leaders of Nigeria, you see the likes of Nnamdi Azikiwe, you talk about M.Y. Wara and the rest of the people that led Nigeria, Yakubu Gowon. They were all youths, and they did well. Perfect. How come in Nigeria today it seems that the youths are so distracted by mundane things, such as we have a lot of our youth in quick make money syndromes, schemes, yahoos and all that, far away from the age when youth led this country and Nigeria shined? Where do you think we get it wrong?
Okay, for me, I'm someone that strongly believes that Nigeria will get better.
Okay.
I strongly believe, what they call generation, Gen Z generation. There's a generation it will get to. There's a generation, I believe, there's a generation it will get to. Generation that is very intentional. If you look at Nnamdi Azikiwe's generation, that was just, it still boils down to that godfatherism. That was when we still won that war. So there was no structure, there was no good godfatherism. Things were still starting afresh. All when these persons came into office and they had no influence, they had no, like, those back cabals influencing their decisions. They were making decisions from their hearts and for the betterment of the people. But over the years, cabals have been mobbing up. You see someone, I was meant to be the president, but I stepped down for this person, so therefore I stepped down for you. I now have access in your decision making. So that was how this cabal started forming till the Nigeria we have today. So I believe that maybe in our generation, God can use a lot of us, because I've been going for movements. Yesterday we played our novelty match involving all SG presidents in Nigeria. Yeah, and we in partnership with NANS National. So we interact. I see potential Nigerian leaders amongst our SG presidents. You see people who want to live the normal. You see people who want to be extraordinary. But then something is limiting them. And that is how it's going to continue until the end of time, or maybe end of this generation. This generation is being wiped out. So I believe that we have a generation is coming. Yes, I'm very hopeful. A generation is coming, but before that generation will stand up and get rid of these old men, get rid of these godfathers, and you can be able to win election with the people's vote. And not you must meet after you don't meet this person, meet all these people. There's no meeting that you are meeting. No, they don't want your money. They just want that access, that agreement.
All right, better. Let me get your opinion on a couple of issues. One of such is on security challenge in Nigeria.
Okay, I think I was on TikTok the day before yesterday, because I love what people, since this election issue, people have been engaging on TikTok, pouring out their what they feel, their annoyance and their points, their opinions. So I saw this, I have forgotten the guy's name. He was talking on security. He said that the Nigerian security sector can improve security under 1 month. You can improve security in Nigeria less than 1 month. But then still boils out to this godfatherism. People who open how will I put it? People that head associations to disrupt peace of the country. So when disrupting the peace, when you negotiate with them, they'll find their way into power. You get, so every single thing happening in Nigeria, every single security issue we're facing in Nigeria can all be eradicated in less than 1 week. Let me not even call 1 month. Less than 1 week. We all know people heading this crew. We all know people. Okay, see in Enugu now, under the leadership of our excellent governor, Peter Simba, you've seen a huge improvement in security. to be honest with you, a huge improvement in security. You see satellite street surveillance camera everywhere around Enugu State, and the day we went to the government house, to the controls unit, we saw everything about Enugu being displayed. You see every part of Enugu being displayed. You see anybody that carries out any act, you get to catch the person easily. So this can only be possible because our governor is intentional about security. I think when he emerged office, that year he emerged office, there were security issues in Soka and some part of Nigeria, part of Enugu. Then until he became intentional about the security issues, he took the security issue in Enugu very serious and intentional. I can't remember the last time someone was robbed in Enugu metropolis. I can't remember the last time someone was kidnapped in this metropolis, apart from probably, let's say, you are heading out of Enugu, some of these borders, but it's still on the decline. But then you see, he's very intentional about security. Why? Because there are lesser godfathers in Enugu. This is something what I was able to understand. There are lesser godfathers in Enugu. But then for the security in Nigeria can be improved in less than 1 week, less than 1 month, if the Nigerian government is intentional and if they are ready to get rid of these godfathers.
All right. Now let's look at another issue. Are you conversant with the issues around the electoral amendments? We are looking for transmission in real time. You're a student leader. Let me get, what was the opinion of your students on that issue? Were they part of the people who are clamoring for a transmission in real time?
To be honest with you, Chief, everybody wants a real-time transmission. Every single person wants a real-time transmission because it's this real-time transmission being let me say or not being rejected or something poses a huge question on how free and fair this election is going to be. So I was conversing, like I said, I stay in the hostel. I was conversing with my students. We are watching Chelsea match. So I think someone brought it up. Someone was like, how is Premier League able to transmit this match in real time? Because I think one person was using live score, and then they scored a goal in the live score, but it hasn't showed on the television. The person shouted goal, so we all thought he was lying. And then next few seconds, they scored on the television. So we now drifted back to Nigeria. We're like, this is the real time transmission. You vote, we are all seeing it. How hard is it? Even Enugu and some of Nigerian professional football are being transmitted live. You can watch them on NTA. Nigerian professional football. So it doesn't mean that they can't borrow. Okay, let's say we don't have. So let me even go that side. You know how many billions that is budgeted for next year's election. So can't these cameras or these machines be borrowed from these football clubs? I'm not talking about outside Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigerian professional football. Can't these cameras or haven't we advanced
to leverage on the technology?
I don't know why it's being questioned, but for me, that's no problem. If you believe you can win election, why can't the result be transmitted real life? We argued lengthily that day. And so you see some students saying there's no network in some part of Nigeria, that when you go to Zamfara, I think one said it's from Benue, that where he lives, that whenever he goes on holidays, he can't come online, that he needs to, either he uses Wi-Fi or that he goes to the city, like when he goes to buy something, that's one time he can access Wi-Fi, he can access data. Or like, so do you need to tell me that in 2026 there's no network in Benue? In 2026 there's no network in Benue? It's not possible. It's not possible. And you see these students raising the argument, trying to show you the fact that seriously there's no network in all these parts of the country. But then it still boils down to our budget. The next election budget can fix satellites in every corner of Nigeria. This election budget, let's leave the budgeting for the ballot and everything. Let's just use it and set network in Nigeria. Can't you even work with MTN? Can't the federal government work with MTN or Airtel? Give them projects, make sure they cover everywhere. This is no problem. I just see it as an ulterior motive, as an agenda, because it's not an issue. Real-time transmission of election of results is not an issue at all.
All right, let's track back a bit better. Going back to your school, let's assume there are no cameras here in the halls when you watch football and all that. What's your students' assessment? What they say about Nigeria?
Okay, I converse with students a lot, I converse with them a lot because I stay in the hostel. You see them, they have access to my room. They come to my room anytime we converse. So someone was like, the University of Nigeria is a mini Nigeria. Like, the University of Nigeria is a mini Nigeria. So, or like, what do you mean? Talk to me. They started narrating everything that similar things happen in Nigeria, happen in our university. And then it goes on to show you, to answer this question, because I kudos to my school management. They are doing fantastic job. They are doing fantastic work. But then, you know, you can't solve every problem. You can't solve every problem. But then there are some vital problems that need urgent attention. But then when these urgent attentions are not, when they are not met, it still boils down to a lot of things. I rather not say anything. But then I just want to use what I just said now to explain a bit that a student said that he sees the university as a mini Nigeria. So,
all right. Just in 1 minute before we finally go, if you're told to assess your leadership of your school, what would you be?
My leadership as a president of the university.
Yes.
Okay. To my students, I've been in office 5 months plus now, getting to 6 months, and one thing that I believe about leadership is how intentional you are. How you really care about these students. Okay, I stay in the hostel. That's accessibility alone is something I know these students really appreciate. You see the students run to your room around 8 a.m. to lay a complaint, even as late as 9 p.m. to lay a complaint. Just the fact that he knocked and you were able to open the door. Even if after the complaint, even if you don't do anything, he's satisfied. Even before I came for this program, like I said, I went to class. So when I went in to change to come for this program, someone knocked, then they complained, and immediately I was able to put calls across. And then after, this was very happy. Please do get, thank you so much. And then this is something that I've been in this school for like 5 years now. This is something that has never been. It's something that's never been in student leadership. He said that once these students win this election, they go to off-campus, these are BTC, that's where they stay. They go to the BTC, some of them go as far as, they just come to school when there's important activity or attendance, they just come and leave. But then my style of leadership, which I know this is something, a skill that I have, I'm very jovial, and that accessibility is something that this student have been enjoying. And then timely intervention, something's happening in your hostel, the governor calls me, I get there next 2 minutes. 2 minutes is even too much. I get there, and then that students see my presence there. After the presence is there, don't worry, to get solved. Even if I don't do anything, they are so happy. But then I still, I know that more can come, and we're working on a lot of things. We've been writing partnership to, we've been writing for partnership and sponsorship from a lot of associations where we tend to carry out projects in our campus. I have a lot of plans, and if by God's grace, I'm using this medium to talk to people watching me. If you are someone that student unionism, or you have the student interest at heart, and you really are looking for how to help students or where to come in, the University of Nigeria campus is open for you. You can come and help us carry out projects. I need to put smiles on the face of these students, and I can't wait to do that. I believe that before the end of my tenure, I can never leave Aneke the same way I met it. Thank you so much.
All right, and that's the much we can take for today on The Insight. And we've been speaking to Bethel Chimugo Okolo, SCG President of the University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. Mr. Bethel, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on The Insight.
Thanks so much.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about everything we've discussed with Bethel, the SCG President of University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on YouTube, Facebook. Till we come your way same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Nigeria Army issues warning over possible multiple suicide bombers in Maiduguri. 26 injured in Abuja-Kaduna train collision. UNICEF delivers 600 million naira nutritional aid to Bauchi State. Details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has pledged to stabilize Nigeria's struggling media sector by reviewing tariffs on essential press materials. Speaking at an interfaith dinner with the Nigerian Press Organization, he promised to reduce or remove duties on newsprint, printing chemicals, and broadcast equipment, which currently attract taxes of up to 10%. The president described the media as an indispensable partner in Nigeria's economic stability and pledged fiscal assurance and support to safeguard democracy. He emphasized that affordable access to information is central to national development. Beyond tax relief, the government is tackling the dominance of global technology giants which scrape proprietary content to train AI models, bypassing digital paywalls and cutting local media's potential advertising revenue by an estimated 70%. President Tinubu directed the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission to investigate these practices. Information Minister Idris added that discussions will make the whole group like Meta and Google, which are underway to ensure fair contributions to the Nigerian economy, stressing that foreign firms will no longer profit from local content without returning value to the industry. Professor Joash Amupiton, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, has emphasized that electoral integrity is critical to Nigeria's national security. Addressing the alumni association of the National Institute for Security Studies in Abuja, he said that free and fair elections depend on a peaceful environment and robust collaboration with security agencies. Amupiton highlighted that the transparency of the electoral process is essential for long-term stability and democratic consolidation. He called for early engagement and planning, particularly as Aneke prepares for the 2027 general elections. The Institute's President Mike Ejiofor underlined the need for specialized training for top electoral and security officers, stressing that managing elections for over 200 million citizens requires coordinated intelligence and operational readiness. Aneke affirmed its commitment to innovative technologies that protect the sanctity of the vote. Both organizations pledged sustained dialogue to ensure that future elections serve as instruments of national unity, not sources of instability. The Nigerian Army has warned an urgent warning following a suicide bombing in Maiduguri that killed 23 and injured 108 others on Monday evening. Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, spokesperson for the Northeast Joint Task Force, confirmed that suspected Boko Haram operatives targeted crowded areas, including the post office, Monday Market, and the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital entrance. The attacks occurred during 7:05 p.m. in the evening, coinciding with iftar. Military intelligence indicates additional suicide bombers may still be in the city, prompting intensified patrols by Operation Hadinkai in coordination with the police explosive ordnance disposal unit. Authorities have condoned off affected areas, while emergency responders continue evacuations to specialist hospitals. Residents are urged to remain vigilant, avoid crowded locations, and report suspicious individuals or unattended items immediately. The military condemned the attacks as deliberate attempts to incite mass panic. Lieutenant Colonel Obari affirmed the commitment of troops to protect Maiduguri, stressing that ongoing operations aim to apprehend remaining suspects and restore public safety. The Nigerian Railway Corporation confirmed that 26 people were injured after a train collision on the Abuja-Kaduna corridor Monday morning. The incident involved the KA2 Kaduna-bound service near Asham Station at approximately 9:16 a.m. when a power car and trailing locomotive collided with a passenger coach. A total of 481 people were on board, including 429 passengers and 52 staff members. The corporation's managing director, Kayode Opeifa, stated that none of the coaches derailed, though injuries were reported across the manifest. Preliminary investigations indicate a technical failure involving the train's couplers, with the recent addition of a locomotive potential contributing to the incident. Damaged cars were attached at skin, allowing the remainder of the train to continue to Idu Station with the 38-minute delay. Operations have resumed with the service recovery ongoing. The corporation assured that a full investigation into the mechanical integrity of its fleet is underway while focusing on the medical care and recovery of the 26 injured victims. Nigeria's healthcare system is under severe strain as the country now has only 4 doctors per 10,000 citizens, far below the World Health Organization's recommended minimum of 10. Speaking at the 2026 UK Global Health Summit in London, Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiako Salako, warned that mass migration of the medical professionals is eroding the nation's capacity to respond to public health needs. Salako said Nigeria loses roughly $200,000 in public training investment for every doctor who emigrates. Between 2021 and 2022, over 13,000 Nigerian workers relocated to the United Kingdom, transferring critical resources from a strained domestic system. In response, the federal government launched the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, increasing medical school admissions by 160% between 2023 and 2025. Similar expansions were made for nursing and pharmacy programs. The government is also engaging the global diaspora of 150,000 health professionals. Coordinated medical missions from the UK, US, and Canada set to strengthen Nigeria institutions and share critical skills, with Salako stressing that global health security depends on ethical recruitment and local capacity building. Nigeria is facing a worsening Lassa fever outbreak, with fatalities rising from 99 to 109 in a single week. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, reported a current case of 23.2% up to 18.7% during the same period in 2025. 18 states affected, with 86% of cases concentrated in Bauchi, Ondo, Taraba, Benue, and Edo, Bauchi accounting for 28% of infections. Medical personnel are among the victims, with 37 healthcare workers infected in the first 9 weeks of 2026. The NCDC has activated incident management systems in Kebbi, Kano, and Gombe while conducting field missions to high-burden areas. Challenges include poor sanitation and rising treatment costs, which delay hospital presentations. Authorities are urging communities to adopt preventive measures, focusing on sanitation and avoiding contact with items contaminated by rodents, the primary vector for Lassa virus transmission. Public awareness campaigns remain a key defense strategy against the outbreak. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has launched its 2026 Eid al-Fitr Special Patrol Operations nationwide, running from March 17th to March 22nd. Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed directed full deployment of personnel and logistics to manage the holiday travel surge and minimize road traffic incidents. A 24-hour presence will be maintained on critical corridors, supported by ambulances, tow trucks, and patrol motorcycles for rapid emergency response. Officers are tasked with enforcement, strict compliance against speeding, overloading, dangerous overtaking, and mechanical deficient vehicles. Advanced tools, including radar guns and breathalyzers, will enhance enforcement with coordinated operations along the Nigerian police to ensure smooth traffic flow. Motorists are advised to ensure vehicle roadworthiness and adhere to regulations during travel. FRSC will provide the live travel updates via National Traffic Radio 107.1 FM. The Corps emphasized public cooperation, stressing that combined enforcement, awareness, and high visibility aim to guarantee a safe and accident-free Salah celebration for all Nigerians. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Nigeria Army issues warning over possible multiple suicide bombers in Maiduguri. NRSC confirms 26 injuries in Abuja-Kaduna rail crash. Coming up shortly, UNICEF delivers 600 million naira nutritional aid to Bauchi State. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has delivered 600 million naira worth of nutritional supplements to the Bauchi state government to combat rising child malnutrition. The shipment includes over 4,500 cartons of ready-to-use therapeutic food, RUTF, and more than 15,000 cartons of lipid-based nutrient supplements. This initiative was funded through a matching grant where Bauchi State contributed 300 million naira, doubled by the Child Nutrition Fund. Dr. Luzat Rafiq, chief of UNICEF Bauchi Field Office, warned that 16% of children under 3 are undernourished, with over 80% in IDP camps affected by malnutrition and anemia. Deputy Governor Awal Jato, representing Governor Bala Muhammad, assured strict monitoring to ensure supplies reach vulnerable children. RUTF will treat severe acute malnutrition in children up to 5 years old, while lipid-based supplements will focus on prevention in infants. Bauchi State has pledged 500 million naira for 2026 to sustain the program. UNICEF emphasized that consistent partnership with state government is crucial to addressing the child hunger crisis in Nigeria. Nigeria is set to receive 129,000 metric tons of petrol and diesel between March 14th and March 17th, 2026, arriving at Lagos and Calabar ports. The vessel, Monsumola, delivered 20,000 tons of petrol to Lagos on Sunday, while the Bora is expected to offload 27,000 tons on Tuesday. Despite the new supply, market experts caution that prices are unlikely to fall, while global Brent crude remains above $100 per barrel. Consumers continue to face pump prices exceeding 1,200 naira per litre, following Dangote Refinery's recent gantry price increase to 1,175 naira. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority clarified that no new import licenses were issued this year, attributing shipments to rollover licenses from last year and logistics delay in the Strait of Hormuz. Independent marketers welcomed the cargoes, noting that additional volume encourages competition. Labor unions and private sector leaders are calling for government intervention to prevent petrol from exceeding 2,000 naira per litre amid rising local transport costs and ongoing Middle East tensions. Food inflation in Nigeria jumped to 12.12% in February 2026, marking a 3.23% rise from January. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, staples including beans, cassava, yam, flour, and crayfish contributed to the spike. compounded by higher input costs for farmers. Month on month, food prices increased 4.69%, signaling volatility despite the annual inflation rate being lower than last year's 26.98%. Kogi and Adamawa states saw the highest price hikes, while Katsina recorded a slightly monthly decline. Farmers warn the high cost and insecurity may lead to reduced planting this season, potentially worsening shortages. Business leaders and organized private sector have stressed that structural issues such as transportation and energy costs remain key drivers of inflation. Analysts predict continued economic pressure on households as global energy costs rise. Experts call for coordinated government intervention to stabilize prices and support food security across Nigeria. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has summoned 94 candidates and several tertiary institutions over alleged examination malpractice and submission of fake certificates. The affected candidates include those involved in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination Registration and 2025 Direct Entry applicants flagged by their institutions. The board announced that virtual investigation panels will convene on Wednesday, March 18, 2026 at 10 a.m. Access passcode have been sent to candidates' registered phone numbers. JAMB warned that non-attendance will be treated as an admission of guilt. The board emphasized its commitment to upholding the integrity of Nigeria's tertiary admission process. Authorities confirmed that the panels will thoroughly review evidence and take appropriate action against candidates or institutions found culpable, reinforcing nationwide adherence to academic standards. Now in sports, the Nigerian Football Federation has proposed a $100,000 monthly salary for Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle, up from his current $50,000 but below his $130,000 request. The move reflects the Federation's goal to maintain budget discipline while ensuring continuity in team leadership. Chelle has justified his higher demand as covering the salaries of his technical staff and improving working conditions. He remains focused on preparing squad lists for upcoming international friendlies while seeking improved technical facilities, transport and accommodation. Sources indicate that if Chelle rejects the NFF offer, the Federation is prepared to search for another foreign manager. Nigerian Football Federation leadership has ruled out appointing a local coach, emphasizing its commitment to international expertise for the national team's next phase. The Federation stressed that negotiations remain open, but within fiscal limits, signaling a firm stance on balancing professional standards with responsible financial management. The Nigerian Cricket Federation will appoint Theophilus Ibodeme as head coach of the senior women's team, the female Yellow Greens, replacing Yeke Oyede. Oyede will transition to the men's senior team while the Federation searches for a higher performance manager. Ibodeme will be assisted by former national captain Blessing Team Ajala as the team prepares for the 2026 T20 International Invitational Tournament in Lagos. The squad selection involves 24 players competing for 14 final spots, blending experienced players with 8 newcomers. The tournament, running from March 18th, features Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and South Africa under-19 women's team, marking the first expanded edition and raising the competition's prestige. The Federation is simultaneously conducting youth clinics and grassroots initiatives aimed to strengthen Nigeria's role as Africa's hub for women's cricket while ensuring long-term talent development. Now in entertainment, DJ Copy has publicly paid tribute to her mother, Nana Otedola, with throwback photos and heartfelt praise. She highlighted her mother's unwavering support and protective guidance, emphasizing that one day is insufficient to celebrate her influence. The tribute comes amid speculation of tension between Nana Otedola and billionaire Femi Otedola, who reportedly unfollowed his wife on Instagram and skipped public Mother's Day and International Women's Day acknowledgement this year. Fans and media have linked Kupi's post to a subtle family rift, with her sister Temi Otedola's recent public question and answer fueling speculation. DJ Copy, however, reaffirmed her loyalty to her mother amidst ongoing public scrutiny. Observers know that Kupi's message underscores the daughter's position within family, signaling respect and support for Nana Otedola regardless of wider headlines or reported marital dynamics. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Army has issued a warning over the possible presence of multiple suicide bombers in Maiduguri, Borno State. The Army urged residents to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activities to security agencies to prevent potential attacks. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has confirmed that 26 passengers were injured following a collision involving an Abuja-Kaduna train. Emergency response teams were immediately deployed to provide medical assistance, and authorities are investigating the cause of the incidents. The United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, has delivered 600 million naira worth of nutritional aid to Bauchi State. The support aimed at combating malnutrition among children was handed over to the Bauchi State Ministry of Health, with the Commissioner, Dr. Mohammed Musa, highlighting its significance for vulnerable communities. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masawa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent herder-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing assets by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance houses, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, and beautiful people of Enugu, beautiful people of Nigeria. You are on to your best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. You can always, tune in, subscribe to our, social media, pages, and, drop your super comment and, be part of this conversation. And I remain your one and only beautiful host for today. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer. And today is kind of, I'm coming with the mood of a strategic, gist blower, for you today. But I always come here with my one and only sensational guest, and for today I have Miss Sandra with me. Sandra.
Hello people of Enugu, good morning. Gift Shushuloya, good morning. Thank you for having me here again.
Why are you blushing?
I'm always like this.
I don't know you to, but at the particular point in time, you just give me this. Remember, I'm a woman. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, moving over to my first gist for today, and I have this particular lady who, on social media, on X, she kept on lamenting, and I think I felt the pain because I've experienced it, twice or 3 times, where she said, I would take a shower, I would dress up, and I wear my perfume, and I will line my lips, and I will look beautiful, all radiant, and come to a public transport seated close to someone who smells like a chicken roller. And she will say, oh my God. She will, sit closer to someone who is all littered and dirty, haggard, coming out from a mechanic. And I'll be like asking myself, what is the essence of, coming out all this radiant? Have you felt this pain?
Who has not felt it? Who has not felt it before? Drivers these days, they don't care. They carry especially any driver. They carry anybody and anything.
One terrible experience I had is that I was dressed up and ready to go for a court section, and I was wearing white and black. So I think on the road exit, a mechanic, he was carrying this car engine, this thing, all dirty and everything, and was telling me shift.
And most of the time,
I was telling driver, please, can I let me a light from the bus? Like, I don't want to stay again.
You want to come down?
You must pay. Come on, go. Okay. I was like,
they don't care. They don't care. Sometimes they think they are mechanics that they are carrying. To be a mad person that they carried in the bus.
People, do you think that people, before they leave their house or leave their workplace, they should, have different attire for different movements? Like, some mechanics will just, for example, mechanics, because I've seen it a lot in buses. Some mechanics will not, have differentiate their work clothes and their virtual outdoor.
Even that virtual outdoor whatever is still mechanic. They can bend down and enter under any bus anytime. So even when they are just going to go, and most of the times if you see them in the bus, they want to go and buy one part that they don't have.
So because of the duty, the line of duty they have, they should always look dirty. Because I've seen some foreign mechanics.
Yes, now definitely with their jump,
their color. I'm asking, is there anything that is different from Nigerian car and foreign car? Because I don't understand, like, how will someone, a mechanic out there, you just see him coming out from workplace, he looks all good, and it doesn't look like it. Before you know that this person is actually working here, you'll be like, oh yeah, I work here. Do you understand? Yeah. But you see a Nigerian mechanic, you don't even need an ancestor or anything to tell you he's a mechanic.
Nigerian mechanics, most of them they are
great.
Have you looked at because I've seen some that are what you're talking about, wearing their jumpsuit and all that. They are some that have refused
to change in this life. That's all. They don't care again.
They don't care
at all. Like you said, it's foreign mechanic people. So these other ones, I feel like they do they have equipment.
Have you been to Ababa? Hey, have you seen their mechanics?
Oh my God! Go to Co Camp.
Now they all this thing. Like I don't think. Do you know? I'm not supposed to call I'm supposed to call Co Camp because
exactly that's not
A1. That's more reason why I don't follow that route. Like, it's very difficult for me because I don't want
like the name goes, coal camp. They camp full of coal.
But their job should not be something of stigmatization, but I think it's just the mode of dressing
that
makes it all look all dirty. Because it's just like when I was small, you say, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer. You see someone there, you cannot hear someone say, I want to be a mechanic.
Because they know how mechanics are.
But you see a mechanic, a well-structured mechanic who knows what he's doing any more than a doctor. But you never heard a child say, I want to really be a mechanic. That thing.
But did you notice that those ones that actually roll under the bus, that don't really have those those lifters that lift up the vehicle and they just carry their clean jumpsuit and go under the vehicle. You notice that those people don't know how to walk as well as these ones that just put skirt on and just go under the and even drink oil. They are very, very good at what they do. So most of the times you can't compare them.
So, but I've actually seen a guy that likes this mechanical engineering stuff, and he'll be like, you go and be an apprentice. No, I want to be a mechanical engineer. Like they don't want to. They don't want any daily moment for themselves. So I think there is a job stigmatization attached to this mechanic. I think it's just because of the way they look most times. Because I don't find myself
when you send your child, your son, and tell him I got raw mechanic, the person is already looking at the person that you want him to learn from, and it's like this dirty job. How is that sending me to go and do this type of thing?
And the way they speak, they have this, like I said, there's a very huge job stigmatization attached to this, and if it continues, I think in next coming years we may
have few of them.
Yes,
we won't have many people going into that field.
And over to my second gist for today, I have this trending issue. A young lady brought out. She said, I ended my 1-year relationship because we did it for a year. Everyone believed we end up together. One evening we went shopping for food. The vendor accidentally gave him extra change, and I noticed, I noticed it straight away, and he counted the money and smiled and said nothing. And I said, you give me, she actually gave him, more extra change. And he said, he shuddered and said it was her mistake, and from that he should.
What?
Yes, and he said it was a small money for her, but the message that she felt, and then part of that action, she said, no, I can't do this.
Even me self, I can't do this.
Why?
1 year relationship.
So why can't you do this?
How?
Do you think it's just maybe
that's like the father of my children, like in the next how many years?
Can you just judge him because of this one?
Definitely. Is it not from one Agucha one, after one you count two?
But God said you should not be a judge.
Leave that thing. Even the person that knows that God said that you should not steal, how did it? And he's looking at me and he's like, her mistake? I don't understand. You're supposed to be a model to me. He's the man now. Do you understand? He's like a model to me. How will he now make that kind of move? That's very wrong.
He's just trying to guide.
How will he teach my children? Her mistake.
He should be smart.
No, that person will teach my children how to carry gun.
No, I think this is just a smart move for him.
It's not a smart move. If somebody gives you too much change, please be a gentleman, be a human being. That person is struggling. That's somebody's business.
Let me ask you, with this your mentality, do you think you can survive in this current
Nigeria? I will survive.
Why and how? Why did you think
I will survive. There's always a room to show goodness to people. Especially if I want my own thing not to spoil. Do you understand? If you don't want somebody to show, if I have to steal from you, do you understand? Then don't steal from people. If not, armed robbers, when you open your business, armed robbers everywhere. They will call it's natural. That's how the world is wired. Do you understand?
Good getting no the key.
And that man will give birth to who look like him. And it's definitely not my first thought.
That was harsh.
No. So she actually thought about that
1 year relationship.
What was 1 year relationship?
5
years relationship.
Don't you feel that the fact that people will say a lot of things, coupled with the fact that you have been seen with this person and they know you guys, there's an assumption out there.
Is it those people that will live with that man?
No.
It's me that will live with him.
You didn't consider your emotional baggage that will be attached to
I will cry. I will cry.
Oh, so you cry?
But I'll be disappointed. No, I'll be disappointed.
So you
somebody I'm looking up.
You choose to go with the idea that you need to secure your children's future than
exactly.
The emotional.
It's not just about me. It's not just about me.
I think so many other women out there needs to be like you, because it comes with a lot that.
Don't be like me. just think. You understand? Some people, like this lady now, she thought, and for her to leave that relationship, it's possible. This is not the first time it's happening. She understand?
Yeah.
This is not the first. She may have seen signs, but this time around, he has looked at her and said,
Is
her mistake?
For me, I don't.
It's not a mistake for me.
But for me, it's not the biggest sign that I will look after just to determine if I should end a long-term relationship like this.
See, they will not say everything there. Me, I'm thinking, she told him, see what you did is wrong.
Yeah.
And he was like, it's not my fault, it's her mistake. Do you understand? Maybe, possibly, the discussion did not stop there. Do you get? And he's still not accepting that he was wrong.
Yeah.
When a guy doesn't accept that he's wrong, that's a big
red flag.
Not red flag, billboard. Like alert, red. No. I can't do that.
I mean, I think at this point I'm not feeling like I'm lying. I'm understanding.
Yes, please come to my side.
Yeah, come to.
We are standing on the same side.
Okay, moving over to my next gist is about the comedian Shank. She is a skit maker, Shank, the popular Shank. He came out to say, regardless of the Ferraris, the rubbish, I won't call my African giant the rubbish, but he just said the rubbish things, all this musicians are buying.
He said the rubbish things musicians buy.
No, he called my
musicians buy
Odogu rubbish. But he mentioned that the likes of Bovi, Basket Mouth are still richer than these musicians. And skitmaker Shank went on to say Nigerians, that forget the fact that these things, the musicians spend much money on this luxury.
On buying luxury.
But if you look deeper, he's trying to tell Nigerians, if you look deeper, you will see that these skit makers, these comedians are way richer than these musicians. Do you think it's that?
How?
Because
how are skit makers richer than musicians? How?
Yeah, this.
Maybe he needs to prove it to us, because it doesn't look like that to me. I don't believe that.
You
don't believe it at all.
But I think I believe, because if you check, these comedians have shifted from our normal norms of just going online to just they conduct shows, they stream online, they do all manner of things. They go extreme. Not like the musicians don't go extreme to promote music, but
maybe they are making money. Yes, they are making money also, but it's very. I don't think it's balanced to call to say that all musicians that they actually don't spend. They don't have.
Let me say, if they show that like most of the shows hosted, like names and musicians host their shows, the tickets are all out there. And if you are here, like as a woman being now, there are two shows in trending in Enugu. One is a laughter show, comedy show, and one is a music show. Which one would you prefer?
I'll go for a comedy show. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I will.
You go,
because laughter is the best medicine. But we're talking about skits here now. We're not talking about.
Most of it.
He's talking about skits.
The truth is that most of these comedians have now shifted. Like they don't only just do more of skits.
Do live comedy.
They do live comedy. They try to sell off their market. They just all wholly come out. They just try to go and get
people like Mr. Sabinus.
And the likes of Sabinus, the likes of Chukwuebuka, popularly known as the green shirt boy. So he's now moving out.
You do not call Ranjata.
That's the green shirt boy now.
What do you call him?
Chukwuebuka.
Are you serious? That's Brinjota's name.
Yes, he's an Igbo boy.
Amazing.
You don't know?
No, I know he's Igbo, but This is the first time I'm hearing his real name. Normally, it's Brain Jota. That mad person.
Are you a fan of Sabi or Brain?
I love all of them. I can't even pick. But I like Brain Jota a lot.
And which kind of craft what do you think you resonate more with Brain Jota?
His dance.
His dance?
His dance. And that guy know the shape him mouth. And he doesn't smile. He can get to anybody and get away with it.
I think one thing I like about Sabinus is that he can actually he doesn't need another person to be the fool. He just makes himself the fool, and that's it.
True.
I'm the fool. He doesn't need to tell you that I'm the fool.
True.
You know, with his behavior.
Don't worry, I learned my lesson. From my foolishness.
But I think I'm yet to see. I don't know if I've watched, but I'm yet to see Brain Jota land himself as the fool in comedy.
Sometimes he actually does.
Make himself the fool. I've tried, but I think in some I'm just trying to.
I'm trying to remember though. I have to think.
He's always
to remember.
I am the sharp guy.
He's always the one that
step ahead.
He's always the one that wins.
Sabinus is always
the loser every time.
Okay, moving over to my next gist. It's about I have a question, and I know you have a younger one at home, and I will ask: have you ever, imagine this narrative pushed out there that last borns are the most spoilt ones at home?
We cannot even argue that one.
Are you serious?
Yes, now.
Why?
Why? There are many reasons.
You have a terrible experience that made you think this way? Because
actually, why they are like that is because our parents were very young and vibrant when they started training us, waiting they'll flog us for this life. Then as we are now growing, these last ones that they gave birth to, they don't used to flog them. It's us that they use their youth to correct, to very, very well. But those last ones, they got tired, they don't even have strength. What they just give them is advice. So these last people, these last children, they are so lucky, and some of them take advantage of it.
It was the day my younger brother did something, and knowing the fact who my father is, I was just expecting. I was just saying, I'm waiting one corner. I was waiting to say that to him, and my father just said, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Like at that point, I felt disappointed. I felt like I was once an Omazi. I felt like my father was.
Oh my God! That's unfair. When I was an Omazi, did you flog me, sir? So you flogged me. So let this thing go round. Let it go around. This is not fair.
You just said that, and I was like,
you tell them to go and wash plates, and they will say, "Boy, is you that used to do it before?" And they will say, "Happy, Oga goes it too much. Oga goes okay." How?
And there's this thing my father always say. My new father will always say, correct Omazi. I'll be like, how is this you?
How? Why did you not
why did you not say this when you were shutting up? Like, why now?
It's not fair.
And then there's one that pained me the most, all in all, is that my younger brother has great when he was in secondary school, he was given a handset. My father would
in secondary school.
I don't remember my old father, and I said to myself, and do you know the excuse? He said, "Ima, these days we need we need."
I did not use phone. I did not use phone until I finished secondary school, and I remember the first phone I used was a small button phone. I remember I did not throw away that receipt of the phone. People bring phone to school then. And I said, don't worry, my future is better.
And when I remember the phone my brother is using now, and I compare it to what I used when I came out of secondary school, or not even when I was in secondary school, I feel hard. The pain went straight from my heart to my I feel your pain. But I have one question for my viewer out there, and the person who wins this gets something special from me, and it says, what's a 5-letter word that every man wants. It's mostly especially for my female viewer out there. I have something packaged for you, my winners. Go on to our official page to drop that comment, and my winner get something very special from me.
Please, please. This one, I know. Ask her. Wait, you should ask her. Is it one answer that there should be, or two?
As many as you can join.
Okay.
One answer is that I ask you. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. This thing, see, please, I need the single ones there. No, some people are excluded because they are used to this thing, so they know. In fact, they know they contribute to this thing, so I don't need them. I have my targeted audience there. So, but anyone, anywhere, I don't know you, but you can always drop there, and I will get something special for me. And this is my last question. I will say, aside money, what is the most valuable thing a father can actually pass down to his child?
Wow, very important question. There are countless things that a good father should pass down to his children, like a good name. A good name, very important. Then a good father also should pass down integrity.
Okay, but aside this, we know what's, but I just have one question for you. Have you ever felt, after defending a person, and you experience do the same thing that those ones that don't like that particular person, the reason why they stayed away from it? Have you ever experienced that kind of thing in life? Just,
defending a person, and then experiencing why nobody likes them. It has happened. Many who has not experienced it. A lot. Although definitely that bad character will go around.
Has this shaped your mentality, and you don't want to help anybody at this point again, or defend anybody at this point again?
Some of us give up actually.
All of them, like,
some of us give up. I'm not doing it again.
I just want to give up. I don't want to.
That's why nobody likes you. Some people go as far as even busting out and be like, see this thing, you will end up alone.
So today, at this point, at this junction, ladies and gentlemen, I will draw the curtain close. Thank you for being out there watching, my special viewer there. I thank you. I thank the people of Enugu, and most especially Miss Sandra. I thank you for being here
very
and
much.
making this section a very explicit section for me.
Privilege.
I enjoyed it, and I know they enjoyed it well. You can always follow us on our official handle at Aneke TV on our different social media platforms, on YouTube, TikTok, But don't forget, I have one special gift for my viewer who gets the answer correctly. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Hello guys, welcome to another edition of Teens Fun Hub, coming your way on Aneke TV. This is the Teenager Zone, where we talk about real life talks. This is where we spill the tea. We educate, we inform, and we have some fun. We never leave the fun out. On this special edition, we've got a series of interesting packages just for you. So if you just want to relax, come closer, we've got the special treat for you. Don't go anywhere. I am your host, Auntie Ongi, and I'll be taking you on this ride. After a short break, we will be joining the Adiwo segment as she teaches us about our culture. Don't go anywhere.
Igbo ndị ọma na-ege m ntị, ekele m unu. Kedu kwa nkwa unu mere? Unu adịfọị? Aha m bụ Nwaada Ekpere Amaka. Ana m ekele na nabata unu n'ụbọchị taa n'oge ndị Igbo n'ihe emume anyị bụ Teens Fun Hub. Igbo mma mmanụ ka o chiri ya zero. N'ụbọchị taa anyị ga-atụle uche n'otu n'ime omenala kachasị mkpa n'ala Igbo nke bụ emume ịkwa ozu. Gịnị bụ ịkwa ozu? Kedụkwa ka esi akwa ozu? Ịkwa ozu bụ emume eji egosi nsọpụrụ na ịhụnanya enwere n'ebe onye nwụrụ anwụ nọ. Ọ bụkwa ụzọ ndị Igbo ji akwanyere onye nwụrụ anwụ ugwu ikpeazụ, bụrụkwa ụzọ ha si ezipụ ala ndị mmụọ na nke ndị nna ya ochie ha. Ọ bụ emume na-egosi nsọpụrụ, ịhụnanya na njikọ dị n'etiti ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị dị ndụ. N'ihi na ndị Igbo si na aka na-ekwu aka ekpe akwụkwọ aka nri. Ọ bụ ndụ mmadụ biri mgbe ọ dị ndụ bụ ihe ga-egosipụta ụdịka ịhụnanya na ugwu a ga-akwanyere ya ụbọchị a ga-eli ya. Mgbe ochie, e nwere ebumnobi ndị nna nna anyị ha bụcha n'obi ha ji wee mepụta ya bụ emume ịkwa ozu. Kedu gasị ebumnobi bụcha ihe ndị anụ a? Nke mbụ, ọ bụ iji kwanyere onye nwụrụ anwụ ugwu ikpeazụ. Nke ịbụọ, abụrụkwa iji kwado mmụọ ya maka isonye na otu ndị nna nna anyị ha, ndị mmụọ na ndị egede. Nke ịtọ, bụrụkwa ijikọ ezinụlọ, n'ihi na ọ bụ oge dị ugbu a ka ụmụnne anyị ndị nọcha mba ofesi, ndị nọ ala ebe ọzọ, nọ ebe tere aka, ga-eji maka ịhụnanya ha nwere na ugwu ha nwekwara n'ebe nwanne ha bụ onye hapụrụ unu wee nata. Mgbe ha natara, ndị na ha ka fube kamgbe eri ga-anọkwa ha ncha nọkọrịta, rikọ ma wee nkọrịtakwa, wee na-akwado udo na ọganiru nke ezinụlọ ha na nke obodo ha. Nke na-abụrụkwa eji emume ịkwa ozu ada anyị bụ ndị dị ndụ aka na ntị maka ndụ anyị. Nke bụ eziokwu bụ na ọ bụghị afọ ole mmadụ biri n'elu ụwa kachasị mkpa. Ihe kachasị mkpa bụ ihe onye anụ mepụtawara n'afọ ole ahụ o biri n'elu ụwa. Mgbe ochie, tupu ụka abata, ọ na-abụ oge elimozu ruo, ndị ụmụnna na ndị enyi na ndị ikwu na ibe ga-abịa hụ ozu onye nwụnarị hanụ, emechaa ekpe ekpere, gọọ ọfọ, mee omenala dị iche iche, wee dokpe ya n'ala. Emechaa, ndị ekpe na ndị mmụọ abịa sorokwa so onye ahụ ya laa nke ọma. Mana agba ọhụrụ anyị kịta, oge ụka batagoro maka ndị nke kwenye na Jesu Kristi, ọ na-abụ oge anụ ruo, a na-ebute ozu ha na be ha, ndị enyi ha, ndị ikwu ha na ndị agbata obi abịa furu ozu ha. Mgbe emechakwa, a ga-eburu ya gaa n'ụlọ ụka n'elu nchụaja, ebe a ga-anọ wee chọrọ ya aja ikpeazụ, wee yọkwa Chineke ka ọ nabata mkpụrụ obi ya. Emechakwa, a ga-edurukwa ya laghachi na be ya, ebe a ga-anọ dokpe ya n'anị wee kwachie n'ili ya. Emechaa, a na-eji emume a akasi ndị mmadụ nwụnarị obi. Mgbe emechara ihe dị otu a na-adịwakwa esi nri na ya bụ emume. Mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na anaghị esi nri na a na-aṅụrị na mmadụ nwụrụ, kama ihe eji esiri ya bụ nri bụ maka ndị si ebe tere aka na ndị ahụ na-esi ike dịka ndị na-enwe ọsa, ka ọ hapụ ịbụ anọrọ ebe a na-akwa ozu onye ọzọ asịkwa na mmadụ anwụnarị akwawozu Igbo n'otu mgbe. Ya bụ, gị bụ onye na-ege m ntị, ọ ka gị mma na ọ bụrụkwa na enwe otu ndị bụ nna dị aba, ijekweba ya kịta, maka na emume elimozu bụ emume kwesịrị iji udo na obi uju wee mee. Ọ bụghị emume kwesịrị ịba mba, mana ọ na-agbawa anyị obi n'ụbọchị nke taata ibe ebe a na-akwa ozi, ụmụnna na-aba, ụmụada na-aba, onye ọbụla na-abakasị. Mana nke bụ eziokwu bụ na ọ bụghịkwa na ụmụada na ụmụnna chọrọ ịba mba kama ọ na onye emeghị o kwesịrị ime mgbe ọ dị ndụ. Ọ kara gị maka ibudo kịta jee meziwe ụdịka ọnọdụ a maka enwe onye ma mgbe ọ ga-abụ, mana ekpere anyị bụ ka onye ọbụla karuo oze ruo. Gị ọ bụ onye na-ege m ntị, enwere ofe njụ chọ ka ịjụ onwe gị, ịzakwara onwe gị maka ị ga-aka wee marụ. Anyị ya bụ ihe nche ịjụ gị bụ iwu taa ma ọ bụ echi, kedu ihe ndị mmadụ ga-ekwu banyere gị, kedu ihe a ga-ede banyere gị, ọ ga-abịa abịa na be nna gị ebe a ga-akwa gị, ọ bụ sọ ezinụlọ gị bie gị anụ. Budo tata meziwe onwe gị, n'ihi na dịka m si kwuo na mbụ, ihe dị mkpa abụghị afọ ole ibiri n'elu ụwa, kama ihe dị mkpa bụ ihe imepụta nwụrụ na ya bụ afọ ole ibiri n'elu ụwa. Ka ọ dịbazie n'izu ụka ọzọ na-abịanụ, aka m bụkwa Nwaada Ekpere Amaka. Ka emesịanụ.
I think this is one of my favorite segments because we're now breeding some English children that do not know their culture. So if you're part of this group of people who do not really have a full understanding about their culture, then this Adibo segment is the perfect segment for you. Thank you so much, Ekpere Amaka, for enlightening us on the Ikwa Ozu, which is a way of life for the Igbos. Now this is the shout out segment, the segment where we make you feel like a celebrity. Yes, on today's shout out segment, we've got two important personalities to celebrate. The first important personality you may know is Ede Collins, who is one of us. Today is his matriculation and we are wishing him well. Welcome to school, Mr. Collins. Happy matriculation to you. The whole team of Teens Fun Hub are wishing you a happy matriculation. We wish you the best life can ever give you in your school days. Welcome to school, sir. The next is the second very important personality is Nwoye Chisom, who is also celebrating her matriculation in another school. Happy matriculations to you, Nwoye Chisom. We are welcoming you to school officially here on Teens Fun Hub. We wish you the best the school can give you. Welcome to school. That is what we have on today's shout out segment. Remember, you can always reach out to us if you want to celebrate your loved ones. You can call us on the number 081-0014-5125. I'll call again, 081-0014-5125. Just give us a call or drop a text message indicating that you want to celebrate your special one here on Teens Fun Hub. We got you. Thank you so much, and that is it for the shout out segment. Coming up next is the discussion segment. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome to the discussion segment. This is the segment where we talk about everything in between and talk about all those juicy details about life. Joining me in the studio today are two pretty damsels who will help me to do justice to the topic of today. By my right, we have Ugu Chinazame Bere. Chinaza, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you, Anthony. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Alright, and by my left, we have Ekpere Amaka. You are welcome to the show.
Thank you, Anthony. You are welcome. Stay tuned.
Alright, so before we dive into the topic proper, if you take a look at these two damsels, you can tell just by mere looking that they are intelligent, aren't they? Okay, you can just tell me. You know, there was this video that once came out. You call your name, I am fine. You call your name, I will. You call your name, you get as you get as I be. So you will be you fine.
You get as I be.
Oh, me I fine.
Okay, so that's the spirit.
Please, get as I be.
So these two damsels, just by looking at them, you can tell that their brains are so hot, like freshly baked from the oven, right? So, since you two are so intelligent, I'm actually happy to have you join me on this special topic. The topic is examination, the true test of knowledge. Do you agree to this or do you not agree to this? You see what I said? These two girls are so intelligent and they wanted to just like express, but it's okay. Let's start with you.
I do not agree.
Okay.
Examination cannot be the true test of knowledge. Because we live in a world today where majority of students rely mostly on expo. You can't tell me that the highest scorer in class should be the most intelligent. No, I refute that attestation. It is not true. Because most times you see people studying very hard for exams, and someone who just has played smart or something like that comes with expo, right, with his or her smartness, whatever, and at the end he'll be scoring the highest grade, while the person that is actually intelligent and who has put in so much energy effort for that particular exam scores even lower. So you cannot tell me that with this fact that examination is the true test of knowledge. It cannot be. I refute that attestation, please.
You know, there is this saying that onye ma akwụkwọ bee na agba expo. Have you heard it before? Have you heard it before?
Yes.
And do you agree with that?
Yes, it's partly true because
Okay.
if you don't know how to copy and write, if you don't know how to shorten some things, how will you write the expo inside your book?
I think the main idea there is maybe because you have seen it in your book somewhere, and then if you see the actual answer, then you will know. Because I don't understand. Now you said someone who, grinds, and after a whole lot of energy and effort, the person scores low. I don't agree with that. Do you agree with that?
No. As you asked earlier, is examination the true test of knowledge? In academics, examination is the true test of knowledge.
Okay.
But when you go to other fields of life like skills and other things, examination sometimes cannot be the true test of knowledge. So let's narrow it down to academics. In academics, let me use this guy for example. What was his name again? The doctor that separated twins.
Ben Carson.
Yes, Ben Carson. When he was in school, the story said that he wasn't good at all, that he kept on trying and trying and trying. But the thing was that, what if Ben Carson used expo, or just because of his smartness, like he's not really intelligent, but because he was smart enough to use expo and pass his examinations, will he still be able to separate two twins? Of course not, because his exam was able to get him ready and give him what he needed to use in real life to save those children. So examination is actually the true test of knowledge in the field of academics, because without that exam, like, most people are not qualified to come into the real world.
Okay, so let's talk of what this examination is, because you said in the aspects of academics, exam is what we actually use to check and evaluate. So in other aspects, we don't examine to know if this person has this knowledge or not.
Skills can be dynamic. They can be changing sometimes, because a lot of people are skilled, but maybe at the point in time we met the person and asked for an evaluation, the person cannot be able to how do I put it, to give you results at that moment. But like, as I said, skills are dynamic. I'm a graphic designer now. If you come to me now and tell me you need this, you want to test my skills now, there's what you call a creative box. Sometimes it just comes to you, inspirations don't flow, you are just stuck that place. And just imagine you came to test me at that moment. You see that I will actually fail that test. So because of that, examinations cannot really be used to test people's skills and abilities.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me ask a question.
Please go on.
Now, the question Anthony asked is demands a yes or no answer. So now, if you're not saying that it differs, do you understand? You're saying it differs. Give us a particular answer. Is it really a test for knowledge or is it not? Yes or no? You don't have to go this.
Because she was not like a graphic designer. She wants to protect her integrity before her customers.
So just capture the whole field. Don't specialize on one.
It's a true test of knowledge.
Okay.
Because let me tell you, if you are a master of something, no matter, even if they wake you from sleep, you know how to do what you do best.
Exactly.
So in real sense, examination is the true test of knowledge. That's 100% for it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No.
But she already proved the point now.
Like, she proved the point from her own point of view.
Okay, let's hear from you.
Like, I'm still, you guys are not just understanding what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, you are defining examination as if it's like, okay, you are defining that something that is important, which I agree to. It is important, but it is not really a test for knowledge. Because like now, let's narrow it down to academics now.
Okay.
You are saying that maybe someone that is not intelligent cannot carry expo.
Okay.
Which is quite true. But okay, when I was in secondary school, like I attended Queen's. So when we write exams, you will see people who strive for academic excellence, people who are really, really intelligent, they are putting enough effort, and you see someone that is just there, maybe she just know one or two, then she carries expo and just the whole time write, and unfortunately they don't used to catch these people. Then at the end, you know that you've read, you've tried, like you know what you wrote, and because someone brought in like a kind of like not just external materials but with higher intelligence, you understand, like answers with higher intelligence than you that have read for a long time. Now imagine the person submitting with you. Now this is just like, do you understand?
Well, you will not tell me that if I'm intelligent and you actually brought something external, at least if I'm going to be if I should get a grade that is lower than yours, it shouldn't be that low, should it?
No, I'm not saying it should be that low, but you understand, like sometimes these people, like they get more.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. So like, then in the other aspects, like you said, skills and everything, it cannot be a test. It cannot be like, I can stroke you with a question now as a graphic designer. You
just a basic question.
Just a basic question. Like you cannot analyze it fast because you have to be creative. Like designing means creativity, you understand? You have to think out of the box. So imagine someone, you know, examination sometimes, apart from school times, it doesn't come like knowingly. It's just something that maybe mother freaking knows, like something like that.
Let me ask you
Let
something.
me ask you something. So imagine you now.
Excuse me, ask you now. I'm serious.
Okay.
Like if you are like a caterer or you know how to cook or something like that, and I ask you for a recipe of a food, if you can't provide it, haven't you failed as a caterer? That means you are not a caterer at all.
You are not specializing on one field. We are talking about skill in general. What about you? Look at you. Look at you, a graphic designer. This is what you said. I'm reading what you said against you. She said it right.
Yes.
No, so you said it.
After I said it, I also concur that examination can be a true test of knowledge.
Okay.
I say if you are a master, I'm not a master now. You understand?
We agree.
I'm not a master. So let me say that's some students still score more than those people that use expo. People that are really brilliant.
Yes.
Like that know what they do very well. They still score more than those that use expo.
That's true.
Because most time those people that use expo don't really know that they have to do their tests, their projects, their assignments, and all those things add up to bring up their mark. Those people that do expo only use it during their exams, and maybe they forget the rest of the other assessments, and at the end they'll just get, let me say, if out of 50 they get maybe 10th because of just that exam, because they were not smart enough to know that they were also supposed to do their test. You understand? So examination can be a very good test for knowledge. Very
okay. So let's clearly define what examination is. Once we hear exam, so let's not just based on academics, generally, when you hear exam, what comes to your mind? Evaluation, okay?
Yeah, something.
Because there is this, well, I call it phobia that comes with exam sometimes. Have you ever been there? Like, exam is coming, you that used to you that used to play around in class. Well, once exam, 1 week to exam, you're no longer yourself. Yeah, you now you now go down to like always reading and all that. But this phobia of exams, I don't know, have any of you like experienced it before?
Yes, now. Is there any time you enter into an exam hall your heart doesn't skip?
And that is where another question comes in. They say examination is the true test of knowledge, right? So when this phobia actually comes and that person is not able to like express himself, because there are some people that have what we call exam fever and exam tension. So what do you say about them? I can see that you've never had any fever. Glory to God, I've never been there too, but I've never been there, and I'm always praying, Lord, never put me in that shoes, because I'll remove that shoe.
I'm this type of person, like exams don't get to me. Like I see people 1 week's exams you're reading. A date exam, that morning before to exam you're reading.
You just open
you're reading. Like I can't do that. If I do that, I will definitely like forget everything. I don't read a week to exam. Like once my exams have been like
scheduled,
yeah, that kind of thing. 1 week closer to the exam, I cannot read. Now I didn't learn before that a week. I cannot learn it before that exam. This is just me. It's not because I cannot grab something, but right from when I was small, I just prefer listening in class. Then maybe sometime before the exam, maybe 2 weeks earlier, I'll just
do some research.
Do some research and summary, and I'm good. So I don't I'm not that exam fever stuff. Doesn't get to me.
So with that phobia, so you guys don't get fever and phobia. So with that exam phobia, with people like this, do we still say that for them examination is the true test of knowledge? Do we?
Of course not.
Of course not.
Because they're having psychological challenges. They are not facing the evaluation on normal levels as other people face it. If that they can, some people actually take some things, or maybe the way they arrange their environment that will help them to reduce that phobia. And when they're in the examination, they kind of feel relaxed and write well.
Okay.
So in that kind of position, somebody that has phobia is somebody that has that phobia, what has to be done is to be like the examiner should be informed that this kind of person is having this phobia. Those kind of people are the kind of people that are like to write on their own outside, where there is space, where they can breathe.
And somehow these persons will be one of the intelligent students ahead and that kind of thing, and she doesn't get to write the exam because that she has the phobia, she's sick, and she doesn't meet up to the average, the rate and everything. Then someone else who is as well intelligent but doesn't have this phobia passes more than her. But this girl is intelligent. Now, how do you tell me there is a test for intelligence? Where she
you know what? I think intelligent people will be shouting at both of you at this because I don't think intelligent people are the one in this category. Do you think? I don't think I've seen any intelligent person, somebody like 1 week to exam or on the day of exam, they're like, my God, I think it's those people that did not read that have that kind of phobia. Don't you think?
Some people, their own are like attack.
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 That's what you can actually classify, because intelligent people no. Because that phobia is kind of like when you are not prepared for exam, when you're not prepared for something, there is this uncertainty that overshadows you, which actually leads to that phobia. So I don't think intelligent people are in this category. So to all intelligent people out there, on their behalf, I'm apologizing. Okay, but you can actually comment on this video and tell us if you think that examination is the true test of knowledge for you. Is it the true test of knowledge, or is it not a true test of knowledge? So back to what we were saying, we've already established that exam is what? The true test of knowledge. And examination is evaluation.
Please tell us now if you have something else to say. Make it clear. Let's settle this. I don't know.
Shebi, she looks like she's not really siding with us.
No, she doesn't believe.
Okay, what is your own true test of knowledge? If I want to like know the level of your capacity, what's the true test? Give you a paper, write it down, or just ask you a question.
Anyways, it depends.
It depends.
Yes.
So, okay, tell us more.
Actually, like the reason I'm just saying this is because, like, I still believe that a wasteful guy. There are people who are professionals in this thing. Like, and sometimes, like, when you are saying, like, this is the modern world, who you are go eat now, so they will write tests. They will definitely use the same expo to write their test.
Okay.
They will still pass the test. They will use the same expo to write the exam. And if people among all these things, they are not reluctant again. Their heart is active. So it's just the thing, like, you understand?
But you know,
even
in a standard examination, like
Mm-hmm.
a very standard examination where the invigilator, or let me say, they have cameras everywhere, that if you just like this, your exam is cancelled. How are you supposed to use expo in that kind of examination? So because what we are talking about now, we are using a standard examination setting for this discussion now. We are not talking about anyhow exam, you understand?
Okay, so for anyhow exams, you cannot trust it. But for standard exams, it is a true test of knowledge.
Even with that self, men still there. Have you heard of this glasses stuff that you use to manipulate answers, the pen, the stuff like that? There must be a way. Like camera self go to shock self. That one today have you heard about Expo in Jam? Our almighty Jam. So people still cheat. Like they still okay. Talking about examination being the test for knowledge or stuff like that. Have you written Jam before? Do you know what it looks like? Yes, you've done. Now look at this now. When I wrote my own, I know this friend of mine, this girl, she was not even preparing for Jam at all. Like, her own was like, let me just go there, let me write whatever is like I just see, let me just, in fact, I don't need stress. And this girl, she got to 76. Like, just like that. Wow. Like, this girl, she, like, I'm very sure, like, it's not that she was lying to me. I'm very sure, like, because, like, most times when I go to the library, she goes to market every day. And she comes back very late at night. Okay. You understand? So, she was not going for any lessons. She was just there. So, there are people who are good with locks and this kind of guessing stuff. So, like, for them, that is only objective now. There are people who don't know anything. They'll just go there. What do you call on cab answer? She will just be, at the end they will pass. If you say go or maybe 210, then if we never on our water, it was 276. I'm off the money, but you don't even need to ask for the fact that she passed. You don't need to know whether she read or not. The main thing is that she's intelligent, and you've just a kind of, you understand. So these things happens. But like
results are not always so categorized with local. I must say. You know, sometimes when you do some bombs, you will cry when your results come.
But there are people who, like, on our work for the people who he works for.
Okay.
So,
but that is like a 20 over 100 chance, 20%.
My lecturer in school once said that, you know, they say there are people that believe in grace, like when it's time to write the exam. The only thing they can do is to pray. Do you understand? So all they believe in is grace. So my lecturer said that if you want to like use grace to write your exam, that the highest mark it will give you is an E. Just he said that's the highest. Like it will just be like 1 mark to enter F. That is grace. And people were like, because we have a lot of testimonies that okay, this person did I did not go there. I did not go there. Please, I reckon I want anybody. So, but there are people who have heard of things that people will not really prepare for reasons best known to them, and then God will actually show up, which is some of them, you know, it's where we believe some of them happens. But when it comes to an exam, when you know you are going to pour your all, you will prepare. Just and so telling me that examination is not a true test of knowledge is only when the procedure is actually tampered with, like expo, like you said, and people who also cram, because there are some people who are so good with la cram, la pour. Like, you might ask them that day, they are just busy saying, photosynthesis is this. Once they are
done with the exam.
Once they are done with the exam. So I think apart from
these people has this high chance of passing.
Yes, of course.
They has the high chance of passing. Now, when you cram, that after exam she doesn't know anything else, and someone who will still remember what she knows, but maybe she didn't get to a particular. Let's just say that that examination is a true test for knowledge, but the results is not it.
School results,
like the school results, are not just it. But then let's say that in aspect of skills, that the outcome matters too.
Yes, I love this skill part you mentioned, because you said that maybe someone just meets you on the road and asks you a random question.
So the answer you give to the person matters. You understand?
Exactly, and that's examination.
And that's examination. But in school terms, like in school field, the results, the outcome is not just always legit, because most times, not just the students, lecturers and teachers tamper with the students' results. You understand?
But that's not all the time.
Yeah, like most times, like all the knock or onye Ada Ayok or something like that. So imagine someone whose mom is the lecturer or your form teacher or your class teacher. You definitely not fail. It takes only discipline for someone's mom to watch the child fail and give her the fail mark. So it just takes discipline. So let's just agree that examination is a true test of knowledge, like when it comes to skills and the results. But in academics.
It is still the true test in academics when the procedure is not tampered with. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because you know what they call
that crams forget to, like, let me say, like, I used to cram sometimes. I just enter into the example. The thing is that exams can be dynamic. They can change. It's not that exact sentence you see in your notes or textbook that they will ask you. And when, like, you just cram the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker, you didn't understand it. You didn't you didn't know it, like, from another angle. If you see the same question, you might not know the answer to it. You understand what I'm saying? So even cramming most times doesn't work for everybody. It requires people that are smart, like very smart, to now decipher and understand the question.
I wasn't for you to call smart people, because for you to see that you like, maybe you're not just good with the cramming thing. There are people who are professionals.
I'm telling you.
You see someone bring a note within 10 minutes, like she'll just cram everything. So
Swallow it.
The only thing is that time matters for them. Like maybe it cannot last for like a day or two for them. But someone who's already intelligent and understands the concepts is always good, you get. So, and this is why consistency matters, because imagine when we are small, in primary school, A, B, C, D. I think everyone still remembers how to read ABC, because we are consistent with it.
Exactly.
We didn't cram it, we understood it. And that's why
singing it every day.
Yes. And that's why we can even sing it. Even a 90-year-old woman knows how to sing ABCD.
Exactly.
So you get.
So it's the inbuilding. My friend once said something. He said his pastor told him that maybe during other periods you were not studying, but as his exam period now, just try study, because you don't know what's actually going to remain with you. Do you understand? So exam still helps us to like gather some knowledge. Do you understand? So finally, before we like call it a wrap of a bar, right? I think you're hungry. Okay, so we all agree that exam is the true test of knowledge. Wave your hands to the Lord. Hallelujah. We're lent. Okay, so but there are still other means of evaluating a person. Yes. And in fact, everybody is a genius. But sometimes people just want us to ban examination. I've heard these things, ban exam, and that is one of the reasons why we actually brought this topic. So if we don't examine you now, how will we know that you are capable of doing what we want you to do? So what is your final note to teenagers out there who always shout out ban exam? Don't you trust me? Of course I can. I learned what you taught us. What is your final note to them? Beramaka, let us start with you.
Okay, the thing is that there is no need to ban exams, so get that into your score. young lady or young man, that it's not just necessary. Just read up, work honestly, study hard, and write exams without expose. Yes, because most times, like, I would prefer someone who reads to someone who is with expo, because imagine writing in a tight situation, you will definitely fail. So just study hard, work honestly. Examination cannot be banned. Even if it gets to be banned, in one way or the other, people will still test your ability. So just remove your mindset from examination being cancelled or being banned. Just know that you read, you write, and you will definitely pass if you work honestly.
Thank you so much, Beramaka, for that note of advice. Over to you, my graphic designer. Tell us what your final notes to teenagers out there about examination and its test.
So, as we have established, that examination is a true test of knowledge in academics and in skills, right? That's what we said. In skills and some part of academics in standard.
Is that what we said?
We said standard examinations now.
Okay.
Yeah, standard examinations. So there is no way we would ban examination, because, like, how would you even know? How will you trust somebody?
Like,
I don't even know. There was this video I was watching where they keep the game. People in a surgery room. Make we ask ChatGPT. So these are the things, these are the matters. When we don't examine, when there is no interview, then there is no procedure to know whether you are capable, then things wouldn't be right in this country. Then we know that Nigeria is already corrupt already. So when you ban exam, what would this country turn into? It would be very messy. So no one is banning examination. We will fight for it, even if it's banned. So teenager out there, just try as much as possible to do your best and leave the rest. A lot of people still don't just study a little, but grace carries them a long way. So just do the one you can, because everybody cannot be perfect. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Chinaza. And you know that you feel do your best, make you see the rest for exam hall. You see that? That line never gets. Or you feel just do your best, enter exam hall, they see the rest.
She go first one.
Everywhere go blurry, but you go just chop your pen finish. God, exam is a very difficult thing. God,
just read.
That is why you cannot remove grace out of it. You see, even if grace gives you 49 and study gets another 49, add it. Is it not A? So grace plus your hard work is something. So to every teenager out there, we're encouraging you that you should keep on pressing in this field of growth, because it is examination that tells what you're carrying inside, the level of knowledge you have. And remember, examination is not just when you get into a hall with your pen or paper. It is also an oral kind of evaluation. In fact, it is evaluation generally. You could be talking with your friends and your friends say something like, oh, what is this? Now that person just asked you a question and you probably don't know it. That is a way to ginger you to start thinking, right? So anything that makes you that test what you have inside, and you have to work hard to make sure that you are not just in school to passively receive your lectures, go home, do your assignments. You have to get yourself ready, not just for the examination, but also for the future ahead. This is the discussion segment, and it was nice having you join us. Until next time, bye.
Bye.
Now we will be joining Chinaza with the health tips as she educates us on something new. Stay tuned.
Hi and welcome to another edition of the Health Tip segment. So today we are going to be discussing about nomophobia. This simply means the fear or anxiety of being without a phone. Have you ever felt uncomfortable when your phone battery is about to die? Or when you suddenly realize you forgot your phone at home, you feel uneasy? Or when you keep checking your phone over and over again, even when there is no notifications? You are not alone if you have experienced that, because most teenagers experience this phobia. So what is the cause? Our phones were designed to keep our attentions. So over time, the brain begins to crave for this feeling. So every time we receive a message, a like, a comment, or even a notification, the brain releases a chemical known as dopamine. This same chemical is responsible for excitement, and over time, the brain begins to crave for this feeling. That is why a lot of people feel uneasy whenever they are offline. So this affects teenagers because their brains are still developing. Social connection is important to them at this age. Phones connect teenagers to their friends, social media, entertainment, and even at times identity. So whenever their phones are unavailable, they feel so uncomfortable. This doesn't make our phones bad. Phones are useful tools, but like every other thing in life, they require balance. So what must we do to make sure we reduce phone anxiety? First, we must set phone-free times during the day. Secondly, we must turn off unnecessary notifications. Thirdly, we must avoid phones before bedtime. And finally, we should spend time doing more offline activities. So in conclusion, we must try to learn that technology is very powerful and our brains were not designed for constant digital stimulations. Understanding this will help us to build healthier relationships with technology rather than being controlled by it. Until I come your way next time, I still remain Naza with the health tips. Bye.
Now you know that every single time you have your phone in your hands, it's called what? Nomophobia. Yes, that is the fear of always not having your phone. I think most of us are suffering from this phobia. Thank you once again, Chinaza, for telling us about this phone phobia most of us have. At this juncture, we will be wrapping it all up. I am sure you enjoy yourself on this show. Next time, we'll be coming with extra spicy and juicy gist for you, just to keep you entertained. Remember, you can follow us on our social media platforms on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Until we come your way again, I am Auntie Oni.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
In an A audience, we are live. Daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass, from Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea. Responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 2 on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma. Headlines. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu orders security chiefs to relocate to Maiduguri following renewed attacks. Governor Charles Soludo sworn in for second term in office. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu mourns mother of Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, comments a legacy of sacrifice and discipline. Details of the news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed Nigeria's service chiefs to relocate to Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, to take direct control of ongoing security operations following renewed terrorist attacks in the area. In a statement issued in Abuja, the president described the recent attacks as deeply troubling, noting that they underscore the need for intensified and coordinated military response to safeguard lives and property. The president extended condolences to families of victims while sympathizing with those injured, assuring residents of the federal government's continued support during the difficult period. He characterized the attacks as desperate acts by insurgent groups and expressed confidence in the capacity of the armed forces and other security agencies to contain the threat and restore normalcy. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has departed Abuja for a 2-day state visit to the United Kingdom at the invitation of the King Charles III. The president, accompanied by the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, left the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport and is expected to be hosted at Windsor Castle. He was seen off by top government officials, including President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, Chief of Staff to the President, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The visit is expected to strengthen bilateral relations with agreements covering trade and investment, energy transition, solid minerals development, and security cooperation, alongside a special royal collection exhibitions highlighting Nigeria. A Nigerian Bar Association has condemned an alleged courtroom incident involving Justice Muhammad Umar, describing reports of a directive ordering a lawyer to kneel as inconsistent with judicial ethics and professional standards. The incident reportedly occurred during proceedings in a case involving activist Omoyele Sowore, who is being prosecuted by the Department of State Services over alleged cyber-related offenses. According to reports, the presiding judge cautioned the defense counsel over his conduct and allegedly issued a directive before other lawyers intervened, after which the matter was adjourned. In a statement, Nigerian Bar Association President Afam Osiwe expressed concern over the development, stressing the need to uphold the dignity of the legal profession and maintain decorum within the judiciary. Governor Charles Soludo has been sworn in for a second term as governor of Anambra State following his re-election in the November 8, 2025 governorship poll. The inauguration ceremony took place at the Alex Ekweme Square in Oka, where he took the oath of office alongside his deputy, Dr. Aneke Ibezim. Dignitaries at the event included Vice President Kashim Shettima, former Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan, as well as other prominent national figures. The Independent National Electoral Commission had earlier declared Governor Soludo winner of the election, paving the way for the commencement of his second term in office. You're watching Aneke TV News at 2. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu directs security chiefs to Maiduguri over renewed attacks. Governor Charles Soludo begins second term after swearing-in ceremony. Coming up shortly, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu condoles with Uche Geoffrey Nnaji over mother's death, praises her virtues. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force has called for the urgent rehabilitation of the Borstar Training Institute in Enugu local government area, citing rising cases of sexual exploitation and abuse involving minors. The task force says the absence of a functional rehabilitation facility continues to undermine efforts to provide structured care, protection, and reintegration for vulnerable adolescents across the state. Correspondent Gerard Odo tells us more.
The Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force has called for urgent rehabilitation of the Borstar Training Institute in Ngwo, Enugu North local government area, as part of efforts to protect vulnerable women and children. Speaking at a news conference in Enugu to commemorate International Women's Day 2026, the Executive Director of the Economic and Social Empowerment of Rural Communities, ESERC, the Reverend Ike Chukwunwogu, revealed that the state is facing an alarming surge in sexual exploitation and crimes involving minors, and highlighted the task force achievements since its launch in December 2025. Since inception, the task force has received over 1,000 GBV reports, made 218 arrests, and currently has 32 cases in court. Survivors have received medical care, legal support, and transportation assistance, while community awareness has led to increased reporting of cases.
The task force has made significant progress in strengthening the response to gender-based violence in Enugu State. Since its inauguration, a total of 1,800 GBV cases have been reported to the task force. 208 arrests have been made with the support of the Nigerian Police Enugu State Command. 32 cases are currently before the court, demonstrating progress towards justice and accountability.
Reverend Wogo stressed that the absence of a functional Buster Training Institute limits rehabilitation for rescued adolescents and juvenile offenders. He noted that the facility, established in 1932, has remained non-operational since the Nigerian Civil War.
Enugu State hosts one of the oldest Buster Training institutions in Nigeria, located in Ngo, Enugu North Local Government Area of Enugu State. Established in 1932, the Enugu Buster Training Institute has remained non-operational for a very long period of time now. Most of the buildings within the facility are now dilapidated and in urgent need for rehabilitation.
Reverend Wogo called on the Enugu State government, led by His Excellency Governor Barrister Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, to provide operational support, including a dedicated response vehicle, and urge private sector and community partners to collaborate in tackling gender-based violence.
We also appeal to the state government to provide a response vehicle to the task force, provide institutional support for its operations. But we therefore call on everyone, communities, religious leaders, traditional rulers, to support the work of the GBV task force.
Reverend Wogo emphasized that coordinated action, strong institutions, and community engagements are essential to breaking the cycle of gender-based violence in Enugu State.
Gender-based violence remains one of the most serious social challenges affecting our communities today. Addressing it requires strong institutions, coordinated systems, and collective actions. With the support of the government, communities, partners, and citizens, we can break the cycle of gender-based violence and build a safer and more just society for all.
I am Chukwebuka Odu, Aneke TV.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has extended his condolences to former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, over the passing of his mother, Mrs. Monica Nnenna Nnaji. In a statement issued by his special advisor on information strategy, Mr. Bayo Nanuga, the president described the late matriarch as a woman whose life was defined by resilience, discipline, and unwavering dedication to family. President Tinubu noted her legacy of sacrifice and strong moral values is reflected in the achievements of her children, particularly their contributions to national development. He commended her commitment to raising her family through hard work, describing her as a guiding force whose impact will continue to be felt beyond her lifetime. The president urged the bereaved family to find comfort in her enduring legacy and the life she touched, while offering prayers for the peaceful repose of her soul and strength for the family in this period of grief. And finally, before we go on news at 2, a recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed service chiefs to relocate to Maiduguri, Borno State, to strengthen security operations following renewed terrorist attacks. Governor Professor Charles Chukwuma sworn in for second term alongside Deputy Governor Dr. Aneke Ibezim at ceremony attended by Vice President Kashim Shettima and former Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has consulted with former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Geoffrey Nnaji, over the death of his mother, commends a legacy of sacrifice, discipline, and family values. That's news at 2. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call us on 070-043-3110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App, LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently, we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ maka isonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Anyị abatakwa dịka anyị si eme na mkparịta ụka anyị n'ikuzi na ịgbaziri. Na nke taa ihe anyị na-eji neba anya bụ iwulite ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ maka ọdịmma anyị echi, maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ echi, maka ọdịmma ọha obodo echi. Maka na ine n'anya n'obodo anyị kịta ị na-ajụ onwe gị mpụ na aghụghọ a na-afụ n'obodo kedu ebe ha si pụta. Ha si chekwa n'ezinụlọ wee pụta. Anyị wee na-ajụzi ọ na anyị amaghị eguzobe dịka o si wee kwesị ka ọ na kedu ebe mmiri si wee bazia n'opi ụgbọ. Nsogbu adịrọ, naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ nọnyela anyị maka ndị mụ na ha na-eje ije karị nke tata. Ha kwadoro akwado, ha zukwa n'ezu. Ha bụ ndị na-ejere Chineke ozi, bụkwa ndị na-ejere ọha obodo ozi. Ịma na ndị ụkọchukwu, ndị pastọs, ọlụ ha karịa. Ha na-alụ n'ụlọ ụka, ha na-alụ n'ezinụlọ ha, na ha na-alụ n'ọha obodo, na-alụ ebe dị iche iche. Oge ụfọdụ na-ajụ kedụzi mgbe ha ji enwe ohere ime ihe ụfọdụ ha na-eme. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ nọrọ chebiri anyị maka na anyị kwadoro akwado. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele dịka nsogbu ekwu ndị mụ na ha nọ bụ ndị unu afụkwa oge ọbụla na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. O wee bụrụ site n'aka ekpe m Pastọ Christian Eze. Pastọ Christian Eze, anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Daalụ. Anyị na-ekene ọha na eze.
Pastọ Christian Eze bụ onye na-ejere Chineke ozi na Redeemed Church, ọ bụ ya?
Yes, sir. Redeemed Christian Church of God.
Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG.
Yes.
Daalụ maka isonyela anyị na nke taa. Onye na ya yi wee bụrụkwa ọkpata akụ na odozi akụ, bụkwa pastọ, onye ozi, evangelist, ha niile, Glorious Eze. Anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Ndewo, daalụ rinne. Ndewo nụ ndị ọma na-ege anyị ntị.
Dịka nsi wee kwuo, ihe anyị na-eje n'anya bụ iguzobe ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ, ezinụlọ ga-akwụdobe maka ọdịmma anyị echi, maka ọdịmma ọha obodo. M ga-ebido ebe ị nọ, Pastọ Christian. Iguzobe ezinụlọ siri ike ọ ihe ga-ekwe omume ọ bụla onye ụmụaka kịta sịrị how is it possible? Ọ ihe dị gị ka ga-enwetenwu na ị na-anya n'ihe na-eme n'obodo ugbu a.
Ndewo. Iguzobe ezinụlọ dị mma, ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ ezinụlọ nwere ezi mgbọrọgwụ ọ bụ ihe a ga-emenwu ọ ihe a na-eme dị ya ugbu a ọ bụ ihe a ga-emenwu ọ ihe kwere omume
ọ ihe kwere omume na nkwenye nke gị Glorious ọ dị gị ka ihe kwere omume na ị na-anya na ụdị ụmụaka a na-afụ kịta anụnwa n'ụzọ
ọ ihe kwere omume na nkwenye nke m bụrụ ihe a ga-emenwu emenwu n'agbanyeghị ihe anyị na-ahụ kịta ọ bụrụ na ị na-anya isi mmụ gaba na mbido onye guzobere ezinụlọ wee maa na ọ bụ ihe a ga-emenwu iguzobe ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ bụ ezinụlọ nke ga-eme ka ọdịnihu ma ọ dị na mma nke ọha obodo maọbụ nke nna na nna maọbụ nke nwatakịrị a bụrụ ihe kwesịrị ekwesị bụ ihe ziri ezi n'anya mmadụ na n'anya Chineke ị na-anya hụ na ihe kwere omume na ihe a ga-emenwu eme n'ihi na e nwere onye guzobere ezinụlọ wee nye mgbọrọgwụ otu e ga-esi wee mee ka ezinụlọ bụrụ ihe ga-eguzobegide ezigbo ihe maọbụ ntọala kwesịrị wee nye nne na nna.
Biko tụnyetụgodo ụmụ obere azụ atụ e ga-esi wee bido guzobe ya ụdị mgbọrọgwụ anyị si na a ga-akụnye kedu ebe a ga-ebido maka ụfọdụ ndị nne na nna kịta anụnwa oge ụfọdụ ọ dị ka ha na-agbalụ ọrụ ha ọsọ ka a ghara ịsị ka nwa ya ghara iwe iwe kedu ihe ọ dị gị tụnye naanị obere azụ ihe ọ ga-abịa emenwuo ya.
Ihe mbụ na-enegara anya ọ ga-abịa eme o wee bụrụ ihe gosiri na a ga-emenwu ya bụ anyị lee anya maka ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu ya bụ ezinụlọ iguzobe ezinụlọ siri ike anyị lee anya enwere onye guzobere ezinụlọ na mbụ onye ahụ guzobere ezinụlọ na mbụ bụ Chineke. Ọ bụrụ na anyị onwe anyị chọrọ ka anyị guzobe ezinụlọ dị mma ga-ekwenwe omume ịma na anyị ga-esoro ụkpụrụ ya nwa bụ Chineke guzobere mgbe o guzobere ezinụlọ dịka akwụkwọ nsọ gwara anyị na Garden of Eden na ọ kpọrọ nwoke kpọrọ nwaanyị wee guzobe ha wee wube ezinụlọ wee bido mụba ọmụmụ. Ọ bụrụ na anyị lee anya mara na ụkpụrụ iguzobe ezinụlọ anụma dị mma bụ ihe anyị ga-enweta site n'onye tọrọ ntọ n'ala ezinụlọ anyị hụ na ihe kwere omume maka na ọ ya nwa bụ onye ji aka onwe ya wee chepụta ihe banyere ezinụlọ mara ka ihe banyere ezinụlọ ga-esi wee dị mma wee mite ezi mkpụrụ wee nye nne na nna wee nyekwa ọha obodo. Mana mgbe anyị wezugara onye abụ onye ya tọrọ ntọ n'ala ezinụlọ n'akụkụ wee mebe nke anyị hụrụ onye nwa mere iji hụ na anyị nweghị ezinụlọ anyị ga-ejide nwa aka maka na anyị lefuru isi na-ehibe nkwụ ụlọ anya were na-eme nke anyị. Ọnya mere anyị ji na-enwe ezigbote ọgbata uhie n'ichekwado ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ n'ụbọchị ndị a.
Daalụ rinne na nkọwa gị anụnwa Pastor Glorious nnukwu onye ozi Chineke na-abịa ebe ị nọ Pastor Christian kedu ka anyị ga-esi wee ma na ezinụlọ anyị adaba ma ọ dị ka anyị apụbago n'ihe a Chineke gosi anyị ntọala ọtọ kedu ka ụfọdụ ga-esi wee ma maka ọtụtụ ndị nne na nna amadụ mgbe o bido ghasara.
Daalụ. Ndị Igbo tụrụ ilu si na onye na-amahụ ebe mmiri bidoro mmawa ya ada ama ebe ọ na-akwụsị. Imam nguzobe ezinụlọ dị mma siri ike ma isitere na gị onwe gị ọ ka nwoke dị na nwaanyị dị ọ dị ka ha dị n'ụdị ezinụlọ ha ga-ewu. Mmadụ adịghị enye ihe ọ na-enwerọ ikekwe na-ala ike esemokwu ijiri ya na-eme ọnụ si na ebe ịnọbọ m na-achọkwa ka anụ ọgụ na-abịa achọ ka akụrisie anya chọọ mpịakasị apịakasịa iwere taa na-apịakasị iyi eguzobe ezinụlọ pịakasịrị apịakasị maka ịma nnọkọta ije ọ dịghị ka be gị ọ ga-adị ka nke onye na-anaghị apịakasị na ebe ntọala dịka nwanne anyị nwaanyị Glorious kwuru na enwere ntọala enwere onye guzobere ezinụlọ na ihe mbụ bụ kedu ụdị nwoke ịbụ, kedu ụdị nwaanyị ịbụ. Ị chọrọ ezinụlọ dị mma mana ị bụghị onye dị mma. Ị chọrọ ezinụlọ ụmụaka na-ekwu eziokwu mana ị bụ onye asị.
Agwa agaghị na ịmụ ihe ogologo.
Ịhụrụ na nsogbu
dị. Ị chọrọ inwe ụmụaka na-erube isi mana gị nwa bụ nwaanyị ị na-erube isi, enwere nrube isi, enwere ezi nrube isi ụmụaka gị ga-amụta n'aka gị. Ụfọdụ oge bụ ụmụaka bụ igwe ga na-abara gị mbasị na epi isi agwada ji anyị okwu adọrọ m. Ịfụ na ntọala na ihe ị na-eguzobe ebidogo ghasabari maka ọgụnwa bụ onye mbụ
na-ebido aghasa.
Gụnwa ezinụlọ bụ n'aka mmadụ ka o si aghasa. Ezinụlọ ada anọkata ọghasa, ezinụlọ ada anọkatakwa n'oguzobe. Baịbụl sị na nwaanyị maara ihe na-eme gịnị na-ewu ezinụlọ ya. Ịta ka ọ dịkwa nwoke maara ihe, maka ebe a na-agwa nwoke ka nwaanyị na-amụtakwu ihe, ebe a na-agwa nwaanyị nwoke nwekwuru ihe ọ ga-amụta ebe ahụ. Maka nwoke dị iberibe ya aghasa ezinụlọ ya, dịka nwoke a na-akpọ Nabal ji ọnụ ya wee jee jide kọchacha David na-echekwa ihe niile nwere n'ugbo atụrụ ya wee were ọnụ kwute ihe ga-egbu ezinụlọ ya, wee na-ekokwesị na ya ọgịnị na ya mara ihe na-eme, enwere ihe na-eme na ya karịrị okwu ya kote. Emezie mgbe ọ dara na David kpọrọ igwe ndị agha wee bịazie n'ọka egbuo onye na a ga-ekpochapụ ezinụlọ ya. Amamihe nwunye ebi zọpụtara ya ụbọchị ya. Ya mere na ọ ka onye dị. Nke mbụ bụ etu anyị ga-esi wee nwee ụdị ezinụlọ ahụ bụ anyị ga-amalite jụgbu onwe anyị kedu ụdị onye mbụ, kedu ụdị akparamagwa dị m n'ime, kedu ụdị m dị m na-ebi. Maka na ihe ị nwere bụ ihe ị ga-akụnye n'ime ndị ezinụlọ.
Ihe a i kwuru chetara m ebe nna otu mgbe nnụ ka nwatakịrị na-ebe, ọ bụ na nna ya tiri ihe, nwatakịrị na-ebe ihe ọ na-ebe, ọ na-ebe ihe ọ na-ebe. Wee jụọ onye mbịakwute si ya, gwanụ onye gị na ya bi nnekwu ya si na nwatakịrị ọsị m ejekwa n'ebe a. M jọs wepụ ọnụ n'okwu a nsị ọ gịnị mere na nwoke na ọ dị ka onwe onye o ji ụgwọ ama m ihe bụ ihe ahụ. Onye a wee chọrọ ya bịa n'ụlọ, o wee sị nwa si onye a na ya nọrọ ya
okwu agwụ. Ịhụrụ ya
ihe dị wee kwuo onye bụ nọọ ihe ị nwere ị na-enye isi nwa gị ya ji esi onye a na ịnọrọ ya. Nwatakịrị wee pụọ wee sị ya na dadi m si gị
na ịnọrọ ya. Ịhụ na ihe o nwere
nwoke ka ọ nyezie mkpọtụ niile ụwa niile wee ma ihe na-eme. Nwoke anabazia o wee jido nwatakịrị a wee tie eti onye a bụ akwa nwa a na-ebe nji wee na-ajụzi ya. So ka nwaanyị jizi nwayọọ wee kọwalụ m ihe wee bụ aka n'isi. Mgbe si nwa gị nye ji esi ya asị ọkwa sịrị asị
ihe idunyere ya ka o ji eme ị na-achitekwa tibi ya ihe na o mere ihe ị gwara ya mee.
And ihe ahụ idunyere ya ka o mere bụ ihibe ezinụlọ. Dịka m kwuru na mbụ, dịka nwanne anyị nwoke kwuru, nọọ ihe ị nwere ka ị na-enye. Ọ bụrụ na nwoke ahụ nwere mmụọ Chineke n'ime ya, ọ bụ mmụọ Chineke ahụ ga-enye ya ihe ọ ga-enye, o wee hibebe ezinụlọ. Ịhụrụ na o hibebegoro nwatakịrị ezinụlọ ụgha, ọ bụ ezie na nwa ahụ esibeghị na be ya pụọ, mana ihe ahụ o tiri nwa ahụ ga-enye nwa ahụ akọ na uche nke bụ na ọ ga-amalite na-asị asị ka o wee gbanarị ntaramahụhụ nna ya. Ịhụla na nwoke ebido na hibe ezinụlọ ihe o nwere n'ime ya. Ọ ya mere o ji dị mkpa n'ihibe ezinụlọ mmadụ ọbụla ga-enwe Kraịst. Maka na ọ bụrụ na ị nweghị Kraịst bụ onye isi nke ezinụlọ, ị gaghị ehibe ezinụlọ dị mma.
Maka na dịka nwanne anyị si wee kwuo, ọ ihe ị nwere ka ị ga-enye. Ọ bụrụ na iji eziokwu, ọ bụrụ na nwoke a na iji ụgwọ ọbịa, ị ga-asị ya biko enwekwa ego. Ọ bụghị nke isi nwatakịrị ya ji esi ya n'ụlọ dada achịkata ma ọchị chịkata ọchị ka nwatakịrị ji wee jesi ya na dadi m si m sị gị ya anọ ya.
Taa ka ụmụaka si ezu ozi
gbam ihe dadi gwara ya
ihe dadi maka mgbe ige mgbe aka ị ga-eji wee mara na nwa a na ị ka na-azụ ya azụ n'okwu asị mgbe ị ga-eji mma na o jechegwo ụlọ akwụkwọ ndị okwu asị wee nwetazi asambodo okwu asị bụ mgbe ọ ga-apụtazi mmadụ rute ọkwụrụ n'ọrụ ọma ntinyezi na dadi m sịrị ọ pụta nrịchado gị anya na dadi ya nọghị ya na dadi ya nọghị ya mgbe ahụ ịzụpụtago ndị mmadụ na mahadum okwu ụwa
onwe onye kwunu ka ndebe nke ahụ eziokwu na ọ bụ na edobeghị ezi ntọala nne na nna ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sịghị na parenting nne na nna bụ ndị na-azụ nwa eziokwu na ọ bụ na enweghị ezigbote ntọala nne na nna debere n'obodo anyị ama ndị mma
eziokwu nsogbu anyị na-enwe n'obodo anyị taa bụ nsogbu ezinụlọ onye na-ebu egbe atọrọ ndị mmadụ nwere ezinụlọ osi ya pụta ndị na-achị obodo anyị na-ekwu okwu asị eri ego ha na-ekwesịghị iri bụ ego ewetara ka a wee dozie obodo nwere onye zụrụ onye ahụ enwebe onye asị wee pụta ndị na-eme oke ite na-eme na ha na-agwọ ọgwụ ego na ego bụ mmiri nwere ebe onye asị wee pụta ndị fụkwana na-akpa ezigbo agwa na-anaghị ele mmadụ maka ego nwere ebe ha si pụta ebe onye si wee pụta ntọala onye ọbụla nwere ezinụlọ ịfụ ụmụaka na-anwụ ọgwụ ike enwere ezinụlọ ha si pụta ọ ka ebe onye a si wee pụta dị bụ ihe ebe a ka ebe mmiri na-esi agbarụba mmiri bido n'isi iyi gbarụọ ọ ga-agbarụrụ gaba ịma nkute ezigbo mmiri ebe a mana asịgoro iri na isi mmiri dị mma asị na isi mmiri dị mma mana ebe nsogbu dị bụ n'etiti na agbata mmiri nke a si n'isi mmiri ga-asachapụ ya mana o bido n'isi mmiri gbarụọ nne na nna na-agụnye ụmụaka agụ nwatakịrị egwu ego na ntị mgbe ọbụla ị na-abịakwute m ka ị na-ama ego ọrụ ụmụ ọgbọgụ bụ ihe na onye nke a na-eme mmiri na ọ bụrụ ọgwụ ego nwa gị ji eji egwu ichefuo na onye a ji agwa egwu ego bụ onye afụrụ n'anya ikekwe osi na gị nwa malite
maka a ga-asị weta onye ọka
a ga-asị n'anya ma ikekwe ọ bụrụ ihe na ọ bụrụ akụkụ ahụ mmadụ ka a sịrị onye weta lee ka o wee nweta ego enwe ka ị ga-esi agụgide ya na ntị maka ego ịkparịgide nwatakịrị maka ego ọ na-emezi ya mmụọ onye ọ da afụtazi onwe ya asị mmadụ ọ ga na-eme onwe anya dịka onye nara n'iyi onye na-enweghị uru ọ bara na onye ga-eme ya baa uru bụ mgbe ya kpatara ego mbute a ma ọ kpataziri ya ụzọ o sikwa kpata ya abụrụ ha na-ekwu okwu ya maka na ị da-akụziri ya ụzọ esi akpata ego na ị na-asị ya bụ na ụmụ ọgbọgọ ọ bụrụ ụmụ nwoke sobe ya
mana echiche nke ma ọ dị m ka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-ekwukerịta okwu a ọhụ nwa ọgbọ bụ onye a ọhụ onye ọgbọ ubi ha ị na-echeta erie ndị ọgbọ ya ndị echeta erie ndị ọgbọ ya ndị ọgbọ ya na-akpata ego ọ gịnị na-eme anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ji ekwukerịta okwu a maka ọ na-afịa ahụ ọkwa na ụmụ nwoke a na-ekwu ya mana ọ na-afịa ahụ ifu nwoke na-ekwu ya
ana m eche na oke ọchịchọ maka mgbe ụfọdụ anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-enwe ihe ndị anyị chọrọ anyị ada ajụ ihe ndị anụma m chọrọ olee otu o si zie ezi na nzugote nwatakịrị na ihe dị m mkpa bụ ihe ahụ m chọrọ n'iji maatụ ọ bụrụ na m eje mitin ụmụada m wee ruo ebe ahụ m wee hụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m onye nke a wee yiri nke ndị bekee na-akpọ classic clothes wee nenegide ya nso onwe m mba achọrọ m ya m lazie n'ụlọ mesote ọnụ sogide nwatakịrị hụla na oke ọchịchọ amalitela iwu ụlọ mgbe ọ na-ewuzi ụlọ a n'ime m na-erute ha anya n'ụlọ mee ọ bụrụ na di m abụrụ onye wezugara onwe ya na-arụ ahụ m ga-atụ meso nwatakịrị m si ya ị na-ebe eme gịnị kedu ihe ị na-eme ebe ụmụ ọgbọ gị na-akpata ego jee kpata ego ka inye m nne gị nọọ nne gị mụrụ ga azụchago m gị zụọ m ị hụla ya ugbu a na oke ọchịchọ ahụ dị m n'ime maka ya na-ebutere ụmụ nwaanyị ya mana nwoke bụ nwere mgbe ụfọdụ o ruo ebe ahụ ihe ahụ abụrụ ihe na-eche ya ọ bụrụ ihe na-eche ya mana mgbe nke anyị bụ mgbe anyị were anya anyị gbanwe ya mere Baịbụl ji wee dọọ mmadụ ọbụla aka na ntị sị oke ọchịchọ na-ebute ịla dị gị maka na mgbe ọbụla mmadụ nwere oke ọchịchọ ihe ị na-enweghị ya na-agụ gị maka na ịhụ na onye nke maka na ịhụ na aka ichefu na a na-etoru ihe etoru ọ bụrụ nne m ọsị gị ihe ị na-eri ọta ị ga-eri echi n'ihi nke ejeghela ọkpa
anyị makwa na aka niile ahaghị ha
onwe nke ka ibie nne m so ọ bụrụ na oge anyị ga-enwe ofe ojuju dịka ndị nne n'ogige ọbụla Chineke debere anyị enwe afọ ojuju ịhụ na mmalite ihibe ezinụlọ siri ike bụ ihe a ga-eme ma ndị ọ bụrụ ihe ga-egbu oge mee ya mana ọ bụrụ na anyị nwee oke ọchịchọ maka mgbe anyị nwere oke ọchịchọ ka anyị na-akụ ya ndị ụmụ anyị onye ọbụla na-anara ụda ya anyị nwe nọrọzie na ihe na-echezi ka anyị zazie madam anyị chọrọ kemgbe
na-emechakwa anyị sokwe na ndị ga-ata afụfụ ya
anyị nwa bụ ndị mbụ ị naghị ahụ ihe ndị Igbo na-asị nwatakịrị mma mma ọ bụrụ nna ya ọjọọ njọ
ọ bụrụ nne ya
kedu ihe mere eji ekwu ihe a maka na nne nwere ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ a very serious contributing factor n'izugote nwatakịrị dịka ndị bekee kwuru ya so ọ bụrụ na anyị n'anya onye mere nkwukwukwu masị onye ọbụla chọrọ ihibe ezinụlọ dị mma ị ga-enwe Kraịst n'ime gị n'ihi na Baịbụl m sịrị na ihe mere Chineke ji wee mee ka di na nwunye wee bịa bụ ka ha nwee ike mmepụta mkpụrụ nke ziri ezi bụ ụmụazị ị hụla ya so ọ bụrụ na ọ bụ tụọnụ ma ọ bụ Chineke bịa bụ onye hibere ezinụlọ ma enwee Kraịst di na mma wee nwee Kraịst anyị na-abụ bịakọta ịhụ na mkpụrụ anyị na-amịpụta ịhụla ya ugbu a
ka anyị jide ya ebe ahụ dịka anyị si n'anya ihe anyị kwesịrị ime dịka ndị nne na ndị nna iji wee guzobe ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ akachacha nke atọ n'egwu Chineke ọ dị gị ka ị na-eme nke gị ọ bụrụ na ọ dị gị ka ị na-eme nke gị merie gaba beta ọ bụrụ na ọ dịghị gị ka ị na-emete nke gị gbanwee ọnọdụ gị ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ ọ bụrụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri anyị na-aga n'iru a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ daalụ gị bụ onye ọma ka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị na-akpa nke tata ụzọ kachasị mma iji wee guzobe ezigbo ezinụlọ nwere ntọala akachacha ntọala nke eme na egwu Chineke ịnụgoni ya dịka anyị si akpa ya ama m na o nwego ọtụtụ ihe ịmụta dịka ha si ekwu ya maka na ndị mụ na ha nọ tata bụ ndị mma na ha kwuo ya ọ ga-adaba n'anya maka na ndị ụkọchukwu ndị azụ n'egwu Chineke ndị na-ejekwere Chineke ozi na-alụ ọrụ mgbasa ozi ọma na-ekwu nke bụ eziokwu na-abịa ebe ịnọ Pastor Christian ime anya na ụfọdụ ezinụlọ ụmụaka anyị enwezi ihe dịka na a na-agbaziri nwatakịrị osoro ụzọ nne na nna na-agbaziri ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ọsị gị enwezi disiplin na ezinụlọ wee na-ajụ biko na ọ dị gị ka ọ gịnị bụ ihe kpatara ya kpatara o ji wee dịka ezi ọzụzụ ọbụgo na ezinụlọ ịfụzi ụfọdụ ụmụaka dịka nsikwuo nwe nwatakịrị orichie nne ya na-agwa gị ọdọlụ ka dọrati ebe ọdọ isi akụnie ọ sị gị na ya na-ezu ike ma ya si akụnie ya kụnie eji eme ọ sị ama biko ya rapụ ya aka na ya chọbeghị iko wee na-ajụ biko kedu ebe mmiri si wee baa n'opi ụgbọ kpatara ụfọdụ ụmụaka ụfọdụ ma ọ bụkwa ụmụaka niile ọ dịzịa ka ha na-ezi egwu ada asụsụ ha n'usoro ekwesị izoro ọzọ.
Ndewo. Nne na nna nwere oke n'ọrụ. Ama m na ikekwe mmadụ nne na nna amalụcha ọrụ niile kpamkpam, mana akwụkwọ nsọ so na gụzụlite nwatakịrị n'ụzọ ọ ga-aga, ụzọ o kwesịrị ịga, na mgbe o toro na ọma nsị n'ụzọ ahụ pụọ. Okwu Chineke abụghị okwu asị. Chineke anaghị agha ụgha. Ihe na-eweta nsogbu a na-abụ ịtụ anyị si amụta ihe anyị na-amụta dịka ọzụzụ ụmụaka taa. Ime anya ndị okenye ndị zụrụ anyị, ndị nne na nna anyị nwere ụdị ọzụzụ. Enwere ụdị ụmụ nwoke a na-enwe mgbe a, nwee ụdị ụmụ nwoke a na-enweta, enwe ụdị ụmụ nwaanyị a na-enwe mgbe a. Asịgodo nọ na onye nwe amarọdị ihe dị na Baịbụl, maka ụfọdụ nne na nna anyị amarọdị Chineke, ụfọdụ bụ alụsị ka ha na-ekpere, mana ha zụpụtara ụmụaka nwere egwu, ụmụaka na-adị egwu ihe mmadụ, ụmụaka bụ asị gị nọrọ ọdụ ebe a ị nọrọ. Ụmụaka bụ ọbụnadị taa onye abụ megoro okenye, ịhụ na ihe na-achị ndụ ya, ihe ka na-agbaziri ya taa bụ ụdị ọzụzụ enyere ya. Ana m achọpụta na ụdị ndị nne na nna azụrụ nke ọma na-agbada n'ike n'ike. Ihe a na-enwe bụ ndị a na-azụghị nke ọma, maka na ihe a dị ka onye jecha ochere ibi ya. Ịbụrụ ezigbo nne na nna zụpụta ụmụaka ọfụma, ikekwe adịrị ise n'aka gị, ọ bụrụ sọ gị na-abụ gị na nwunye gị zụrụ mmadụ ise a wee zụọ ha adị njọ. Enwego mmadụ ise dị njọ n'obodo, enwekwa onye ọzọ zụrụ mmadụ isii na-azụtaghị ha, enwego mmadụ isii ọzọ dị njọ n'obodo. Ikekwe ndị azụ zụrụ ọfụma abụrụ mmadụ ịtọ, 11 na ịtọ, 11 ka n'ọnụọgụ. Ọ bụrụ na ụdị ndị nne na nna na-enwe mmiri egwu azụrụ nke ọma na-agbada n'ike n'ike. Ndị a na-enwezi kịta anyị na-anya ịfọdụ ụmụdụ nsogbu a na-enwe. Ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-atụkwu egwu nwaanyị ha ya anụtata. Ihe ji ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke ịmụ nwaanyị abụrụ ego, nọ na egwu na-atụ ya na ya amara onye ya ekote kịta, ọ bụrụ nsogbu. Ya mara ka ọ bụ ndị ga na-asị ya na ego gị bụ ego na ebe ego anyị, mana ego nke m bụ ego nke m, na anya dị eke eke. Ọ bụrụ na ihe na-eme na ụdị nne na nna apịrị apị nke ọma, apịrị aka nke ọma na-agbada bụ na egwu Chineke na-agbadakwu n'etiti anyị. Maka azụọ mmadụ na egwu Chineke, ọ ga-azụpụta ndị ọzọ. Chineke nechere Abraham anya wee sị na amaara m na Abraham na ọ ga-azụpụta ezinụlọ ya nke ọma. Chineke gbara ya akaebe, emechaa ọ zụpụta ezinụlọ ya nke ọma.
Mana ihe na-achọ ịjụ dịka onye na-ejere Chineke ozi, ọ dị ka ndị ụka, ọ dị ka na ndị ụka a na-alụta ọrụ ha ọfụma. Ị na-anya n'ihe na-eme, ụfọdụ ndị ụka egwu adịghị ekwezi ha ekwu nke bụ eziokwu, ịfụ na ndị ụka na-agharịpụzi okwu.
Ndị ụka so na-etinye nsogbu a, maka na Chineke guzobere ụka dịka ebe a na-enye ezi ozizi, ebe akwụkwọ nsọ na-akpọ ya n'asụsụ bekee foundation of truth, ntọala nke eziokwu bụ ihe nzukọ Kraịst bụ. Ịchọba eziokwu ebe ọbụla, o kwesịrị ịbụ na nzukọ Kraịst. Ma icheta na oge gboo ebe 1970s 1960s, ụdị ndị ụka a na-enwe mgbe a achọba onye na-ama nzu ego ga-arụ ọrụ dịka sekretrị n'ọfịs, achọba nwa Chineke. Mana kịta were ma pastọ tinye, pastọ a na-ezu ori ezu ma ego ndị ụka, ma pastọ a nwere ezinụlọ. esi na ọ bụrụ na a na-ebu baịbụl na a na-akwụ ọtọ eme na a na-ejiri maikrofon igwe eji ekwu okwu a na-ekwu okwu mba ọ bụrụ onyanwa na ihe na-azụpụta mmadụ bụ ihe dị gị n'ime
maka nke inwe ka ị ga-enye
ọ ihe dị ịkwụrụ n'ezi ndị mmadụ ozi ọma ọ bụrụ ozi ọma a bụ ihe na-agbanwe ha ọ ndụ onye ozi ọma a maka ndụ gị bụrụ ihe ahụ ị na-ezi ya bụ mgbe mgbanwe ga-abata n'ime ndụ ha mana ọ bụrụ na ihe ahụ ị na-ezi abụghị ndụ gị bụ ihe ha ga na-adọrọ onye mere na ndị ụka nwere ọrụ ụfọdụ ada arụta ya nke ọma ụfọdụ na-arụtakwa enwe ndị ji eziokwu mana enwe ọtụtụ na-akụzi ha na-ekwesịghị ịkụzi akpọkọ ụmụaka mmadụ ya na-ekwu bụ a na-ajụ gị ajụjụ na-enwere isi a na-akụzi na-ekwu ọbụna dị maka ego ma a na-akụnye ụmụaka sị a na-asị gị na Mark Zuckerberg onye nwe Facebook na ọ ga-ahụ one wee bụrụ bilonia ọ bụrụ ahụ ka eji abụ bilonia maka emesobi ndị na-ebe ahụ ike gụnwa bụ pastọ edigo ka Zuckerberg onye nwe Facebook inwego ego ka ya mana iji ya amara ndị ọzọ atụ ya ọ bụrụ na ndị ụka nwere ọrụ anyị nwere ọrụ ịkụzi ezi ihe baịbụl si ezi aha ka ego
alụrị nne na ntụnye nke gị biko Pastor Glorious kedu ihe ọ dị ka anyị bido na ndị nne kedu ihe ọ dị ka anyị bụ ndị nne ga-ebido mebe ka anyị nwee ezigbo ezinụlọ atọ na ntọala na-atụ egwu Chineke
ndewo daalụ ihe mbụ nna asị na anyị ga-ebido mebe dịka onye nne bụ na mbụ iwepụta ohere n'ebe ọ gbasara ezinụlọ anyị ọ bụrụ na anyị lee anya na ezinụlọ anyị na-agharịpụzi agharịpụ anyị ga-ewepụtara ezinụlọ anyị ohere maka na anyị bụ ndị na-adị enwezi ohere n'ebe ọ gbasara ezinụlọ maka na ile anya dịka m na-ekwu na mbụ Chineke kere anyị adịghị iberibe ọ sịrị na nwaanyị na-ewu ezinụlọ Chineke enyego ụmụ nwaanyị ihe niile ọ ga-ewe iji wee hibe ezinụlọ kwụrụ bụrụ ihe ọ chọrọ mana nsogbu anyị na-enwe bụ na oke ọrụ ịchụso ihe ga-akpọ ya ihe niile ihe na-enweghị isi ejidego ụmụ nwaanyị kee sụsa
nke nwere isi ma nke enweghị
ihe wee sụsa anyị enweghịzi ohere nwaanyị ga-apụta ụtụtụ ọwụ ahụ ozugbo ọpụpụ ịnata ya ọzọ bụ n'abalị kedu mgbe ọ ga-eji wee nwee ohere wee maa na nwatakịrị ya nweziri ụdịrị ije ọ na-eje ịkpọrọ na nsogbu dị na ihe mbụ anyị ga-eme iji wee guzobe ezinụlọ a bụ inwe ohere maka ezinụlọ anyị ezinụlọ dị oke mkpa ọ bụrụ na Chineke ga-enyere ụmụ nwaanyị niile aka nye ha anyị ghọta mkpa ọ dị ime ka ezinụlọ bụrụ ihe eguzobeziri ike ị ga-ahụ na ọ dị ọtụtụ ihe ụmụ nwaanyị na-ama nchụso isi ọkwa ọrụ a ya dịrịgodi ma m nweta ihe maka mgbe m nwetara ofu nwa m okwudosi ike n'ụzọ dị mma nweta nke ịbụọ ọkwudosi ike n'ụzọ dị mma obodo ọ dịbeghị mma nwa bụ nwaanyị mee ya gụnwa bụ nwaanyị na ọ na-be gị mee onye ọzọ mee ya ọ gịnị ka anyị na-ekwu ọzọ ịhụ na ọ dị mkpa na mụ bụ nwaanyị eleghị na-egeri di m anya ịmara okenye na ọrụ dịrị m dịka akwụkwọ nsọ kwuru na ọmụ na-ewu mbanye ọrụ iwu wepụ anya mgbe m mere nke a iwepụtara ezinụlọ m ohere ịma na ịbụrụ ma nzukọ Kraịst ga-enwe olileanya na ihe ya dị mma mana mgbe m na-enweghị ohere
achụrụ ego na-aga ka ị wee dịka onye nke
ọzọ onye m rara nwatakịrị m tinye n'aka ihe ndị bekee na nkeji 30 ka o were gafee elekere 7 nke ụtụtụ ya na ya na-abọ nọ ya na ya wee nọgide ya wee ruo nkeji nke 6 nke uru anyasị na-anataziri ebe ahụ m jere ịchụ ego ihe mụ na ya na-abụ rụrụ ọrụ ga-agwanụ m na efe adịghọkwa na m ga-ejeje wụsa ọwa olee otu nwa m ahụ kedu ihe m maara onye nkụzi ịhụla ya na nsogbu dị
kedu ihe ma ọ kụzieri
n'aka gị nwa bụ nne ihu dat na Chineke na-ene anya n'aka m dịka nwaanyị o nyere agalaba nke iwu ezinụlọ na m ga-enwe ohere wee nebanyere ezinụlọ anya mana mgbe m na-anaghị eme nka ị ga-enwe nnukwu nsogbu ndewo
daalụ rinne. Na mkpokọta okwu gị Pastor Christian, nne n'anya n'obodo anyị a kịta ọ dị ka olileanya ọ dị?
Daalụ. Olileanya dị. Olileanya dị. Onye ọbụla dị ndụ nwere olileanya. Ihe a ka okwu Chineke kwuru. Olileanya dị nye ala anyị Nigeria. Olileanya dị nye Enugu steeti. Olileanya dị nye ezinụlọ ọbụla. Asịgodi na nke gị na-enwe nsogbu. Olileanya dị nye nzukọ Kraịst. Asị na nke gị dị mma, mee ya ka ọ dịwanye mma gaa n'ihu. Asị na nke gị adịghịgodi mma, Baịbụl sị na ọ bụrụ na ntọala aghasaa, kedu ihe onye ezi omume ga-eme? Jehova nọ na Zion. Onye na-etu ntọala ya onwe ya bụ ntọala. Nke a bụ okwute ndị na-ewu ụlọ wezugara. Ihe anyị ga-eme bụ anyị achọpụta na anyị emeteghị ya, ka anyị jee kpọọ oke nkume a, biko bịa bụrụ ntọala anyị. Nwatakịrị gị ahụ ọ dị gị ka ọ dị emete ya, enwere olileanya. A sị na nọ naanị iyi na enwerezi na onye nke anụnwa na-enwerezi ihe anyị emete ya. Ụfọdụ agbanweghị n'aka nne na nna ha. Ụfọdụ nwere mgbe a ruo ọbụla n'aka onye ọzọ ka a gbanwee. Ihe anyị na-ekwu maka ya bụ na olileanya dị. Olileanya dị. Ka ị ghara isi na olileanya adịghị ga-eme na nwatakịrị kwesịrị ịchụpado ma ọ gụwa iwu ọbụla dị na ndụ nke gụnwa. Olileanya dị asị na ịba ajọ mmadụ ihe agbanwenwu. Asị na ịba ajọ nwaanyị ihe agbanwenwu. Ma ide enwefe nebere ụmụaka gị anya, mgbanwe dị. Asị na ụmụ gị na ha ncha na-ana n'ihi na onye nke a na-ezu ori na onye nke a na-akwa iko na ọ na-eme nke a, nsogbu. Olileanya mere gịnị? Olileanya dị. Ụmụaka ha pụrụ ịgbanwe, Chineke pụrụ ịgbanwe ha. Ihe a bụ ihe m na-ekwu bụ na olileanya dị n'ụzọ ọbụla, na nsogbu ọbụla ị nọ n'ime ya, nke ọbụla na-ama gị aka n'ihu, tinye onwe gị aka n'obi taa, sị na gịnị? Na olileanya dị.
Ka m tinyetụ obere ihe na m nwere ihe mere nya ka m nọ na-anata onye keke m si ya buru m ka o busa m n'ụlọ, nọ na-abidokwa hụ m obido kọwa akụkọ nwa be ya diọkpara ya ji wee bụrụ ọ sị na o tinyere ya na-aga m efu na onwere ihe ọ na-ekwe eme, na ya kụchara ya ihe nwanne nya kụchacha ya n'ọbara difat na ya ji ayọnụ kurisie ya isi nsị ya maka gịnịkwa. Osi m na nwa ahụ ekwe ha aba uru na fada etinye aka n'okporo ya eje kpọgharị akatis tinye aka n'okporo n'ọzọ ọmụmụ ọrụ n'ihe mere ya ji tie ihe a bụ na o ji ejeje were ego ya na ya si ya ji egote nkụ ka ha wee sie nri na ya gwa mama ya si ya na ọ na-anata kịta na akụkọ ka ọ ga-eji nata nwa ahụ wee nata wee jiri akụkọ wee nata n'ozi mgbe isi kwururu ya negati ya wee dị mba na ya ma mmetụ ya aka mgbe ahụ wee jee yọba kedu ihe ya ga-eme. So mgbe e bịazi bịadasị ya, nna m bịa kene isi na gịnị ma isi na ndị ole para nkụ igote dadi enwere ndị bụrụ nkụ ngote mụgha ji ego a wee rie ife gbangwa gị na agụụ na agụụ. Nwoke a wee sị m ya wee nekata ya iwe ahụhụ ya tara keke ya gbacha ya wee were rọdụ wee kụọ nwa wee si ya na emezi n'ụtọ ahụ ọ dịghọ mma. Osi m na-enweghị ozi na ya chọrọ ijeje kpọjere ya ndị ihe na prison ka ndị prison ka ọ nọrọ ebe a esi ya na olileanya dịrị nwa ime na ka a ga-asị na Chineke adịghị nke pụrụ ịgbanwe mmadụ. Agwasịa m nwoke okwu osi madam sịrị nsị ya na olileanya dịrị nwa. Ihe dịrị gị bụ kpọọ nwunye gị na nwunye gị banye n'ime ụlọ chọọ Chineke kere nwa tinye ya nwunye gị n'afọ ịnọghọ mgbe e kere ya gakwuru Chineke ahụ ya na unu amamihe unu ga-eji soro nwa ka unu nwee ike napụta nwa na o nwere ihe karịrị ya aka na-eme ya niile ịkụwe ya ihe ị ga-akụgbu ya and ịkụgbu ya Chineke kere nwa obi ama ntọ ya ụtọ ihugo si that na mgbe agwacha nwuru ka okwu ọsị m esi ya na olileanya dị na-enwe ọkụ n'ivun Judas na Baịbụl ọhịa ngwara ya n'ivun Judas Jizọs nyere ya ohere iji gosi ya na olileanya dị ya pụrụ ime ihe Baịbụl m sị na apụrụ ime ihe niile n'ebe Chineke olileanya dị.
Daalụ rinne Pastor Christian maka isonyela anyị na nke taa. Daalụ Pastor Glorious na isonyela anyị na nke taa. Gị bụ onye ọma gelụ ntị ma nụkwa ihe anyị kwuru. Ama m na o nwee ihe baa gị na ntị echena na ihe niile emebigo olileanya dị naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ tụkwasị Chukwu obi dịka ha si wee kwuo mgbe anyị che na nke gị aghasago o nwere ike ịfụ na olileanya dị ọzọ mana ịjụgo Chukwu ajụjụ si ya o nwere ihe m ga-emenwu n'ọnọdụ a ọ bụrụ na ị gwa ahụ nwoke anya jee gbanwee n'anya n'okwu Chineke were ya wee lụọ ọrụ o nwere ike ofu mbọsị ọkụọ nwa o jebe nga dịka isi wee kwuo ndị nke ọzọ onye ga-azụ ha daalụnụ maka isonyela anyị na nketa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa unu na unu ga-abịa dịka unu si abịa daalụnụ rinne gị bụ onye ọma na-enelụ nke tata ama m na ihe anyị kwuru tata na o nwee otu ihe ịmụta ọ bụgodu na ọ bụkwa ịbụ ama ịtọ na o nwere nke ị ga-eji aka werie mmalụ na ezinụlọ dị mma tọrọ ezigbo ntọala a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.